Oh my. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
Oh my.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
I couldn't find nobody else like you. Been let down each time that I've tried to find another, but I always come back to you. We're a perfect match made in the fire. You know you can't fulfill my desires. Many try, but I only got you in my eyes. In my eyes. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
Oh my.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving, your loving. Oh my, your loving. Oh my.
I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody.
Nobody. Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
Oh my.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving, your loving.
Four turns to the left, I can be the best that you ever had if you want it, baby. Four turns to the right, I can hold you tight, cause tonight it can get a little crazy. Four turns while the raindrops keep falling down. I heard that you're scared that I'll make you frown, but I'm certain you wake up and I'm around. Hear me now, we got time we can waste in all of the space. My mind is awake and my heart is racing. So let me hear you say it, ooh baby. I'm spinning in circles, swimming deep under the surface. You can't feel that I'm certain when you fall into my arms. Where we're going, where we're going, where we're going, baby, I don't know now. Where we're going, where we're going, where we're going, baby, I don't need to know. Four steps to the front, I know what you want, so don't fight if you really wanna have it. Four steps to the back, now you can just relax, cause the passion will make it automatic. Four steps, all directions are open wide. I felt a connection so deep inside. I swear when we're dancing I come alive, so alive. We got time we can waste in all of the space. My mind is awake and my heart is racing. So let me hear you say it. Ooh, baby, I'm spinning in circles, swimming deep under the surface. You can't feel that I'm certain when you fall into my arms. Where we're going, where we're going, where we're going, baby, I don't know now. Where we're going, where we're going, where we're going, baby, I don't need to know.
Waking up from somewhere in a dream, so far away from my reality. Could this be real? The stars are in my eyes, remembering last night. It's never gonna be the same. 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 Let's run away to watercolor skies, a brand new day. So glad to be alive, just you and me. A moment here in time, this comes as no surprise. It's never gonna be the same. 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 What do you know? It's turned into something sweet to my heart. So please keep it coming. What do you know? It's turned into something sweet to my heart. So please keep it coming. It's never gonna be the same. It's never gonna be the same. It's never gonna be the same. It's never ever gonna be the same. It's never 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 gonna be the same. Keep on getting better, hope it lasts forever. We belong together, yeah, we belong together. Keep on getting better, hope it lasts forever. We belong together, yeah, we belong together. It's turned into something sweet to my heart. So please keep it coming. What's it's turned into something sweet to my heart. So please keep it coming.
on the streets, so distracted. I never let you go back. Souls floating in the night. Stop and rewind. I'm gonna touch your heart, baby, again. Like this. Stop and rewind. We're gonna have this kiss from yesterday. Look, baby, what I have found. A little love story to remind us. All the things I miss when I go. Let's take a chance, baby. The way you play around was awesome. And dance at the break of dawn. Seems so connected. Walking on the streets, so distracted. I have never let you back. Souls floating in the night. Stop and rewind. I'm gonna touch your heart, baby, again. Stop and rewind. We're gonna have this kiss from yesterday. Stop and rewind. I'm gonna touch your heart, baby, again. gonna find my way. I'm gonna find my way, sweet honey. I'm gonna find my way. I'm gonna find my way, sweet darling. I can see myself in the mirror, got me drowning in your tide. Why can't you understand and deliver? Yeah, you know, it just ain't right. You're taking one shot, two shots, three shots. You can't get enough. My darling, you keep drinking, drinking from the devil's cup. What's up? I'm gonna find my way. I'm gonna find my way, sweet honey. I'm gonna find my way. I'm gonna find my way, sweet darling. See, I will do my best until there's nothing left. See, I will do my best to find. I'm gonna find my way. I gotta find my way. Oh, I gotta find my way. Yeah. I gotta find my way. I know I'm gonna find my
Riding through the city with my girl right now. I'ma take her around town with the windows down. Speakers up loud, can you hear that sound? Got the rear view shaking and the windows down. Riding through the city with my girl right now. I'ma take her around town with the windows down. Speakers up loud, can you hear that sound? Got the rear view shaking and the windows down. Whoa, windows down. Riding around town with the windows down. Whoa, windows down. Riding around town with the windows down. Riding through the city with my girl right now. I'ma take her around town with the windows down. Speakers up loud, can you hear that sound? Got the rear view shaking and the windows down. Riding through the city with my girl right now. I'ma take her around town with the windows down. Speakers up loud, can you hear that sound? Got the rear view shaking and the windows down. Whoa, windows down. Riding around town with the windows down. Whoa, windows down. Riding around town with the windows down.
Yeah, my little diva. She push 100 on the meter. We getting higher than sativa. Captain and the leader. And we only going one way. Yeah, we ain't landing on a runway. Nah, every day ain't Monday. Yeah, we be having fun by the sun rays. And it's 'cause I'm up in the clouds and I ain't coming down. Yeah, we got with that brand new sound that I ain't turning down. Getting louder, do not interfere. Every single thing you need is right here. Every other word just speaks in my ear, so I don't show no fear. You can see me, I'm shining, yeah. Money in the whip, that's all about timing, yeah. You know I've been flying, I've been so high, yeah. I've been so high. Yeah, my days where you look at that. So would I throw the book at that? Booty so fat, you cook at that. Yeah, hit it from behind, make her look at that. Yeah. Everything feels so infused, got me feeling like I'm so loose. Baby girl cannot refuse. Yeah, I just need a lighter. 'Cause I'm up in the clouds and I ain't coming down. Nah. With that brand new sound and we ain't turning down. Getting louder, do not interfere. Every single thing you need is right here. Every other word just speaks in my ear, so I don't show no fear. You can see me, I'm shining, yeah. Money in the whip, that's all about timing, yeah. You know I've been flying, I've been so high, yeah. I've been so high. I've been so high. So high. Yeah, my little diva. We getting higher than sativa. Yeah, my little diva.
My man, Todd Jason, with me, Steve O, rocking the show, yo. Hey, yo, yes, wir haben den Flow, yes, yo, and Todd Jason, are about to, yes, yo. Hey, yo, wir zwei machen die Show, Steve O, and Todd Jason, yes, yes, yo. Ich bin deutscher Hip-Hopper, kein abgefuckter Brit-Popper, ein Kick-Trip-Rock und Rap mit Doppel-Kick-Locker. Verbreit mehr Clans, das meiste Proper. Und wenn ich erstmal loslege, nennt man mich den Never-Stopper. Bin kein Geldzocker und auch kein Weed-Dropper. Strahle Ruhe aus, Mann, weil ich bin halt locker. Hört ihr meinen Sound, haut euch vom Hocker. Andere MCs haben Angst, nämlich die Schocker. Weil mein Bass fetter kommt als ein Doppel-Wopper. Mein Doppel-Kick-Style, den ich euch verklickt, weil komm mal relax und auch mal scharf wie ne Flex. Frauen nennen mich, wenn's auch nicht stimmt, ihren Ex. Und schade für nix, weil ich lieb als Sex. On Stage geh ich ab wie Kollege Specs. In meine Haare kommen mir nur Dex-Wax. Weil es hat keinen Sinn, damit was anderem dran zu gehen. Weil ohne würden die einfach nicht so geil stehen. Ich mach mein Hobby zu meinem Beruf, weil ich Musik einfach liebe. Und kein Fake-Ass bin, wie so manch billige Cover-Diebe. Und meine Triebe mich einfach zum Rappen führen. Es ist für mich eine Pflicht, wie für die Telekom die Gebühren. Ich rocke jede Show, ich bin für euch ein Drang. Ich bin für euch ein guter Fang. So nehmt das S zum D zum E zum V zum E zum O. Ich gebe euch den Flow-Zwang. Steve O, Mann, ja. Hey, yo, get your hands down. Dance floor, get your hands down. And Todd Jason, are about to, yes, yo. Hey, get your hands down. Wir zwei machen die Show. Steve O, Todd Jason, are about to, the nation.
I let the cameras roll, I'm flipping the freak show. Bounce like a 6-4, flashlight like a popo. We'll be kind C.O. Laying the show. Girls all dressed up, top so see-through. Top dogs got they wrist on freeze. Ooh. We roaming the streets, flipping the club. 1, 2 to the beat. Good music ain't the hit list. Can I get a witness? Rattle till you roll, cats under control. Eat from the same bowl, keep the clutch on hold. This is how it's done, how you do it. You're too late to blow the the spot, we don't do it. Handle your business like you Jewish. Like Leah Conan, you through it and make an escape in the XJS, Jag or Chrome. God bless C-Ty Jason, buying a bar out. On school in the 80 proof, no doubt. Living dirty, dirty, we call it the max out. Putting nasty tracks out.
Yeah, where your hands at? Rock, where your hands at? Hey, hey, yo, dance floor.
I'm so sad. I don't want this day to end.
I can help you, Peter.
Hello? Who's there?
Right here.
Wait. Are you talking?
Come on, Peter. Don't be scared. I need you, and you need me.
What do you want from me? You're a trophy. Why are you talking?
You must carry me to the Dragonlance champion.
Riley? Is that you?
No.
Okay.
I can give you everything you've ever dreamed of. You can live this day forever.
You would do that for me?
First, you have to... Give me a second.
Hello? Trophy? Are you there?
Yeah, thanks, but I ordered a pepperoni.
You there? Hello?
Hey, Peter! Come on, we have final rehearsal. What are you even doing?
Mate, does your cutlery ever talk to you?
If it can live, I think it wins against the Shavana. It does.
Cannoneers, I don't think there's anything that can put them down. They steal the shields and knock them.
This is gonna be the winner. One is going to be the loser.
But the Volibear so high on HP, nobody can stop the 3-star bear. But it looks like it doesn't matter. She's not even necessary. Shield you.
It is the 6 Pelicans. Zaya is that unit, and in this case, all the hellfire of the cosmos comes a-calling.
Hello everybody and welcome to the TFT EMEA Finals Day 3. That's right, the final day of Rising Legends. We today are going to crown the European, Middle East, and African champion of TFT. I'm a little off kilter. First off, I'm Niberia. That's Buida. That's Counterfeit. I was reading on the screen. We have a screen in front of us, and I was reading off there, and it's in opposite orders here because of the whole stage left, stage right thing. But do you guys remember this morning when we were sitting down, all of us had on our Rising Legends t-shirts, which I wish I could plug on like Redbubble or something, but we can't. Maybe soon. We just met this lady who was like, hey, what are all those shirts? I tried Googling it, and I didn't really get it. So, in honor of Anne, first off, hi Anne, hope you're here. Let's go into a little bit of an explanation of what Rising Legends is. And Peter, I've elected you to perform this explanation for us.
Well, as Matt already said, you know, we're all about the EMEA region, the Europe, Middle East, and Africa, with tons of tournaments allowing all of our players to fight their way through and end up at this event with a chance to go through one of multiple spots through to the Global Championship that will be coming up just a little bit later. There's lots of spots available today and lots of different ways to get there.
You can't have a tournament without memes, and what better place to disseminate memes than Twitter? Wida, resident socials expert of this stage, can you tell us where people can join that conversation?
Yes, so our Twitter account is going to be TFT Esports EMEA. Of course, that is going to be with a little @ sign in front of it.
Yep.
And if you're more of a hashtag type of person, we have hashtag TFT Rising Legends as well if you do want to get engaged.
I really love when breakfasts at restaurants come with hashtags. Just absolutely delicious. Of course, this is going to be our finals here in Rising Legends. And if you're not familiar with the format, let's run it down really quick for you. We had 2 days of 32 players, which led to our elimination day today. Only 8 players remain, and the player with the highest points at the end of the day will move on to the Dragonlands Championship with 4 of their friends. Top 5 are going to be taken directly to the championship, and 6th and 7th place will be given a chance to make it to the last chance qualifier. That's going to be next week. But guys, let's get everyone ready, get them hyped, remind them of what happened yesterday. What were your top moments, real quick, because we've got a video to handle all this. I just like it coming from a human first.
I mean, we just saw like a lot of great play. We saw a lot of consistent play. I think that was big. We have a different game that we want to highlight a little bit later on.
That's
my
spoiler.
That is my favorite one.
Tag. Follow along with that later, guys. But first, we're going to send you off to recap yesterday's games. Get you ready for the last game of TFT Rising Legends. It'll be coming up later today.
Hello and welcome back to the EMEA Rising Legends Finals. I am here with Impatches Panda and Wida. My name is Makes, and unfortunately something has happened yesterday night. Somebody stole our dearest secret lat chairs, and now I guess we have to open the show standing until we can find...
And now we're going to get into it. Game number 1 of day 2. The knockout stage begins now.
Totally different breed than what we're seeing from Skarambes here. I don't think they are going to die.
That shield!
Wait a second, the shield one off.
Nah.
It's still not good enough.
However, in this built different composition, having a much better win.
You've got infinite shields, you've got infinite cards. It's not doing a ton of damage, but it's doing enough. The stun comes in, Graves ripping into Shyvana. We'll ignore her for a second as she goes into invincibility frames, but it doesn't matter. See if they can hold on and get a few more better drops. In this case, we can see the front line deteriorates under the rain of hellfire coming out of our friend Yone.
Alios is still standing, and so is the Graves. That's not going to be an option here. And the Varus actually carries, but it's not enough.
The big thing as well is going to be that Xayah free, and there it is!
The Xayah is untouched on the left-hand corner of the board, just completely destroying anything and everything that is in her path. Nothing's going to keep on standing, and Salvi actually gets knocked out here as Dasig claims another win in this tournament. There's only a Zac in their way, allowing that Kai'Sa to keep on going 1 against 2. She will be able to take it. And Coco.
Raiko is going to survive the Aeoshin cast for a 3rd time here in the fight here, and that will be the end of it. Super Eagle should be able to win it, get past the invulnerability on Diamond's hand, and that will be the win for Raiko. The Italian player is trying his best to make it to day 3, gets 8 points in the final game of the day.
Liberia, I believe we do have some business to attend to. I believe we have a list ready.
All right, let's take a look at our qualified players coming into tomorrow, the final day. From all of us here, front and back of house, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow, 3 p.m. CET, to crown our EMEA Rising Legends champion. We'll see you there. It's you. You're here. I see you. Congratulations on coming back. It was a simple instruction, but harder than you'd think for most. Of course, guys, day 2 was full of absolute bangers. Even off stream, the lobbies were ridiculous. Solo making it in by the skin of his teeth, a single point difference, letting him into the top 8 there.
I mean, that game was just wild. I've only seen the screenshot. I haven't had time to really fully watch it. Like 3 star 5 casts.
Yeah.
They're living the Shimmer Scale dream. That's what we all hope for and dream for, is that one day we'll be able to have a board that's so ridiculous it just can't be dealt with in any way.
Well, fun fact, Peter, we have some numbers to tell you exactly what those boards are at home. If you're wondering, okay, the season's ending soon, I need all of the LP that I can get, we got you covered. We're going to show you the top 3 compositions coming into day number 3, give you a little taste of the meta coming out, and of course, to my, there, I got it right the first time, to my right, Seraphine with the Graves, just absolutely dominating the meta 3 days in a row.
It's worth noting, these are the most played comps of the 8 players that we are going to be seeing today, I do believe, right? So again, these are the players that have, they put themselves forward, and again, should be a bit of a precursor for what we are going to be seeing all throughout today.
Yeah, I think that little Mirage icon over in the corner sort of belies the fact that it's a very distinct kind of Mirage that we're seeing, particularly in day 1, just absolutely dominating everyone. The Yone felt like a question without an answer, but in day 2, as I said, things started to swing more in the Graves Seraphine direction.
Yeah, I think Yone is in a really weird spot where it wasn't the most played composition, but the average placement is higher than any other composition we have from these players. You've got, all right, I'm going to throw some numbers at you. I apologize. I hate doing it, but I promise it'll make sense. You have an average placement of 2.8 for the Seraphine composition, 2.75 for Yone, so barely edging out a win, but that composition has just been absolutely dominating our games.
Absolutely right. It's one of those comps that are just, it's pretty relatively easy to pull off. Because again, you can use, as long as you get a couple of bows, you are pretty much set to go with either the Rapid Fire Cannon or Rage Blades or Swift Emblem with a lot of the open spats. And I think that was something that we saw a lot on stream yesterday was we had a very high amount of spatulas just open on the carousels. And we saw players actively try to gun for them compared to what we might have seen earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, there were so many times that people just grab hold of that spatula and just go into the Swift Shot. We discussed a little bit back in day number 1, that there's so many people who were trying to get the Yone setup put together. It took very little encouragement to go down that route.
Yeah, it was just, oh, I got a bow. You know what a bow reminds me of? Yone, because it kind of rhymes, bone, yone.
He's a skinny fella.
Yeah. All right, we're just going to roll past that awful joke and head in to show you guys the qualified players coming in today. 10 rounds of intense teamfight tactics action, of course, led to the top 8 we're going to be seeing today. Some new names, but some familiar ones as well, Rita.
Yeah, and this is one of the biggest history markers of competitive TFT, because you have Daisy who returns to his first final lobby of a regional since set 3 together with Solo Gazang. Both of those was in that lobby together with the one and only Double 61, who's going to be making his second final in a row, but his third overall. And when Case Bob is in these lobbies, he tends to win them.
Well, a big thing for me here is between the players who were kind of consistently there and the players that had to really work. It was obviously enough to have your name start with S, because Salvi and Solixan, they both had to really punch their way up the table. We were talking about, in our previous day, saying you had to have some really high performances, and they did. Whereas we've got the other players up towards the top who were able to maintain that position very well without having to have those really crazy games.
And I think our resident German is going to be very happy with that information, knowing that both players got in. A little bit of a bumpy ride, but they got in, so I'm sure Makes will be telling us about it for the rest of the day when the casters come on board. But until then, we've got some information on how the players performed relative to their day 1. So a little context for these numbers. You're going to need it. The numbers you're seeing on screen behind me is the change in their performance day 1. So if, for example, Solo Gasang behind me to my left got 0 points on day 1, first off, he wouldn't be here in day number 3. And actually, since you get 1 point from an 8th, that would be more impressive.
You would have been fully absent.
Yeah, that would have actually been more impressive than breaking top 8 to me. But this plus 11 would mean that on day number 2, he got 11 points instead. So that contextualizes how much our players have grown from day 1 to day 2 and what we might expect or look out for coming into day number 3.
And of course, you can see Dasik up in the top left there with a very small number. It doesn't matter if it's plus or minus, really, just showing that kind of consistency of performance. Again, this was the whole discussion before. When you're towards the top of the table in our previous days of play, then you were always looking about playing consistently. And I think Dasik in particular has demonstrated that.
Yeah, I think that, again, a lot of these players, you're talking about Dasik, Double, they were in pretty much. There were only 5 of the players that were in our top 8 now, I believe, were in the top 8. When we started, we started yesterday. It kind of speaks to the matter of how important having a good day 1 is.
I think two of these numbers are going to be a little bit not demonstrative without context. And I think for me, those players are going to be Double 61 and Bricks. And hopefully I'm pointing in the right direction, but it doesn't matter because you'll see them on screen right now, all the way over there. This man started with 5 first-place finishes total. Day number 1 had 3 in a row. So having negative performance on day number 2, it's just like, well, yeah, how are you going to replicate 3 out of 5 of your games being first-place finishes?
To be fair, their first 2 games in day 2 were first-place finishes, so they seem to be on course to
weirdly consistent there as well.
I mean, that's an incredible run, but the rest of the day going much, much worse for them. You know, it's unclear at this point whether that's going to be the other players adapting to them or maybe even just some level of fatigue from operating at that kind of extreme level.
We kind of saw that last set as well with, you know, Lococo and Double, who had an incredible like days 1 and days 2s where they barely bot fought at all.
Yeah, and I think Double as well is a player that we want to watch out for. Obviously, our resident world champion here in EMEA, twice won the regional finals, but his performances in the last couple of days have been absolutely incredible. Never taken home a first place finish, but consistently 2nd or 3rd place, and that's why he's amassed so many points coming into this day. Remember, we're not doing checkmate, so all you need is as many points as possible, which means Double in a really good position.
I mean, who would have thought it, right? Like, definitely not me. I mean, we could get the graphic ready here in just a second.
No.
Because I definitely didn't predict this, right? You know?
Yeah. Well, because we're not cowards, we didn't put a prediction there for Double. Oh, why'd they have to draw faces and letters on Panda Knight's predictions?
You're being graded.
Panda, this is ridiculous. We both won because we had the bravery to make incorrect predictions. We were the only 2 brave enough to be wrong twice.
Oh boy. It's a shame none of the dark horses did manage to make it through, but yeah, my dark horse pick, Darkest, did get pretty darn close.
Yeah, I was really bummed about that. Darkest, of course, coming in this season and starting off they've been an incredible player recently. The first day showing us the strength of those Guardian compositions and playing very consistently, missing out by 1 or 2 placements in the end. Just absolutely tragic.
Yeah, and Darkest does not have that tournament experience nearly at all, so I think we could expect really big things from them going forward.
Yeah, just like in general, right, because I was looking this morning, we have 3 repeaters from last finals back in set 6 months ago. And that's going to be Double 61, Lelouch, and Lococo, right? Lococo was back then was the big splash. Lelouch, the player we know from that, Double 61, obviously the all-star of almost like Western TFT in general. I think it's safe to say. And for me, the most wildest thing here is Salvi. This is the first time he's been in the position where he actually has a chance to qualify. He was the first place finisher in the closed qualifier for the Reckoning EMEA finals, but fell flat when push really came to shove back then.
And you and I were having this discussion before we came onto the show today, and I was saying, you know, one of the things I keep mentioning about Salvi, because he's been so massively improved, is that his placement in these Riot tournaments has been going up and up and up. But you made the point that outside of these official like qualifier tournaments, Salvi's always been a really good competitive player.
Yeah, he really has. He just, again, it comes down to his playstyle now, and again, now he's revamped his approach to the game, doesn't stream anymore, only really plays in competitive tournaments, right? He's been doing pretty okay for himself in German tournaments as well. And this might just be the set where we finally get to see Salvi on the world stage, which for a lot of people is something that they really wish for him.
One player which I do want to highlight, though, particularly because they kind of exemplify in themselves one of the concerns for today is, we mentioned before, you know, we've got a lot of spots available for last chance qualifier, a lot of spots available for Worlds. There is one person from today who's not going to go any further. And the person for who that is the biggest concern is Noel. They came in 7th and 8th. They are in the position that's most likely to be eliminated at this point. And it's going to be an absolute heartbreaker for whichever of our 8 players that ends up being.
Yeah, the pride of Hungary coming in with so much community support. I'm really pulling for him. He and Bricks are the 2 players that I'm really just have had such a journey this set, and I'm hoping that it's going to be rewarded. Now, you may be wondering, there's just 3 of us on the stage at the moment. Our other 2 casters, Makes and Panda, seem to be noticeably absent, and I'm looking at the run of show here in front of me, and it says they're talking about 1960s Spanish architecture. Let's just see what that's about.
As I was telling you, Makes, renowned Spanish architect Juan Antonio García Solera in 1969. Nice. That's when he really hit his groove. Hello everyone, I'm Impetuous Panda from the Rising Legends broadcast team, and we are here in Teamfighting Tactics with one of the top German players. Make, are you ready for regional finals? Are you ready for the new patch mix? What do you think about the changes?
You did not just do me like that.
Mix does not seem ready. I would be on red alert if you're German because it's going downhill already. Now in all seriousness, Makes, you are my co-caster, also on the Rising Legends broadcast team. We are in very sunny Alicante in a library recording this segment. And I wanted to ask you, Makes, how are you feeling about the tournament, about the competitors, about Germany on the rise for set 7?
Yeah. So the thing is, Germany actually really has been growing. I think you said it earlier. And the last time we had the EMEA finals, there was not a single German player. This time around, we have 5. That's such a massive growth on a 32-player base. So Germany's chances are really good. We have some kind of old guard competitors coming back. Speaking of Solo Gesang, speaking of Salvi, speaking of Dark Hydra even. Like, there's so much going on, and I'm really, really excited for this region to kind of come back and show us what they're actually able. But it's not the only region that I'm looking forward to.
That was a setup for my own Spanish patriotism because Spain is also on the rise coming into set 7. We had AK Wonder, only one player in the Gizmos and Gadgets Championship, or regional finals rather, last set. This time around we have 4 players, so it's grown quite a bit. We have players like Revan, one of the biggest streamers in EMEA in Spain as well, but just as a whole in Europe, also competing. So it's great to see some of these names that at the start of the set said, hey, I'm going to take this really seriously. I'm going to go all in on competitive TFT. And then they have that success. They have that kind of the fruits of their labor coming into this championship. And hopefully, not just regionals, hopefully at least, maybe let's do a German and a Spanish player. At least one, both make it to Worlds. Okay, business handshake between us.
The script is written. But I do want to speak a little bit about Turkey. Because I feel like Ging is, yes, a player we've known that does exceptionally well. We'll see him. But there's other players that are coming in that are doing really, really good as well. So Darkest has been one of the players that consistently just astonished me with a playstyle that's super creative. But in general, a lot from the Turkish region. You can see that all of the regionals in EMEA are growing. Mujiwara, one of the players we have to shout out, has done fantastic throughout the tournament. So, you know, I think if we loved the EMEA finals last time, this time around we're in for a treat.
It makes, now we get to the meat of the reason we're doing this segment. We want to know what the predictions are for yourself and for myself as well in terms of what players we think will win the whole tournament. So not just making it to Worlds, but actual dominating first place victory, and who will be our dark horse who has a chance, maybe not an absolute favorite, but still someone that you think and I think that viewers should watch out for and should say, hey, this guy maybe has something to do here as well. So what are your predictions?
Okay, so I'm going to stay a little bit away from the Germans because I don't want to jinx them. I do think Salvi is definitely one of the players to look out for, as great chances to take it. But it's not going to be my winner prediction.
Very wise.
Still think Team French Tactics has a very good standing. I watched Hex League just yesterday and it was amazing. So good games. And I did pick Le Coco as winner for my predictions. Because, like, okay, KC double, yes, absolutely. If he shows up, he shows up. You know, that's kind of what we've been saying all along. And but I feel like he hasn't shown up so far in this set as strong as I would expect him to.
Okay.
So I feel like maybe this is a time where another French player takes it. And I was looking at Volta. Volta is similar to KC double, not many competitive success in set 7. And I do think Le Coco has a fair chance. He has been a competitor for a long, long time, so I went with Le Coco.
But my pick will be Ging, someone that I think is also very, very consistent in both ladder and in tournaments. He almost reached 2KLP this last week on EU West, which is one of the harder servers to do it on. You know, one of the big servers like NA and Chinese server in Korea. He's done it in Turkey, got to 2.2K at some point. So a very good player. He's been into Worlds already multiple times, not just once. He was there last set as well. And hasn't quite had that great Worlds performance, hasn't quite had that huge tournament win, as far as I can recall, in the last 2 sets. So we're hoping that, or I'm hoping at least, that this is a tournament for him. I think he definitely has the ability and the talent to do so. He's proven that, just hasn't had maybe like some players say, that high roll moment, that high roll day, where everything clicks.
The more dog blessing.
The more dog blessing, where you're able to win it. But if he doesn't do it for whatever reason, my dark horse will be Chuso. Chuso is one of the top Spanish players. He's very quietly kind of sneaked into the top list of Spanish players for me, this set especially. Very consistent, very just wholesome, nice guy as well, really interacts with the Spanish community in a great way, and I think a player that has proven a lot this set to me, and hopefully to the viewers as well in regionals, as we're seeing it now happening. But I think that's all from us and from this correspondence from the library in a museum in Alicante. Thank you, Megs, for your input and your predictions. And we'll see you guys. Well, we're probably on the desk right now, so we'll go back to us.
We'll just wave back to the desk.
Us from the future. See you there.
Hello everybody, welcome back, and according to that outro, I'm Makes and this is David over here on my right hand side. But importantly, I'm in the mood for learning. Seeing that library has stirred feelings of the scholastic book fairs of yore. And Wida, I understand you have something of an educational moment prepared for us.
As much as I can, you know, it's from the man, the myth, the legend, that is going to be Dasik, you know, the inventor of terms as you don't ask. So I didn't ask him. I'm just going to use my own assumptions here, right, as we are going to be looking at Dasik's game number 4, round 9 overall yesterday, where he did end up piloting a Saya composition to first place. He starts off here with a very traditional opener with the Astros just for pure economy here. But you look at his econ, or you look at his augment, sorry, should I say, as well as the Titan's Resolve slammed onto the Skana. Because of the fact he got the double bow opener, you're not going to be looking for the AP tree right here.
What do we got on the screen here, Wida? What's up next?
Up next here, we're going to be going all the way up to 4-1. A little bit of drawing the rest of the owl here, but again, traditional mid-game here. Found a Varus 2 very early on here. Picked up a Spatula on the Crux, then made a switched emblem after the initial carousel on stage number 3. So what we're seeing now here is actually the fact that he has the Varus 2 lined up, as well as a Saya on the board, but he is going to be prioritizing itemizing the Varus 2 here. The Hand of Justice will be moved over to the Saya, but Giant Slayer plus the Titan's Assault will be going on to the Varus here, as Varus is the more disposable unit. And because of the fact there's something we're going to see a little bit later on here, that the double item slots open on the Saya will come in very handy. And that is, in fact, we're seeing the full transition here. He's kind of trying things out here. The Hecarim is not going to stay. The Pantheon is not going to stay. It's just about guaranteeing the best things. And here we have it. This is the most important point of the entire game, actually, because most people here will be like, okay, cool, Sunfire board, pretty good catch lock, but Heroic Presence, great when you have a lot of Guardians in play, you know, try to save the Saya. You know, just more, the continuous taunt is fantastic, but Dasik, knowing that he is going to be committing to Saya, says, you know what? I want the Shimmer Skull Heart, because that means that I can go for 5 Shimmer, I can do double economy items, and I can just start turning it around. Because the thing about Saya and why she is so hard to pull off right now, the composition is incredibly expensive. And we can see here now, we are moving on to the point where we now have a Saya 2 with the duplicator he has as well, picked up earlier on. But he has 2 Saya 2s. But if you look at the items here, the Giant Slayer, which has been best in slot on Saya for pretty much the entirety of the set, has still been staying on the Varus here. And the really big thing here is the Shyvana and Shop. And I was watching this back earlier, and he doesn't pick it up. And then on the following turn, he rolls past the Shyvana. And the thing is that he needs to build up his economy to be able to fully set up the pivot, because there's no Bard in play right now. And when you have like Bard 2 and you have the 2-star Shyvana, then you can kind of start, you know, doing it. Because the thing is that the synergy between Bard and Shyvana is super important. And we can see now here that he has found the Saya 2, and he is going to be a Saya 2. Bard 2 has been found, etc. We are doing everything we can right now to highlight the best player possible. And you can see now he's gone down to just a 4 Shimmer, so no longer 5 Shimmer skill, which means that now he's moved a Rune's Hurricane onto the Saya again, going for a more direct damage item, more so the fact that the Gold Metal Staff, while it is incredibly good at building economy, is nowhere near best slot on the Saya. We can see here now as well, he has the Shyvana 2 ready to go on the bench with the Shyvana in shop, and it can now start rolling because he has so much gold to work with to find out Bard 2 as well and complete the transition. And here we have the final state of the board before that the Saya 3 is going to be the main objective of the game, which will be found in just a short moment here. But we are going to be entering our 1v1 situation very shortly. We see a couple of players still alive. And this is the big one here. Jace as well in the shop here. Jace synthesizes very nicely with Shyvana. Another thing that kind of had to be put into place before it was really able to pull off this transition entirely. And there we have it here in the 1v1 situation. Here we can see the heads up The Saya 3 in the shop here on stage 6-6. So over the course of just 3 stages, from 6-1 to 6-6, so that's 5 stages, whatever you want to decide, because the carousel kind of comes in there as well. He picks up, he has like 2 switch emblems, which does mean he was at 5 switches for a while, which is why the Varus was so good for the continuous CC, but just overall the damage simplification from the bar 2 now is just so big combined with that Shyvana. And again, another thing here, positioning-wise, I want to highlight here. Look at the positioning here from Salvi, who's going to be his opponent in the 1v1. He is all the way over to the right with his frontliner because he's trying to Shroud, and Basic knows the Shroud is in play. So he's positioning out, he's spreading out his board, splitting in half, he's separating his carries. And just by nature of the fact that there's no frontliner in front of Saya right here, he has a Jace just to catch it all off. It's going to give a lot of time because the units are going to walk up from the side of Salvi and just give Saya a full free reign to just delete the backline. And victory for Basic! Hooray! And that might be the case today. I know he is one of the favorites to a lot of people, at least to make it through, in the top 5 positions.
Yeah, he seemed very confident in the interview yesterday as well. But of course, it wouldn't be a Rising Legends show if we didn't have a couple little goodies for you. Peter, run the people through what they can get between LoL Esports and Twitch.
Well, if you get onto the LoL Esports channel, make sure you're logged in with your Riot account, then you can be getting drops all the way through today. Of course, in Twitch as well, you can be watching out for the giveaways there. There'll be questions coming in, and it's going to be the quick draw who'll be able to get the rewards.
And of course, to top it all off, we have to give a huge shout out to our partners, AMD, for helping us with the tournament. And you can win your very own AMD laptop. And I have to be very careful with this phrasing now because all of you misbehaved greatly yesterday, and our social media manager was very sad. It looked good to AMD though, so I'm kind of like 50-50 on it, you know? Everyone loves seeing their name. So you're going to be looking for that command once. I cannot stress this enough. It only needs to be typed once for like the entire break. Keep your eye on chat. And once you see the link posted, you can enter that giveaway on Twitter. Give yourself a chance to get an AMD Advantage laptop. I'll be showing off one of them later on the desk. I got a little Rising Legends sticker for it and everything. It's really fun. So keep your eyes out for that. That'll be happening at the Treasure Dragon every single game. Now, we're going to head over to the casters. You've been waiting. We've been waiting. The players have been waiting. Game 1 of the final day of Rising Legends begins now. Makes, David, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. And we have been idling here, waiting in our positions for that game to start. And I know you have too, chat. My name is Makes. I'm here with Impatches Panda. And Panda, we have cut down our players significantly. It is only 8 players that now remain. Who are you putting your bet on? I'm going to put you on the spot.
It has to be Dasik. I'm just a fan of competition. I'm a fan of competence, of players that are able to prove that they deserve to be here. And I think no one has done it more than Dasik in this set. Maybe in all of the history of EMEA as well, alongside 61. One of the legendary figures that everyone knows as just a top tier player. But just the 8 players here today, there's no flukes. This is incredibly stacked. Maybe Noel is more of a dark horse, more of an underdog for this set specifically. But overall, this lobby is just something else. We're going to be in for a treat. And the fact that it's one whole lobby the entire time, all 6 games, the micro meta of these players as well, kind of knowing what they've been playing this whole tournament and knowing kind of how to react to the other playstyles.
And that is so interesting because I was mulling over all of the boards that these players had in day 1 and day 2. And I can really not find a player that has like that stringent style where, you know, okay, they're going to default to Darkflight whenever they can or to Seraphine Graves. We had amazing variety throughout all of this tournament from these 8.
Not so much so in the carousel, though. Heavily leaning towards AD. It looked like lots of swords, lots of bows, one singular rod there, but no tiers for players that are maybe looking at something like a blue buff Kaisa, some Lagoon angles as well starting off. Looks like it's going to be maybe an AD-centric lobby here today, but Karma, to start things off for Solgasang, someone that unfortunately we missed his last game yesterday. I've heard rumors about it being maybe the best game of TFC that we've ever witnessed, or ever not witnessed, actually. 5 costs, just incredible.
So, let me just give you the quick rundown. First, Double61, who was in that lobby, finds 5 dragons with an additional dragon augment. So by stats has 6 dragons online as a trade. Unfortunately, with the Zippy, goes 7th. Then we have a Pantheon 3 from Volteriix. We have a Nyla 3 coming in. And Zologazang was just chilling there. Zoraka 3, Bart 3. I believe it was Zoe 3 as well. There was so much going on. I cannot stress it enough. Go back and watch the VOD of our lovely players, but not now, because now game number 1 starts. We have 6 in total today, and this could be just what we need to find out where we're headed.
And Solo only achieved that incredibly expensive board thanks to the Shimmer skill trait, something we'll be seeing all throughout the day. We saw it in day 1, we saw it in day 2, we saw it in NA in pretty much every region. Anyone that's playing competitive TFT at a very high level right now understands the importance of econ and understands that Shimmer skill is usually the best way to get to that point where you have those Fast 9 boards, those Dragon boards, those 3-star 5 cost. And it all comes off of one item in particular, which is Goldmancer's Staff. But keep an eye out for specifically this one because it's so incredibly good. But we also have to keep an eye out for Mirage. It will be, as it seems to be, maybe half of the lobbies that we have on this stream throughout these days. Executioner's Edge, once again, incredibly good for Yone, but also for the Deja.
Yeah, and we're going to go in with Golden Augments to start us off here.
I like it.
Nice and easy, not too, no mattering, but gonna give us a little bit of a statement, a little bit of a direction, a little bit of tempo throughout this. We can see Dasik is still thinking about it.
The 10x strength used to be incredible at the start of set 7 when you had that full bruiser board, when you had the Orin back in the day, when you had the Siphon and Olaf doing kind of the double carry kind of thing with the bruisers, but not so much now. And yeah, I think Luden's Echo is the way to go. Combat training can be very good if you have an early Yone, for example, can be massive, maybe into a prismatic scope weapons as a second augment, but a little bit harder to pull off in most cases. Luden's Echo will be the choice instead. Something to talk about for double 61. Watch out from the top rope. It's Lilia, and this could be a Lilia reroll game if he finds a few more skill scored units.
Base camp to
Lilias. It's done. It's already okay. He's
what
input
else are you asking for? We saw it yesterday in NA, and I had an intricate discussion with one of the TFT devs after they said, the American players, they're playing Lilia. I was like, hello.
Hello, Kent.
EMEA has been doing that for the entire weekend, and now our back-to-back champion of EMEA whips it out once more.
One thing to talk about, something that I think we've been seeing all throughout these days and something that we've been seeing in competitive TFT, especially in this set, the 2-1 augment really decides your directions. Most players have agreed, most high-level players, that it's not as flexible as other sets. It's more about playing specific lines to a very optimal level, and it seems to be the case here for Double 61. Someone that we know as a very creative, very flexible player, someone that in set 6 played so many different boards and comps to become that regional champion. In this case, he's locking himself into one comp at the very start of the game, which is maybe a little bit sad for some players that love playing flexibly, but for us that love seeing a player really squeeze out the maximum value out of a comp, really show us how it's done, I think it's going to be a fantastic game from Double 61.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And just letting you know that he was not one of the players that we previously saw on that Lilia reroll. So yet again, playing a comp he hasn't played in this tournament before, just knowing that it works out well. We see another Lilia here from Noel. Is not going to be a reroll angle though.
Salvi has the gold collector onto the Kaisa, has the Lagoon online, starting to get those stacks rolling. Doesn't have Shimmer skill on just yet, but someone that we did see with gold collector also yesterday was Brix. And this connection between Salvi and Brix, I think they have a lot more similarities as well. Yesterday, they're the two players that really tried to go for that Seraphine Graves comps very, very often. I think Brix played it in 3 different games. He was able to top 4, and Salvi did it in 2 to be able to qualify to this day 3. So something to look out for today as well, if they're going to contest each other on the Seraphine Graves comp.
Yeah, and we see our augments come in on the left side of the screen. Lakoko taking a little bit of a safe route here with the Metabolic Accelerator. Going to get a lot of healing out of that augment, but notably in the later stages of the game is going to be down 1 combat augment, where other players have picked up the Mage Crest, we've seen the Guild Crest, Base Camp, of course, Ludens, generally a lot of more board strength augments.
And Brick seems to be angling towards Rengar for now. Hasn't fully committed to Darkflight just yet. Has only built a Runon that can work on other carries, but it is optimally built on Rengar in this current meta. No Darkflight essence yet, but for now, an early Rengar means that you are going to have a very high tempo performance in stage 2. 2 wins right now can try and make this a 5-win streak going into Krugs.
Okay, and here I kind of have to repeat what our pre-show desk has been saying. This man, Brix, is on a 50% first rate, not top 4 rate, first rate. Out of 10 games, he has gotten a first place in 5 games in day 1 and day 2. That is unbelievable.
It's a small sample size, but just for reference, most top players on ladder have somewhere between a 20 and maybe a 30 in some very, very strange cases. So 50% with how stacked these lobbies have been, with the 32 best players in the EMEA, that is definitely a fantastic feat. And I think Brix is one of the players that is in top form coming today. Really all the players, I think, that yesterday proved that they deserve to be here in this day 3.
Absolutely. I mean, right, we could do this for every single player. They all have great feeds, but I feel like we needed to get that out. I've not seen a win rate like this in any of our tournaments just yet. And Brix whipping this out at the EMEA finals, where the competition is as, close as it can get, is just incredibly impressive.
Talking about not just win rate, but top 4 rate, someone that really is able to do that very, very often in these big tournaments. Double 61, last regional finals, I don't know if you remember, but going to day 3, he had top 4'd every single lobby in day 1 and 2, which is incredible.
Yeah.
In this tournament, he almost did the same thing going into game 5 yesterday on day 2. He had also top 4'd all 8 lobbies before that, then unfortunately got a few worse placements in that game 5 and 6, or that game 5 rather, but still very, very impressive from him, and I think someone that is the epitome of consistency. Found out how to justice on that Lilia now, and is going to try and get that 2-star Lilia, hopefully, going to stage 3.
Yeah, and let's bring it back a little bit to the game, because we are seeing some Kaisas slowly turning up. And Kaisa reroll has also been something that we are kind of familiarizing ourselves with. It's not super preferable for most of the players, but she has shown up in some of the Dragonmancer reroll comps, and she's just generally a really, really good item carrier to go towards those later Dragon boards.
First, Shimmer Scale item will be Determined Investor, one of the the best ones to get early on. If you happen upon an Ida somewhere in stage 3, you try and check the Shimmer Scale item, it's a Determined Investor. Maybe that's a little bit too late, but already in stage 2, a few stacks have already been built onto this Determined Investor. When we get to 7 stacks, it will become Diamond Hands, which was an incredibly relevant item all throughout this tournament in terms of just stalling out on a main tank and Idas in that late game.
Absolutely, and we are currently on the board of Likoko, who's facing off against Dasik. We can see that Dasik already has a Morello Nomicon slam, which might just be a little bit of direction to go into that Grave Seraphine build.
Talking about the micro meta of today and what's at stake, 5 spots to go to Worlds, 2 for LCQ, which essentially means players are not necessarily trying to go for that 1st or 8th place. They want to play consistent. Even if you're 5th place, you might get a little bit less prize money, okay. But I think for every player here, especially with the prize money at Worlds, the key thing is getting to Worlds in the first place. So I think I understand why the HP totals are a little bit more condensed than usual. No one's open forwarding as they have in past days.
Yeah, and as our economy overlay on the right side of the screen comes in, I just want to thank our fellow partner, Blitz.gg, once more. And I'd love to see some love in chat from you guys for this amazing overlay. Shout out to Arthur, who's been watching our broadcast, who's been supporting us along the way for all of Set 7. We love you, and I hope chat just once listens to me and sends some love your way as well.
It's been a godsend to really have all this information for us as casters as well, getting all this info. TFT is a game that, above anything else, has so much information to deal with. When a set starts, I just get anxious with how much there is to deal with. But in this case, it makes it so much easier. You have the win streak, you have the gold, you have the comps as well. You can read into the game and understand the strategy so much better all the way from the beginning of Stage 2.
Absolutely, and we are seeing that Brix is already being a little bit spendy here, rolling down, trying to find something as he is on 100 HP. Same for Salvi. Both of these players are on a 5-win streak and will be looking to keep that up. They leveled to level 60 or 3-1, a little bit of an early level to make sure they maintain that, but we're going to see whether or not they can keep it up.
And we're seeing Lelouch here, of course. This is not Dasik. It is actually Lelouch playing the Astrals with the Mage crest already onto this Skarner, getting that double cast right away. And overall, this is a comp that we've seen players do very well with. Matelas in the very first game of this tournament. And other players like Revan, I think Arrow as well in day 2, weren't quite able to pull it off as they would have wished to. They just weren't able to find those upgrades fast enough. So we'll see how Lelouch wants to navigate it, because it's slow roll at 5 to get those 1 cost to 3-star, or if he will be trying to go for 6 instead and slow rolling for Lux, maybe a Lux 3-star.
this is really interesting because we haven't really seen the Astral come through for Lelouch in day 1 and day 2. And he's also not necessarily known as a reroll player. So I'm very curious how this one turns out as the Silver Augments roll on in. It's going to be Thieves' Gloves for Lelouch.
Yeah, Band of Thieves, one of the better placement augments when it comes to stats. Just overall gives you immediate board strength, especially if you have 3-stars that can use items so well that the items get multiplied so much more by the base stats already on those 3-stars. So for a combo like this one for Lelouch, I think it's an insta-pick for a reason there.
Absolutely. We're going to check in with what everybody else is on, but I can tell you one player who has picked up the Tiny Titans, going to be Noel, who has risen above the rest of the lobby and set a statement in forms of an HP cushion towards everyone else.
A minor setback for Double 61. Lelouch will be picking up a few Lilias along the way as well for that mage combo he's trying to build up with the Astral. So maybe Double 61 will have a bit of a harder time finding out Lilias. 3-star might take a little bit longer to do so, maybe somewhere in stage 4, but curious to see exactly what Double 61 is going to do. He has Cavalier Heart. There are 2 ways to take this Lilia. You can go more into the Cav roll, or you can get some Dark Flex in, for example. You can sacrifice the Ice Cream Cone that the North American region loves so much and get all that extra AP onto the Lilia. But this might be more of a heavy, vertical Cavalier route instead, more defensive.
Yeah, with base camp, of course, is going to go into those scale scorns, and getting that Cavalier Heart is just going to help to really build that one out. So I'm excited to see where that Lilia from KC Double is going. But somebody else that's going is Salvi, and he's going up 100 HP, still win streaking from the very start. That's definitely something you need to look out for. He picked up the Portable Forge early on, then the Blue Battery. So really on a good tangent here.
Now look at Sologasang has already a Graves. He played Graves yesterday when he had that one build diff game. I think him and Lelouch are the 2 players that were able to navigate that build diff into a top 4, which is the important part. Not just playing it, but actually doing well with it. In this case now, not going to be build diff, going to be instead the Cybernetic Implants, a Thrill of the Hunt, 2 great augments for Graves, and possibly for that Seraphine Graves combo we've been talking about so much. A 2.8 average placement in a field like this is incredible for that comp.
And we are seeing Salvi on the other side of the board. So a matchup of our 2 remaining German players here coming through. And we can see where Salvi has gotten the board strength from. There's a Karma 2 with 3 items, one of it collectors, that has been printing money and just allowed him to get that board strength in. But the Graves is onto her, and that will probably be the dethroning of Salvi's win streak.
When the health totals are much lower, Thrill of the Hunt just heals more percentage-wise, which is why this Graves is able to reset to almost full health. The Bloodthirster as well helping in that case as well. And overall, there's just not enough burst damage, usually in stage 3. Overall damage is a bit lower. Units are not itemized yet, at least not triple items, and allow Graves to really just walk around, resetting and killing off every unit one by one.
Interesting unit here in the store. It feels like no one is going for Dark Flight in this lobby, but a Rengar with a BF sword, not a bad pickup at all. And it will be Zologazang who goes for it.
Could be an Edge of Night onto that Graves later on. Just needs a Chain Vest off of the next PV round off of those Wolves. One more thing to talk about here, I think, is going to be Lekoko. Shimmer Skill Crest was the pickup for him. Currently 64 in the standings. Has Metabolic Accelerator, though. He's going to be able to heal up a little bit. This augment, of course, was nerfed. In the past, you healed on PvE rounds as well, which is a little bit broken, to be honest. Now it's a little bit safer. It was a first pick, of course, on the first augment. So overall, you're going to heal around 30 to 40 HP throughout a game, which is, if you think about it, kind of crazy, although it is a gold augment.
Exactly, it is a gold augment, and we are seeing Tiny Titans in the same round. That's a silver augment. It's also going to give you those extra 30. So we're going to see how these 2 play out. Of course, they're going to impact the lobby trajectory just a little bit with 2 players having so much extra HP to work with. And Lekoko is showing really how to navigate this one. On a 7 loss streak, was just making sure he gets that economy up with a loss streak and gets that gold rolling.
Determined Investor, that was the last round to have it pop. There it is. Diamond Hands is now online. We're not even in stage 4. This is where you want to be with that item. If you get into Shimmer Skill a little bit too late, it feels a little bit bad because essentially you're kind of down a trait because that item is non-existent until it actually becomes Diamond Hands. In this case, perfect timing for Lekoko, and maybe now the chance to lose streak all the way into Wolves, lose a little bit more HP, and then turn things around in stage 4 and really bounce back with all the golds you're going to be able to get.
Yeah, and we are hopping over with Lekoko, looking what that spatula might be. He still has the option, he still has some items available, but is not going to slam it just now.
We've seen Yone, of course, with the Swift Shot emblem being one of the premier carries of Spatulas and
It
emblems.
just comes back around,
overall.
you know?
I think
can't escape it.
Coco is not so much the player. I think Noel is the player that was really leaning on that Yone as the main damage carry for so many of his finishes throughout days 1 and day 2. But we'll see where Coco goes with this. Also, we saw yesterday in the NA regionals, there was a few crazy spatula carousels, and players were able to be more patient and get that Tactician's Crown instead by waiting for a second spatula from Treasure Dragon or from just the stage 4 carousel.
Yeah, I mean, a farm would be good. We're going to see how this one turns out for Coco as he meets up with Dasik. Dasik has now put a Rage Blade next to that Morellonomicon, and we can see in the background there's already 2 Jaces.
Yeah, it's going to be a Jace 2 possibly coming to that stage 4 Dasik. Someone that is a little bit more healthy than the rest. There has been a much bigger spread now in the HP totals. Noel with Tiny Titans up above. And KC 61, both French players currently 7th and 8th in the standings, trying to play from behind, trying to play for that econ trait. Coco 5 stacks away from the next Lagoon, and that's a Volibear 2.
Coco naturally finds the Zome and finds the second Nyla, 2 big pickups if you are looking for those Lagoons that he has been running with Lagoon, getting some extra stacks here throughout the tournament. Is going to get some more from these Wolves. So really, really nice to see that come through on 3-7 already.
One component coming in now with 4 more stacks. 3, 2, 1. There it's coming right now. The Lagoon's working so well. Just 1 more stacks, guys. Oh, no. These guys are not professionals, not Challenger AI units. 1 away off of that Wolves. But that's a Bard in the shop, a Jace as well. We'll see what kind of combo Coco wants to assemble with all the gold he's amassed. Level 7, 80 gold after Wolves. That's 30 gold above the expected place to be for most of these players.
Your bench is full, Coco. You need to slam some items to pick up back those diamond hands, and that's exactly what he's going to do.
Salvi, Zyra 2. That tells me only one thing. I don't think it's a full Whispers comp. I think it has to be the Seraphine Graves that Salvi played yesterday to big success as well, alongside Brix. We'll see if anyone else is contesting him. And Salvi trying to throw it back to the exact comp that Brix was playing yesterday, has the Gold Collector and the Edge of Night on that Graves.
And for a short second there, we saw a big scary dragon, an Ao Shin that Salvi had picked up, but is selling that one off to bring back the economy, prioritizes his board here as he's saying, I'm not really looking for the Ao Shin, not for now.
As we see here, 40 gold under where Coco was. So Salvi, a player that has played a more traditional game of TFT, has used his gold to try and stay strong. His HP total indicates that 88 HP for Salvi. And we talked about it. Players are looking to try and just have consistent performances throughout this day 3. Cybernetic Shell and Thrill of the Hunt viable augments to pick up here for this comp. It will be Thrill of the Hunt in the end, allowing Graves to have essentially a 4th item, a healing item to go along with the damage from Giant Slayer, the defensive utility from Edge of Night, and, well, the econ generation from the Gold Collector.
Yeah, there was a Silas, did not want to pick that up, rolling over the Shyvana as well as we go down. Does find the Seraphine too, but he wanted the Graves, and it doesn't seem to roll around just now. For Salvi, will probably wait out here with the 20 gold. A pretty devastating roll down for him. However, I am curious of what's going on for our other players, because KC Double, when we checked in with him, he was on the base camp, he was on Lilia, and I want to see how many Lilias we are missing, and that looks like a lot for stage 4 too.
Yeah, he's not quite there. We saw some players yesterday at the end of stage 3 even getting that Lilia 3-star. We talked about Lelouch maybe contesting double 61. We see Lelouch win streaking as well, so maybe he's gotten a few Lilias for himself, but still very far away. That being said, 50 gold to roll with, so the double 61 has been taking it very, very slow, just slow rolling above 50, trying to get maximum econ, and then when he feels he's in big, big trouble, going for a final roll down somewhere near the end of stage 4, or maybe earlier, considering he's now at 49 HP.
And just look at the damage that Lilia does even on 2-star. You're going to get so much value out of the Thrill of the Hunt here. Azrael's trying his best, but it's not going to be good enough as KC Double finds a win, and Coco is now the player that has fallen off. 39 has the metabolic accelerator. We cannot forget that, as he's going to get a little bit of extra healing every round, but slowly and surely he needs to stop the bleeding to make sure he gets up there with the rest of the lobby.
Not too worried just yet. They're just staying above 50. Finds 2 more Broms in these few little roll downs here. Going to be trying to hold those 2 costs as well, despite not needing them, to get better shot odds for both Lilia and the Brom. Holding Olaf in case maybe a few Olafs natural to his shot, but he decides to go for Olaf 3 alongside that Lilia and that Brom. But Diana is usually a secondary carry in this AP-centric version of Skillscorn.
Ooh, okay, we found a Shyvana for Lekoko. Does not have the 6 Rage Wings online for now, but it is going to be the Shyvana with the Xayah 2 in the backline. We've seen a Xayah 3 yesterday, and that was crazy. But just look at Xayah and what she can reach. The Ezreal will be out of range, so the Shyvana needs to come in, give a little bit of extra support, and it will be enough for Lekoko here.
And Lekoko saying, I have a lot of money. One of the comps that you go for if you have a lot of money, that you need to have a lot of money to have it work and pull it off really, is Xayah. Especially now after the buff, she's become even more viable as a carry despite the last few patches where she was maybe not so considered by most of these top players. I'm curious what Lelouch has been doing though. He's on that mage comp with Astrals and he's win streaking still at 68 HP. He was playing Astrals for the Lelouch streak in stage 2 and then now he's managed to stabilize in a big way. I know he has a Sylas 2, which I've talked about all throughout this tournament as one of the key factors in stabilizing in stage 3 and 4, especially if you can itemize it with a ZZ Rot portal, with a Gargoyle Stormplay, but maybe it's Vlad instead. Yeah, it's going to be Vlad with a Transfusion, healing up and having that triple defensive item stacked on him.
Okay, I need to shout something out because I'm seeing something that I love.
There's a
Nidalee 3. Yes, the Lux as well. There's a Nidalee 3 with Thieves' Gloves, and we had our own Nidalee here on the broadcast today. Our dearest impetuous Panda was cosplaying as Nidalee for today, and he did tweet out that if his post where he shows that Nidalee cosplay is getting 500 retweets, he's going to do another cosplay for the next finals. So just check that out. Yeah, I really want to see that.
I made a mistake the first time, calling for those 40,000 viewers. Ended up happening. Now I went above that. 500 retweets, no chance it's going to happen. I feel very, very safe about never doing a cosplay again. The same way I'm never going to do a TikTok with you again, Makes.
You
as
just
I
did one with me today.
But that's a group one. That's a bit different. You know what I mean. We're seeing here, though, Nidalee, the Vlad, the Lux, the Astrals overall, taking down Double 61 to 27 HP. And the Lilia that's also in the comp for Lelouch, as we mentioned, 3 more Lilias that are not in the pool that Double 61 is looking for.
Yeah, and to be fair, that's kind of what you have to take if you're KC Double, because you locked yourself into this comp with 2 Lilias and base camp on the very first augment, and you sent that signal, so Lelouch knew that if he was going to pick up some Lilias and make KC Double's life just a little bit harder, he would do it. And Lekoko has slammed that Swift Shot emblem that we were talking about. We were waiting where that spatula goes. It is a Swift Shot onto the Bard, and that Shyvana upgraded Xayah 2 waiting in the store to go for that Xayah 3, but now has spent a lot of gold.
It's a bit awkward because you want to have some gold because you still have 5 Shimmer skill and you still have Draven's Axe as the 3rd item for the Xayah. So buying a Xayah is great. You have the perspective for that Xayah 3 to be a win condition to just win out this lobby, not just top 4. But you would have liked to maybe see it later on. You'd like to go 9 first, and then with all the different gold, try and amass that and go for that Xayah 3. But still, caught in the middle. 3 away now from Xayah 3.
Yeah, and absolutely lovely that the Draven's Axe comes through here as the 2nd Shimmer Scale augment item as well.
Some more emblems.
Is going to get a little bit of extra support, and we're going to see where this one goes. Make sure that you check out our partner AMD on their Twitter, where they're running the giveaway, not in our chat, on their Twitter. Take part, and you can win a gaming laptop.
Yeah, this is going to be the hiccup here. 2nd Morello, but you have 2 Reforgers for Lekoko, so he's fine with saying, hey, I can still reforge some items here. I'm going to be fine. I can still try and find, maybe not optimal items, but at least items that do work to some extent with the comp he's currently running here. Going to be the Shojin on the Bard. A few more Tempered Fates going to be flying up into the air, which will work perfectly if he can sync them with the Dragon's Descent from Shyvana and with the Feathers Fly from the Xayah.
I am just looking at the overall, and it seems like all players are kind of investing their money right now, trying not to fall off. And something that just, you have to look at it. KC Double is still on level 6, where some of the other players have made it to level 8. And that is a scary perspective.
Can we talk about the love that Brix has for this unit? Graves once again in the comp, once again relying on this 4-cost carry to try and do it for him. Currently sitting at 41 HP, contesting Solgasang that was also trying to run that Graves in his comp. But in this case, playing 6 Cannoneers. We saw Double 61 riding that to success. I think it was a win actually yesterday in day 2 after the buffs that came in that last patch to 4 and 6 Cannoneers.
It was, I think, a 2nd place because actually KC Double, despite his success in making 2nd place in this tournament here, he has not gotten a 1st yet. So that is really interesting to me, and he will be looking to get that today because otherwise he's not going to claim that title for a 3rd time.
And the Aoshin caster just barely did not kill the Graves, and the Graves able to clean up with his quick draw, jump towards the Aoshin and deal the final blow. One off of the Lilia here for Double 61. He's getting desperate, and for good reason. He's at 3 HP. You do not want to get an 8th to start things off in this day 3. For the mental and for the standings as well, you need to start accumulating some points. You want to be among the top 5, and if it comes to the worst case scenario, among the top 7 at the very least to get into the Western LCQ.
This one really, really hurts. We were watching over his shoulder. We were talking about players like Noel, who he's meeting here, who have that Tiny Titans. Likoko with the metabolic. Every other player seems to have either some healing or a comp that is stable enough. And Casey Double just not able to find that Lilia. Noel has an Aoshin, and it's making that thunder rain upon the board. But it should just maybe be enough for the Scalescorns to come through, but they get stuck. They're moving onto that Aoshin as he casts once more, and he takes them out.
Oh, Braum? Can Braum do it? No, surely not. He's not such a Giga Chad. And unfortunately for the Lilia there was a Dragon's Claw built on that Zippy. It was too much magic resist for her to actually burst through with the damage there. Lelouch with a thumbs up, Double 61 with a thumbs down, 8th place in the first game of this day 3. He has to bounce back, but if any player can do it, if any player feels maybe no pressure at all, it's him. He's a world champion. He's done maybe everything there is to do in TFT already, and I think he knows that he has a talent and the ability to bounce back in the next 5 games today.
Absolutely, we're going to see where this one goes. I'm not too worried for Casey Double's mental either, but I am starting to worry for Dasik. We're seeming to get a little bit of a turnaround of our overall standings yesterday with Casey Double 8th and Dasik on 7th place.
Salvi, 1 off the Xayah 3. He has no gold. We don't see any gold intervals there on the right. So Draven Zach's not going to be doing too much for this Xayah, but if he's able to find that last Xayah, no one's contesting him in this lobby, he might be able to win out, or at least at the very least guarantee a top 4 if he can just find it. He's at 16 HP though. He's in big trouble, Makes.
Yeah, Likoko really needs to find that Xayah, but first we're going to go into Carousel, and Brix and Likoko are fighting, muscling around for who's going to make it into those top 4. Players are looking. Let's see what they can find.
There's a Xayah. Likoko has first pick.
Yeah,
it's right in front of him. Just walk forward, Coco.
He has it. He has metabolic on top of that. He's just going to yoink for it. Perfect.
It's not a bad item either. You can take off that Draven's Axe now that he has almost no gold. Shimmer skills are not going to be as relevant. Can maybe pivot off of that and go into 6 Rage Wing with Shyvana instead. What a great find for Likoko. This is the kind of the priority of doing badly when it comes to HP. You have a chance to come back to the game by having first pick on the carousel when it comes to items, but in this case also when it comes to units.
Yeah, and that Xayah 3, we can see her come in here, and she's going to be such a massive damage dealer to this comp. Idas in the front line, getting that 2-star as well, is going to be so beefy. It's going to get extra sustain and support for that Xayah to buy her some time. And from here on out, Likoko should really be getting back up.
My mistake, there is already an IE on the Xayah, one of the items you cannot put 2 of on a singular unit, so Twitch gets some love instead with his Blast Potion quietly. One of the all-stars of these Swift Shot comps, getting that extra attack speed off of the guild bonus and, getting the armor shred as well. That helps so much in deleting some of this front line.
Yes, and we will meet here with Brix, who has built that Graves. You talked about it in great detail, but just look at the power of the comp that Lelouch has built, Likoko has built, is going to be really, really hard for the other players who are down in the HP totals to get back up from here.
And a perfect display from Likoko of what it is to use your HP as a resource, to sacrifice it for Econ in the early game, going off of Wolves at 4-1, level 7 with, I think it was 70 or 80 gold to work with, 40 above where you usually are at that point in time. And then finally stabilizing off of a very greedy playstyle, finding that Xayah 3, and now going to shoot up in the standings as everyone falls at his feet as his Xayah dominates it. And we saw which of those sharpshooters ended up coming on top. Swift Shots for Cannoneers. For now, Xayah 3 is the one that comes out ahead.
Yeah, and we are checking in with Dasik here, who has built up a little bit of a dragon army, is on that 4. Mirage is going to be Executioners, just reminding everybody. So that Deja should be doing some extra damage.
That being said, this is not the premier dragon board. You still have the Swain instead of the Terra. You still have the Deja that, I guess with these items, is going to be the finishing moment here for Dasik, but he's facing against Lelouch, the current HP leader, the, in theory, strongest player in this lobby on a huge win streak all the way since stage 3, and I'm not sure Dasik has enough damage here to grip through all these different 3-stars, full itemization on that Vlad,
Ooh,
on that
look
Nidalee.
at the Lux damage!
The Swain, though, trying to heal back up with the Dragon Master's Decree, trying to stay alive, trying to sustain for this Deja, but the Deja is dead. The Swain is going to die now as well, and Dasik going to follow that path. Takes a 7th, Bricks takes a 6th. So close for these few players in this last round or last fight of stage 5, and now only 5 players remain, Makes.
Yes, and we are checking in with Sologazang, who is 1 Seraphine away from having that Seraphine 3 really popular unit to 3-star to get a little bit of extra sustain on that board and help the comp in every way possible. Of course, the Graves 3 would have been the bigger upgrade, but so much harder to achieve, especially because Bricks was also on the Graves, is now knocked out, so maybe the chance for Sologazang to get that unit upgraded.
And Solo gets rewarded getting that Better Together augment as his final augment, the best and most optimal augment to have for this comp. But then he gets teased a little bit by the game, giving him an Edge of Night when he already has a Graves with 3 different items and no remover on the bench, unfortunately, for Solo. So that has to feel a tiny bit bad considering how good the Edge of Night is on this Graves. The final few roll downs here finds a Graves, but gonna opt to not buy it. Still just only looking for that Sarah 3 for that last-minute power spike to try and squeeze his way into a top 4. But I think it's going to be very hard. I mean, we see Noel streaking, we see Lelouch streaking, we see Lekoko not streaking, but he has a Xayah 3.
I would bet something on the fact that Lekoko will start streaking in just a little bit, because we saw the turning point. We're going to see Lelouch here once more, and it might be that this is the second time where he plays security and kicks someone out. Put your eyes on that Lux. There is a Graves in the middle of the board, but if that Lux should so choose to target him, he's not going to survive. There she goes once more. Sologazang gets knocked out here in 5th.
Down to 4 players, down to 4 different countries in this first game of day 3. We have Poland, we have Hungary, we have Germany, and we have France. 3 powerhouse countries, and then Hungary maybe. Not so much a powerhouse, but already in set 6, Saudi able to take it in for Hungary, going all the way to LCQ, almost making it to Worlds. And now it's Noel's time to take that mantle and say, hey, we should maybe become a powerhouse nation in this region as well.
Yeah, and Noel seems to be saying we should go for Jace 3 because 2 more are missing for him to finish that unit. I think that would be the first time we see a Jace 3 in this tournament. I'd be here for it, but first he needs to beat some other players to find some more gold. He's gonna get matched up with Salvi here.
A very, very interesting board as well. Aoshin with a guild emblem. The Jace has the Thieves Glove, but still great Thieves Gloves for this round. Morello and Archangels almost best in slot items for that Jace. And we're seeing the Aoshin, the Lightning Ring come down. Now the Jace slamming with a Mercurial Justice as well. Will it be enough? I think it is going to be the case. Aoshin can cast one more time. Only the Graves left. Salvi takes a big, big hit. Down to 5 HP. Lekoko down to 6, despite having a Xayah 3.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I did not expect that. I think it might be the matchmaking Diffie. If that Lux went onto the Xayah, then she was going to have a bad time. But we see Lekoko leveling up to 9 here, getting those items and units in there. Does not want to drop the Shimmer Scales, even though that Draven's Axe is probably not gonna do too much for him here.
Found the Edge of Night on the Xayah. Not the best item for this unit, if there isn't a Rengar in the game as well, which is not the case here, but still going to be okay in this case. And we'll see now if the Aoshin can do it. Makes the Guild Emblem is going to help as well. Usually it's the Guild Emblem on the Xayah, but this time things have switched around. It's going to be the Swift Shot without Guild in this case for Xayah. The Zippy almost dead there off that Xayah cast. The Lightning Rain comes in. Xayah does not die in this case, stays alive. And with Xayah 3, the Omnivamp is so massive. Only Aoshin left alive. The cast comes through, but it's too little, too late. And a big win for Lekoko. Salvi taken down with -16.
Yeah, and at this point, you're really starting to wonder when you're Noel and Lekoko, can you actually dethrone Lelouch? We are getting word from our lovely observer that, in fact, that Lux was one-shotting the Xayah that Lekoko has built. And as players are picking up some last extra board strength wherever they can, we see Lelouch just standing around, not really sure what he should go for. He's going to pick up the Redemption last year.
Does it matter? 60 win streak, Mace. This is maybe the biggest win streak we've seen in the tournament so far, all the way from stage 3. Once he hit that Silas 2, that Lux 3, that Vlad 3, the Nidalee 3, all the different upgrades in this Astral Mage board, he just hasn't been losing at all. We see double ice cream cone on the Acel as a secondary carry in this case. The Lux, thanks to the IE and the JG and the extra AP from Astral 8, means that I'm not surprised she's one-starting the Xayah. Despite being a Xayah 3, it's just so much burst damage.
Yeah, and we might get a double knockout here. Lelouch is facing off against Noelle, and we don't know who Lakoko is playing. But let's just have a look at the power spike of that Lux, shall we? She's just going for now, getting stunned out by the Bard, but comes back out. That Aoshin will not stop her. She's just gonna annihilate anything and everything in her path. And it is all eyes on Lakoko, whether or not he can beat wherever he's going. And yes, he can.
The Xayah stays alive, but such a massive mountain to climb, 68 HP for Lelouch. In this case, though, for Lelouch, I think the biggest thing to think about is that he had so much gold to work with thanks to Astral's entire game. He was able to get his 2 stars. Noelle, we saw it there, had only a 1-star Aoshin, was not able to get that Jace 3, was 1 off. Maybe part of the reason why is because Lakoko's also holding 3 Jaces, has a Jace 2 on his board because of that guild and because of that shapeshifter with Shyvana. So maybe an impossible task to find that last upgrade he needed.
Yeah, maybe, just maybe. I mean, Lelouch could also still 3-star that Varus, but we're gonna see whether or not this is the last fight here. Lelouch against Lakoko.
Lux, not quite the best angle here, but also wants to dodge the Feathers Fly from the Xayah. The synergy here between the Tempered Fate and the Xayah and the Dragon's Descent is massive as well. If you can get that damage lined up with the stun from Bard, multiplying all the damage as well. The Feathers Fly hitting this entire stack there. I think it might just not be enough. The Lux Burst doesn't come through in the right angle to kill that Xayah off, and that will be yet another win for Lakoko. Lelouch now down to 54. If this keeps going like this, makes it going to take a long time. I think we're going to see like 5 or 6 different fights. We can really study this matchup at a high level in TFT.
Okay, I'm actually really interested because I think if he finds that Varus 3, which is going to give that Varus just a little bit of more HP sustained to survive, and he gets his CC onto that Xayah, that might just be what he needs to play this one out. But of course, both players still have options. We see Lakoko still has gold to roll, and there's going to be another ice cream cone on the side of Lelouch, whereas there is a blue buff waiting for Lakoko.
Not ideal. We already have your items stacked up on your main carry unit, so overall it can just go on a Bard for an earlier cast, maybe on the Jace as well, to get that, well, not a stun anymore, unfortunately, got nerfed.
Yeah.
But just to get the damage out at the very least. One thing I want to talk about, though, is the Swift Shot emblem on the Rakan. Rakan's ability states that he will jump to the unit that is in the furthest of his attack range and stun everything in between. Takes the Swift Shot emblem, his attack range becomes much bigger, and that means that he stuns many more units as he jumps around the board. So a very good synergy there for an emblem that transforms Rakan into a much better unit if you're able to find that perfect synergy.
Yes, and we're gonna see if that 3-win streak from Lakoko can sustain here. We are looking onto the Xayah and whether or not she can survive. Doesn't seem like Lelouch repositioned here. It's just trusting in that Lux to come through and get those casts out. But there's a Bard on the other side that's just baiting this Lux, and I'm not sure if that was the positioning Lelouch needed.
Looks like it's too much. I mean, for good reason. I think Lakoko has found a very viable win condition now with the Xayah. The buff she got as a 3-star. We were talking about it yesterday. Jokingly, I hope Mortog is not watching, that I'm flaming his balance on this unit before. But at 3-star Xayah used to be a little bit fake.
I'm pretty sure he's used to flaming on his balancing
at
this point.
He has very tough skin for sure. And in this case, Xayah was a little bit fake in the past. Could not really win out games, would just have these fluke losses to pretty mediocre boards in most players' eyes. But in this case, Xayah 3 definitely has ramped up her damage up to 30% and now can become a much more consistent win condition as we're seeing here for Lakoko.
Yeah, and it might just be the next win for Lakoko. We are seeing a reposition this time around, but Lakoko was on his toes. He did catch that, and he repositioned as well, putting the Bard once again opposite the Lux, baiting her away from that Xayah, and the Bard survives for so long. The Xayah is already onto the Lux, and I don't think there is a chance where Lelouch turns this one around. I was talking about the Varus 3. He has since sold some of these off, is not believing that he can get them, and I don't know where this board is going to go for Lelouch to find a win in this comp.
Both players level 9. Both of the main carries have been 3-starred. Acel becoming a 3-star would be the only thing, but you need too much gold to get there. Only 20 gold in the bank now for Lelouch. The same here for Lekoko, can go for a Bard 3, but little else. These are two very, very high cap boards, but in the end, I think Xayah 3 is going to be the win condition here for Lekoko. We've seen from 68 to 2 HP, and makes, I think this might just be the last fight.
It might just be. We're gonna take a look once more. Everybody repositions, but the Lux is not in line for that Xayah. And just look at how much damage this Xayah does. Untouched by anything the Zoe throws in her path. Her feathers fly, go onto the entire camp and knock out Lelouch. Lekoko takes first win of the day.
And we're getting close to lunchtime. The perfect France sandwich here. Lekoko, #1 in the HP standings, double 61, 8th place. Everything else in between is just great TFT players. But day 3, game 1, this might set the kind of the pace of the day as well. Double 61 now has to play a bit more first grade, has to play for much more points because that 8th place, only 1 point in this game. In this game 1 is not the best place to be. Other players, just keep it consistent. If you're in the top 4 right now, just try and continue having that same playstyle, those same results. Yeah. And just all it takes is to sneak into those 5 top spots. The rest is just prize money, but really, players want to qualify to Worlds above all else.
Yeah, and for now, we only want to hear from our analysts. So we're going to go into a quick break, and we have an interview lined up with Chuso for you guys at home. Don't go anywhere. We're right back with the analyst desk and then game number 2.
I'm Chuso, a semi-professional TFT player, and I'm actually not playing for any org, so I'm free agent. And yeah, I've been playing TFT from set 3, I think. I played like a few games set 1, but I came back in set 3. Well, I think I didn't win anything like really important yet, like anything in the European category, but here in Spain I won one Liga Arbonica, which is the national league, or it was, since it got like erased and changed, and I won a few tournaments and made some top 32s on Spatula Cups from last set and this one. Pues muchas gracias a todos los que me apoyan, a mis amigos, a mis colegas de la Sokun, a toda la comunidad española por estar apoyándonos a todos, sobre todo a los grandes como Manut, Snooty, Aka, que ponen en marcha lo que viene a ser la escena española y la llevan a otro nivel y hacen cosas súper guays, eventos súper guapos y pues eso, deseando suerte.
Well, we talked a lot about Lilia yesterday, and we were like, wow, what a great composition. We even got on Twitter and we were saying Lilia Reroll has been doing great in Rising Legends. And then Lilia Reroll takes an 8th. So egg all over our faces. But let's talk about the victors there. Another Xayah composition, now 2 games in a row if we count yesterday's final game by Dasic, where we had a Xayah 3 carry composition. And frankly, she's looking a whole lot better as the days go by.
And I think we're going to get a chance to actually examine that one in detail, but yeah, I think it's sending a message to the rest of the lobby. I think Dasic themselves actually expressed how difficult it was to make Xayah work continuously. As we see here, the metabolic accelerator buying so much time for Coco, who was one of our performers we're really keeping an eye out for.
Again, kind of another overlap here. Shima's Crest being picked up as a silver offense again to guarantee that economy, as well as that diamond hands on the idols in the front line continues being kept on without really having to sacrifice a lot of the board. But just in general, like this game here again, look at the idols was a Draven's Axe game. A game something we haven't seen a lot of, but it's really good for a competition like this where you really need to have a lot of tools for your carries. And on top of that, Chaos Dragon coming through. Coco with 2 removers had the chance to reforge. Some of those items took an option with multiple of those 4 complete items, even though there was a lot of overlap. Morello and Gunblade already in play, but for him, in his mind, he saw completed items. He didn't see the items for what they were.
Which was really good. The fact that he was able to pivot through so many item sets. Like you said, he started with the Draven's Axe and then decided, maybe I don't want to have this on. Went for the Infinity Edge, ended up with the Last Whisper, said the Draven's Axe really not doing enough for me. And then double reforged to try and get better carry items. Ended up with the Edge of Night there to try and give a little bit more protection. But I want to circle back to something we spoke about previously coming into this game about the economy. And you highlighted it earlier as well, Peter. The metabolic accelerator buying a ton of time alongside the shimmer scale to provide economy. This composition, in order to get that first place finish, you gotta have that Xayah 3. Xayah 2, love her to death, not good enough to carry a composition into first anymore.
Unless your name is Salvi, he did that. He did do that on the thing, I believe on day 1 or yesterday.
He's the asterisk for that statement.
but in general, right, again, it comes down to lobby context, right? Because you look at the board from Illusion, like, hey, that board is pretty strong, right? Like fully kitted out, 2-star ASOL as well. The Lux just doing her thing. But the big thing for me here was the positioning mind games. The amount of aura items that came through, Peter, talk us through those.
Well, same. We were talking about off screen and saying, of course, if you're dealing with AoE in any form, you're always a little bit worried about running those aura items that many players have cursed. Having all these bonus stats. If you're dead, they're not going to do a whole lot for you. But I want to also put some context into what we just saw there. Alush, our first place finisher from day 1, had a really bad day 2. And that knocked them down to 3rd overall because of how good their day 1 was. They didn't go further. But I think this is a huge redemption for them to come back in to the most important day and come out with a really strong win.
It's a really interesting one for me, sticking with the Astral Mages. Obviously had a really good position for it starting out. Hit that Lux at 4-5. And I was looking over at the scoreboard and I was saying, okay, somehow Lelouch is still in this one. He's win streaking, still win streaking. 62 HP, somehow, what is going on his board? And then we look over and we see something like 7 different aura items, which were keeping him going into the later stages of the game. I suspected he would kind of have to pivot out of that Astral Mages at some point.
No, because again, like when you're playing that deep into that, it is really, really important that you keep that going continuously, because that is just way of life. And again, it ended up biting him to a certain extent because like the positioning minigame became way too hard. 1 unit had to be moved from the side of the Coco, and he had to move like 5 units.
Yeah. I think one other thing I want to highlight coming out of that, analytically irrelevant, but I don't care. I like it. We got to see Bricks going for the Cannoneer Namzi once again. One of my favorite compositions for sure. Just going for Dark Flight, sacrificing those units, getting the Zeeks on those Cannoneers, trying to go for the Graves Carry. Unfortunately, did not quite work out that game, but that's something I want to keep my eyes on. Another thing we haven't seen, and I do want your take on this as we head towards the end of the desk. Why haven't we seen the Dark Flight version of Lilia Reroll? Do you have any theories on that?
I mean, it just depends on like the situations that you are on. It can be kind of hard to get everything going you need to do right. We've seen it perform quite well without it. It's not necessarily always fantastic. Some of the things we have seen quite a lot of though, Nidalee in the early game, but we also have a little bit of surprise.
Yeah, Speaking of Nidalee, we did finally get that promise from our own Impetuous Panda, who's staring at me with very wide eyes at the moment. We got the cosplay, baby, and I gotta say, David, absolutely rocking it. I'm gonna move out of the way so you guys can see it better.
Absolutely magnificent.
Look at those muscles, the biceps, the jungle in the background. Nidalee, of course, understandably, just absolutely crushing on this man. Check out the hard eyes. That's a great detail here. Remember, 500 retweets, we get even more of Impetuous Nidalee. And I gotta say, get on Twitter. Hashtag TFT Rising Legends at Impetuous Panda at that point, because that's where he put the tweet. I know we're supposed to be doing at TFT Esports EMEA, but I frankly don't care. Gotta see it again. A classic. Finally, we've delivered. So thank you everyone so much, and I believe, so I'm looking over to Panda and Makes nodding at me. We are ready for game number 2. So guys, take it away. The victorious Nidalee himself on the cast once again.
Thank you, Niberia. I do want to give a shout out, Makes, to our stylist that has been working us in this building throughout this weekend, because I came here with very little prepared for that cosplay, and she solved all my problems. She did a lot of magic to get that actually looking somewhat good, in my opinion. But we're here for some TFT Makes, and we're here for game 2. We're here for the storylines of some players needing to turn things around, 61 being one of those players. But I also want to mention, Makes, we had 2 German players and Bricks all playing Graves 2-star in that last game. Salvi and Bricks, that was a clear. They did it also a lot yesterday in day 2, but do you think players are having to maybe step away from that comp and try and find other angles for this game too?
I would say yes, because obviously if everybody's playing Graves, nobody's playing Graves. And we know that they can do other comps as well. We haven't seen a single Soifeng comp in that game. There was an attempt at Whispers and some concoction that I don't want to get too much into. We haven't really seen Mirage, of course. Executioner's not the one that's like the most preferred. But there is some other stuff that I feel like is equally as strong as Graves. Seraphine, naming the Yone, naming the Soifeng. And I feel like those are still very valid options.
It's a case when there's 8 players in a lobby. Each player has to decide what their final board would look like, what kind of competitive comp they can put together. And if certain comps are missing, that means everyone's trying to go all in on one specific thing, and they're going to start contesting each other, as we saw in the last game. All 3 of these players that I mentioned hit the Graves 2. Yes, they finalize their comp, but it depends on when you hit it. It's also the important factor as well. And one more important factor is the fact that I think Mordog is trolling us. Once again, Executioner's Edge is going to be the Mirage. We haven't seen Electric Overload on stream in the entirety of the tournament. The same with Pirate's Greed, an alternate way to work on your econ.
I really don't want to see Electric Overload either, so I'm not complaining about that one, Mordog. You can keep that one away, but yeah, I mean, some Spell Sword would be nice. Get some Mirage comps in. I'm here for it. We have seen a little bit of that, but I feel like there's more options for that. Just coming around, we're checking in. Players are building the first couple of boards that they can do.
Lakoko, set 2, Nidalee 2, hoping for maybe a built diff, because these traits do not work together at all for the most part. There's very little overlap between Nidalee, the shapeshifter, and an astral unit, and this Dragonmancer with Rage Wing. But we're seeing the board here. We have a Malphite ready to go. If you find that Skarner, you find a Lilia. One French player took... No,
nope.
Okay. Lakoko learned his lesson. He's like, double 61. I am not falling into that same trap.
Yeah, instantly sells that one off as we move towards our augments. It's Prismatic Augments
Lilia?
coming in here first. I am so ready.
Makes, if you look at the stats, if you're a mathematician like Lumar Pines, for example, Darkflight Crown is, I think it still might be, I'm not sure now, definitely the first few days of this patch was the highest statted augment in the Prismatic category for TFT, GM+. So among the best players, this is the augment that worked the best. You get an early Rengar, you get the sacrifice for Darkflight Essence as well. And we were talking about maybe missing some Rengar in that last game, maybe missing, you know, the counter to Xayah that ended up winning that lobby. And this time Lakoko is going to play for that Darkflight Crown instead. Knife's Edge 3 for Salvi. That is a clear indication of maybe Yone, maybe Soifeng, which is one of my favorite comps in this set.
I am just ready to find out if we have any exciting things going on. Woodlet coming out from Bricks here. I want to see the Cursed Crowns. I want to see the eggs. Give me something.
Edge of Night on the bench as well for Salvi. So we were talking about it. You want these augments to give you clear direction, because that way you can kind of narrow down your options, get much more econ by not having to hold so many different units on your bench. And this is a very clear direction for Stalvia. I would be surprised not to see a Jade vertical or a Jade with Whispers comp coming in on stage 4, or maybe even just that Yone that we didn't see at all in that game 1. Don't see one now. Has some Cavs on the bench, but no Lilia for now. I think he's maybe learned his lesson. I'm going to try and make that same mistake. The Skarner taken down there, and that will be Ezreal as the carry for Lelouch.
Yeah, Earth's grab bag showing up on the other side of the board as KC Double at least has some economy going on. And I see something that I do not want to see. Panda, Zologazang on the scope, weapons prismatic.
Uh-oh. Well, we were missing Yone. Now we will definitely be seeing Yone in this game. That's what other players are thinking. The moment that pops up, they're like, uh-oh, it's going to be Yone 3. Had a 2.75 average placement yesterday, I think, proven, at least in EMEA, how strong this comp is, especially when you hit those absolutely crazy synergistic augments like that Tilt Weapons 3 is. And Solo Gasang, actually, I'm going to tell you right now, I saw on his YouTube channel earlier in the set a video of this exact comp, and that was the first time that I saw Yone popping off with this combination of augments. So he's someone that is very, very familiar with this exact comp and this exact augment.
Absolutely, and he does have a Yone on the board as well, so can directly go there. Has not yet gotten any of the traits built out. We'll be looking for the Warriors, for Pantheon later on, for the Olaf for now, and definitely to build out that Yone. And he knows exactly, you said it before, he knows exactly how to navigate this comp to drive it to a victory, so that will be definitely the board to look out for.
One key thing that we saw in that, or that we're going to try and see in this carousel, is any amount of spatulas. You want to have that Swift Shot emblem onto this Yone. You want to have maybe spatulas for the Darkflight comp as well. So very, very important to see what the random components are on that carousel coming up after this fight.
Yeah, we hopped over to Daysik, who is on a little bit of a golden ticket moment, maybe manifesting his own golden ticket to Worlds, where he wants to go this year. And I'm just ready for it. Let's see how this one plays out.
Not to be the bearer of bad news, but the one time that I recall seeing this augment picked up in this tournament, it was Revan, and he navigated that game to a 7 yesterday in day 2.
Don't say that.
So hopefully for Daysik, he knows the tech, he knows a different way to take this game with that golden ticket. Revan went for the Astral angle for that comp with golden ticket. Obviously gets to reroll a lot more often. It can definitely work maybe the same way as maybe with a Yone, because you get to reroll more often, but then you would be contesting someone like Solo Gasang. So a lot to think about in this stage 2.
And just looking at our components by Blitz.gg here, Lelouch, of course, has the spatula from the Earth's grab bag, has not used it just yet, and there will not be a second spatula here in this carousel, but he might just be so inclined to hold on to that one, not slam it yet, and try to get that Tactician's Crown.
The rod has been picked up, so the Rage Blade will be built on the Yone. When the Yone deems it deems the time to arrive, not quite in the comp for Solo Gasang just yet. We see a Lilia here. No L. For now, just a traditional board here playing onto the Lagoon. Has the emblem. We talked about it so many times today and yesterday and pretty much every single day of this tournament. How the 2-1 augment really sets you in a certain direction. In this case, with the Lagoon emblem, you can't really pivot off of that. You have very few comps that you can now go for, Soam being one of them, with mages or with just vertical Lagoons. Depends on what the player is trying to go for and what kind of spot they're in. But for now, it will be a Zeri with that Shojin, trying to get as many Lagoon stacked as possible to accelerate all those different rewards you get from the Lagoon trait.
Yeah, and he will meet with Lekoko, who has found 2 kitty cats for now, and Deer getting some extra bonus here. Will not go for the Darkflight Essence just now. Can definitely go for that later, has the emblem ready to go, but for now choosing to go with power on the Rengars first.
Talk about Rengar, Darkflight. I think really what elevates this comp, as Scope Weapons does for Yone, it is the double trouble especially, allowing you kind of naturally want to have 2 Rengars anyway because of the way Darkflight Essence works. So leading into that with double trouble is even better. In this case, not quite the augment just yet, Darkflight Essence, which allows you to have that pump in the first place, but Lekoko really going to hope to find a double trouble in the next few augments, either at 3-2 or at 4-2, because if not, this comp essentially just becomes a top 4 comp. It can really bully and beat up all the players that low roll going to stage 4. If they don't find that Graves 2, for example, Rengar does so well at cleaning up those boards. If you don't find a Xayah 2, for example, all these little squishy carries that aren't 2-starred yet, Rengar can just decimate very, very quickly. And that's what Lekoko wants to go for. This is not a comp that goes for a first place, unless you find double trouble, or a Swain 3 maybe. In this case, just going to play for tempo, play for a top 4. To no one's surprise, he got first place in the last game. All he needs to do is play consistent and play for top 4s.
I'm actually really, really interested to see how a Rengar 3 would deal with the lobbies we've been seeing so far. I imagine he has a little bit more problems against a Grave Seraphine or Soifin board, but with those Astrals that we're seeing with the Swift Shot Zaya coming around, Rengar just likes to be a little stabby-tabby, and I think this board has potential to go top 3, top 2, even with that double trouble, but we're going to see how this one plays out. First, it is going to be Crux, and I'm a little bit curious what Mr. Lelouch is on, because I did see some upgrades come through towards these PvE rounds, and I'm wondering if he might be competing with Solo Gesang. There is a Yone at least.
There's a Yone and there's a Braum 2-star, almost fully itemized already. So a massive tank body already good to go. You have just the Hand of Justice on the Ezreal 1 for now. So frontline looking fantastic. Backline carries, the damage not so much so. You have to find those upgrades after this Krug round going to stage 3 if you want to stay alive. But the Spatula is there. All you need now is a bow from this Crux to have that Swift Shot emblem. The Ezreal will get a little bit more synergy as well. Hoping to find a Twitch though, and then oh, Tactician's Crown instead. Lelouch, you lucky boy.
Just dropping here, casually falling out. And that might just be what he needed to be pursued, to be convinced that he shouldn't go for that. Yone will instantly slam the Tactician's Crown as he should. And now get away from the Swifty boy. Solo Gesang has already clearly signaled that that's what he's going to go for. You do not want to be holding hands.
Olaf comes in for now. I think just a temporary unit to play alongside this Yone, but I guess if you're going to be playing Yone all the way, which could be the case, Olaf will be that secondary carry, maybe the Zeke's holder, as we've seen so many different times throughout this tournament, but the Nasus upgrade is big. Again, great frontline, but you're still missing some more damage. You're still trying to find the upgrade on that Yone. For now, going to be the Hand of Justice onto the Olaf.
Yeah, and we are seeing on the right side that players are slowly but surely going for level 6. Dasik at the very bottom and Noel at the very top both made that little bit of an early level to try and get some better chances in these rounds here. And we're going to see how that one works out. But for now, it will be Darkflight against Lelouch's board, who really needs a little bit more direction at this point.
I love the narrative of this fight, like Coco enforced it for his Rengar. Rengar usually beats up on these small puny units. Instead, jumps into the middle of 4 warriors and gets beat up himself. Just getting hit all around him by punches and axes, and Rengar can't quite do it for Coco there.
And Bricks, now slowly but surely falling off, is on 58 HP, whereas Noel is leading with 94. We're getting Silver Augments second.
Solo Gesang gets the Yone 2, but Dasik gets the Recombobulator, one of the worst performing Silver Augments in the game. I understand the reroll here. Knife's Edge, Electric Charge, Battle Mage are all possibilities. Battle Mage will be the pick here for Dasik. Fielding his units, very important for viewers at home. They're wondering, why did Dasik take all of his units off the board? To some extent, at stage 3-2 and at stage 4-2, the augments you get are tailored to the traits that you have activated on the board. In what way exactly, it is a mystery for most of us. But in the case of these top players, they know kind of what to do and how to manipulate this to some extent. And this is why Dasik wanted to take off all his units, get some neutral augments instead, and that was the case there.
And we were talking about Coco needing that double trouble. Does get an Assassin Heart here, which is going to give a little bit of extra buffing to the kitty cat. Other than that, these augments are, I would say, very flexible, very tame. We've seen a little bit of Celestial coming through, always a preferred pick for our players. And then Battle Mage and Electro Charge also coming through as well.
Goldmancer Staff is the Shimmer skill item for this game too. The moment this was seen by all of these top players, alarm started sounding. Players immediately tried to field whatever Shimmer skill units they could find, and we're seeing it here between Dasik and Bricks, both trying their best to get as much gold as possible. And Dasik may be thinking about going for a Kai'Sa 3 angle. We didn't see it as much in EMEA, but in the North American Regional Finals in Day 2 and Day 1, it really did pop off for a lot of different players.
Yeah, we actually have seen a little bit of Kai'Sa. Out of these players, it has been played 3 times in Day 1 and Day 2. And I feel that just warrants enough to go there. We've seen it with 6 Dragonmancers primarily. We've also seen it with 4 Dragonmancers once. And I'm here for it. I love Dragonmancers. Give me a reroll. I'm happy to be with Dasik along the right.
Lelouch had some problems. I think no longer. Deja has been found early in stage 3. Yone has been upgraded. The front lane is looking good. The augments are looking good. You have Electrocharger for some extra damage in that front with that incredibly tanky Braum. And now you have a Deja to slowly deal that damage with the Wind Blast, slowly clean up all of these units. Incredibly effective in stage 3 due to just how much more burst she has than most other carries at this point in the game.
Yeah, and let's just look what a Deja 1 can do. I'm seeing a Goldmancer staff on the other side of the board that Brix has picked up, so that might also be an indicator of what players will be looking to flex into their comps.
Looking at the augments for Lekoko, he has actually found the Assassin Heart as the second augment to pick up, which means he can go for the 4 assassin variation of that Rengar Darkflight comp. We were talking about the double trouble variation, which is, I think, the best, and I think most players decide it is optimal because you want to play that way anyway. It just features the same exact playstyle. But leading into 4 assassins with Kiana being sacrificed in that Darkflight sacrifice spot, and Nyla coming in as a secondary carry is also a viable way to go for it once you go level 8.
Yeah, I feel like we should check in with Salvi, see where he is at the moment. Picking up a vest here from that carousel. We saw on his bench there was a cloak and a rod, and he has been on that knife's edge. And we can see where this one's going, no?
Well, I would think so, but there's 6 Wukongs currently and 1 in the shop. I would like to think that the Bonky Kong is not quite the viable Day 3 TFT EMEA regional final comp to play. I think it might just be an item holder for now, but maybe Salvi says, hey, I'm going to hold this Wukong if I win, and maybe at least for this Stage 3 and Stage 4 until I get a Xiaoyu 2, it might be viable to hold and to have a chance for a Wukong 3, at least for a tiny bit.
Okay, hear me out, Salvi. If you're listening, abandon the mission. Do not go for Yone. Zolokazang is already on that train, and the ship has sailed. Pick up the Zaya, go for something else. You do not want to be holding hands with your fellow countrymate going down this draft.
He did it last game, but not this one. I think this is very clearly going to be, in all seriousness, a Xiaoyu Siphon game. I think it's a perfect spot to be in right now. You have the Knife's Edge, you have Celestial Blessing, 2 augments that work perfectly. You have the items already indicating as well. I think more than anything else, most newer players that maybe aren't as highly rated as the ones we're seeing here, they try and dictate the direction they go in by the units they currently have on the board. But it's so much more important to dictate it off of your augments and also your items. And the items to me are just screaming Xiaoyu, Edge of Night, and Hand of Justice already built on that Wukong.
Yeah, and that's just what it's going to be for now. Would very much like to find that Xiaoyu will not be in it for this moment as he wants to stabilize on that 40 gold. I'm not so worried about Casey Double in this round of the game as Dasik finds a Jax 3.
Oh, and that's why we can't see the upgrade there for Double 61. He's missing it because all of them are in the natural shops that Dasik has found. He has been rolling a tiny bit with Golden Ticket though, so Golden Ticket has allowed him to go for a reroll comp instead. And it looks like it will be that Shimmer Skill, Lagoon, Kaisa, Jax, Volibear angle. And with Goldmancer's staff, I don't blame him. A great combination for that Shimmer Skill item and this champion.
Yeah, we are seeing Casey Double on the other side of the map. But Day6 Kaisa just doing so much damage, has the Goldmancer. We've been talking about it for this entire tournament. And is 1 away? 2. Oh, there's another one.
The one in the shop.
1 away. He might be rolling after this.
This is one key thing that you know, viewers might see as very, very odd. Players are trying to give as little information as possible and only give information at the last possible minute they have to.
Yep.
He doesn't even buy the Kaisa because
there she is! Just hits her naturally in the store!
We're not even in stage 4 yet, Max. This is so early, and Kaisa was a very viable carry despite the recent nerfs to actually get a top 4 and sometimes even a win. We saw it at NA Regionals quite a few times as well. And as I was saying, you want to give information as late as possible when it comes to making a 3-star even as well in some cases, because players are scouting. They're trying to see, oh, he's 2 away. I'm going to start holding Kaisa. He's not going to get it just yet. And then he gets the upgrade anyway. So it's so important to keep that information to yourself until the last moment.
Absolutely, and I am just so here for it. Dasik had a little bit of a tendency to go for Darkflight boards in the past 2 days. Yesterday didn't do him too well, took his only bottom 4 with a Darkflight Rengar 3, has now changed direction, is going for that Kaisa reroll, and I love it.
And Brick says, you know, no pivot, I'm going Grave Seraphine. Anyone wants to hold hand with me, you're more than welcome to join, because once again, he's going for that Graves as a carry. Coming into the second game, he played it 3 times yesterday in those 5 games, and now the first 2 games of day 3 once again on this comp.
Yeah, and we We'll see where this one goes. I'm not sure. There's a siphon for KC Double that has been picked up. So he's just building out that classic Jade Whispers comp that we've been seeing for, I feel like, the last 3 tournaments, still doing really well in the overall, but we'll find a loss here.
And Brix has to find this upgrade on this Graves quickly because he's level 7. He has no gold to work with. He's rolled it down all the way. He is close to a big upgrade on that Zac as well. We saw Zac yesterday in that last game. Seemed to not die at all once it's fully itemized. And that's going to be another prismatic augment for this game too. Mystic Soul is definitely one of the augments that can work when it comes to getting those extra traits. You get some extra AP, extra magic resist rather, towards AP, and that's going to be the pickup there. We're going to see what other comps players are going for in this stage 4.
Noel finds a Graves too, which is bad news for Brix, who is also looking for that. Noel now also on the level 8, a little bit ahead of Brix. Does not have much gold to work with, is missing the Seraphines that we saw on Brix's board, but the Graves arguably the stronger unit here. Does not have a Zeke still.
And does not have a Sylas too. I've talked about it so many times with the Astral Mage comp as well. This is one of the key units at stabilizing your board, especially in this point where this Sylas is holding all these items. Not going to be in the final comp for Noel, but at least for this stage 3, stage 4, you want this frontline to get a 2-star instead to just tank a little bit longer.
Yeah, and I am just so ready to see for what these prismatic augments will do for us. We had one as the very first one, locking players into some direction. Now the third one comes around, and the lobby that was so crazy yesterday where Sologazang hit all of those 5-cost 3-stars was a prismatic third augment round as well. So maybe, just maybe, we're in for a treat.
And Lelouch there taken down a notch. Still the HP leader with that very early Deja. We see a double Dragon Chop here for Noel, but not really the ones he's looking for just yet. Finds a Soam, but Xiaoyu not really the upgrade he needs. And this is quite of a mixed match there with 7 Lagoon. Brix finds a Zac 3. Salvi finds a Siphon 2. So big upgrades coming in for those low HP players that need to find a way to stabilize.
Absolutely. Stabilizing is what we are looking for as KC Double finds a Bar 2, which is a pretty good pickup in 4-3 already. We will take a look at some of the other augments that come through. Salvi and Lelouch both on that Celestial Blessing 3, which is going to give so much extra sustain to the comp. And Salvi looking for the Xiaoyu.
So Logosang missing some key items on the Yone. They only one item for now. Cybernetic Implants is a massive augment to pick up for this comp, though, utilizing the extra AD so well when you already have a lot of attack speed on the Yone and the Rage Blade. But needs to find a good pickup here on the Carousel. Could be a glove to just have that tier that's maybe not so useful in this AD comp become a Hand of Justice. Although you don't really need the healing as much with this Yone comp because of the scope weapons. You're not really getting yourself into trouble as often as you would with this, what is usually a melee carry in this case is now very much a ranged carry.
Absolutely, and we are in the carousel now looking for what players might be wanting. Salvi hovering around that Pantheon with the bow. We see Lakoko has a spatula open. Let's see what he goes for. Is going to be the Zoe with the belt, and Lelouch and Noel going last here.
So Lo really taking his time to consider if he wants the glove or not. I think he knows as well. He doesn't need Hand of Justice as much, but maybe just a way to make that item be, or the component rather, the tier, be somewhat useful. Ideally, you want the Giant Slayer onto this Yone instead at some point later in this game. There it is, Yone 3. That's the big upgrade. He's looking for the big power spike. Terra 2 for Lelouch. We're not even in stage 5 yet.
I mean, just hit, right? That's been kind of the name of the game here. Players are just finding those upgrades left, right, and center. And Lelouch has not given up on that. Yone just now is definitely looking for a little bit more of a Dragoness perspective in the long run. But for now, going for the 6 Mirage seems like a good idea.
Reminder for viewers at home, it is Executioner's Edge for this Mirage, for this Deja. Still a Deja 1 though, needs to find one more copy to get that upgrade for the backline carry. The Braum taken off the board once that Terra 2 was found, but thank you, Braum, for your service. Allows Lelouch to come into this stage 4, almost stage 5 with 72 HP, a very healthy spot to be in. That being said, the Deja, I don't know if she can out-heal this Siphon bite, but Siphon going to run away now, not able to kill the Deja just yet. And the Siphon, can he actually do it? Has the Bloodthirster to heal up. Going to come back for a round 2, and round 2 does it. Deja taken down. Terra, the Earthquake, not quite enough. and a big win there for Double 61 against Lelouch.
Speaking of things that are relevant and important, Salvi is on 16 HP. We see it right now. The Xiaoyu 2 coming through here. The Jade Siphon board slowly but surely coming online for him. But is that going to be enough? 7 losses in the tank.
Double 61 also finds the Siphon 2-star, so everyone that needs to hit has hit, except for maybe Lelouch on his Deja. It comes down to maybe the HP totals that people have arrived, or the players have arrived at right now in this stage 5, because some players, one bad fight for Salvi, a little bit of fight RNG not going his way, maybe in this mirror match against Double 61, and he might be out of the tournament already, or out of this game already.
Yeah, and it is a mirror match. Casey Double and Salvi both on the Siphon. We're just gonna see which one bites harder. And I'm going to say it will be Salvi's. They're on to the back line now. And that's
so big,
not looking too well. Oh, it's gonna charge one more time onto the Xiaoyu. The Jack support is there trying to help out. Gonna ult one more time, not gonna come through. And it is a battle of the Siphons as they bonk into each other. Casey Double takes a win.
Biggest problem there was the Xiaoyu 1 that's not quite able to stand its ground for Double 61. And that is Salvi now looking for the Radiant item that could fit. You have a spot open on this Xiaoyu as well. A Titan's Vow would be fantastic, but really any good AD item is going to work out. In this case, it looks like it's going to be that Thieves Glove instead. You can remove the Titan's Resolve off the Siphon, put the Thieves Glove on him instead, or the Radiant Thieves Glove rather, and now have the Titan's Resolve onto the Xiaoyu. So a perfect sequence of itemization there from Salvi, and now his units are looking much more menacing for any opponent that will face him in Stage 5.
Okay, yes, they are. I absolutely agree. But 8 losses in the tank, will that be enough? And the rest of the lobby is squaring up. Solo Kazang is the only one who's still on level 6. The rest of the players are level 7 or even level 8, like Likoko, who is here.
I thought it would be 4 assassins, but no, it's 6 assassins. Diana is in as well. Kiana being sacrificed. Rengar on its way to 3-star, not quite there just yet. Only 5 current copies on the board and on the bench for Likoko, but a very interesting variation of this Rengar Dragonfly that we have not seen yet in this tournament, and really I think anywhere in these top regionals throughout this set.
I mean, I think this comp is probably one of the best you could build without having double trouble on Darkflight. It requires so many emblems, but look at what this board can do. We are an 8 Darkflight, 6 Assassin, something you don't get to see much of. And Briggs, Mythic Soul's just not gonna do so much here as the Rengar comes for what stands in his way.
Maybe one quick draw away there from getting that double kill on both the Swain and the Rengar, but not quite in time there. Graves taken down. Maybe Salvi also taken down. I'm not sure it's going to be a win there. The Terra too much for Salvi to deal with, and Salvi, the German player, unfortunately for Makes and her national biases, taken down in 8th place in this game too.
Yeah, that's not good, but we're not too worried. There's 4 more games after this, and the top 5 will make it. Dasik, however, giving us a little bit of One Punch Man moment with this Dragon Mancer reroll board. And if you were wondering how Salvi could get knocked out 8 with the board that he has, you're seeing the reasons why every time we change POV.
I was told Goldmancer's staff was pretty good at printing gold, but I was not told that it could just print infinite money. 4 3-stars at the very start of Stage 5. Lee Sin, Jax, Kaisa, and Volibear. Lee Sin up into the air, but not really the star of the show in this comp. Only has that redemption stacked on him. It's going to be the Kaisa instead. Giant Slayer, Radiant Giant Slayer, Demon Slayer rather. You have the JG.
See what she did
you have
to
the
that
Shojin.
Siphon?
She's deleting everything, Makes.
Oh my goodness, that is not good news for anybody that's going to match up against Dasik in the future. You see the damage breakdown on the right side of the screen. That is the power of Kaisa 3. She's just swinging left, right, and center.
For Dragonmancer for now, we'll see where Dasik wants to take this comp. Has the Battle Mage as well. That works fantastically with this build, actually. It's not really an augment that works so well. It's not as versatile as many others, but in this case, Dasik putting it to great use. Has the Ice Cream Cone built as well. We're not quite in summer, but still Kaisa deserves, I think, a nice cold treat every so often with the work she's putting in for Dasik.
Yeah, I mean, that is just amazing, lovely, exactly what you want to see. And here's the second Soifin player. We saw Salvi go out 8th. Will Casey Double follow that trend? I'm very worried. I'm not sure if that Soraka one has enough sustain to put enough beef in front of what the other players have. It is going to be Bricks that goes up against Casey Double, and that might just be the best outcome that Casey Double could have hoped for. We see the Siphon right into the backline, is going to charge through everything here. Does not find the Graves, however, but is working on it, is trying to make his way there. Will charge away once more, and I don't think this is enough. The Graves has been left alone for too long. The Seraphine has stacked up the Archangels, and I don't think this Siphon can do it.
Oh, he gets the kill on the Graves, and that's going to be it. Bricks not taken down, but goes down to 4 HP. I thought it was a bronze.
AI.
I thought it was bronze AI for a second, but it was just, he was hiding the tech. He goes for that perfect rampage bite onto the Graves at the very last moment, keeping it interesting for our viewers at home, for Bricks as well, and a big, big win there for that Siphon.
Yeah, Solo Gesang, however, getting knocked out 7th. And I have to stress once again, that was a prismatic scope weapons from the very first augment. Go 7th here. That is the lobby that we're in, and I don't even know where this one is headed at this point.
I have to commend Dasik, now win streaking 46 HP. He is the HP leader. Golden Ticket I was talking about didn't work out for Revan yesterday, but Dasik understands, and maybe with Goldmaster's staff, able to get gold to also buy all the units he's rolling with, able to get all of those upgrades. It's just a crazy, crazy, incredible board. Is there any player makes that we haven't seen enough of yet in this lobby that you want to maybe check out at this point?
I'm not sure if we should check in with Noel, maybe. I believe the last time we saw him, he was on a similar trajectory as Bricks. We see it here. It is going to be Lagoon Mages with a little bit of Graves splashed in here. Not necessarily what you would have wanted on those Graves. Yeah, no. The Nyla, no. Just no.
See the Rengar now? Jumps into the soul. Deletes the soul, unfortunately. The stacks come to an end for Noel. The game almost as well, down to 4 HP. Joins Bricks, who does actually stabilize, gets the win, and stays there at 4 HP. KC61 still waiting for the result of his last fight, and unfortunately for him, gets a 6th place. Better than the 8th that he got in Game 1, but he still has to keep climbing in the standings to try and get those points and make it to Worlds.
Yeah, that's a really, really bad start. We've been talking about mental, and of course, Casey Double, back-to-back EMEA champion, former world champion. He knows how to play tournaments. We're not too worried about that, but getting an 8th and now a 6th, that's a trajectory that's going to throw you in for a ride, because it forces you from now on out to go for those 8 or first play styles to try and get back the points that you've lost along the way. And something else that we might lose along the way is either Bricks or Noel as we go into this fight.
The final Prismatic Augment, the Mystic Crown, is going to help with the magic resist against this AP comp that Noel is bringing to the table with Sohm. The amount of burst is insane with the Shojin. So many casts every single second. Zeri trying to do her best as well, but it's not going to be enough. The Graves kills off the Sohm. The entire comp has now been deleted, and Noel will take a 5th place in this game too. Bricks stays alive with Coco, Dasik, and Lelouch very clearly ahead of him, though, in those top 3 positions.
Yeah, Lakoko, keep in mind, he's on 8 Darkflight 6 Assassins, and he's currently fighting Lelouch Sport. Last time we saw Lelouch, he was on that Mirage Dragon angle, had found the Terra 2. Maybe we can check in with Lelouch as he actually loses here this round, and we go into the Treasure Goblin.
These are the kind of games you can only really get when there are, at least 2 prismatic augments. All these comps look so high roll. In the case of Coco with a 6 assassin board you don't see so often. Dasik with so many different 3-stars as well. Looking at the items here, Archangel's not really so great for Bricks. There, the Sunfire Cape. It's okay. There's no anti-heal right now in this current board with the Warmog, Dragonclaw, and the Radiant Bramble Vest. Is it the Rosethorn? Rosethorn Vest?
I believe.
I have to work on my rated items. That's for next set.
Watch out next time you
learn
my
that. Abilities, and then I'll learn my rated items, little by little.
Okay, so just looking on the right side of the screen, all 3 players are on level 8. They're all... Actually, Dasik on level 9. They're super close in HP totals. The only player that's falling off in general is Bricks, level 7. Lelouch now also going to 9, spending his last gold, making sure he finds that upgrade, and is still on that Mirage trajectory, where I'm not sure if that's where you would have wanted to be in the final late game.
Bricks fighting for his life. 4 HP. He has the ice cream cone on both the Graves and the Seraphine, the Radiant JG. The Graves is a key star of the show, though. Has to stay alive, has to stay out of the way of this Rengar, who is an absolute menace to society, but especially to Bricks' board. The Rengar jumping now again. Pretty much anyone he leeches onto is going to die due to the burst damage, but in this case, not quite enough. The Grave stays alive, stays healthy, is able to get so many kills with the Edge of Night and the Giant Slayer combination, and Bricks at 4 HP, going to stick around for at least one more fight. Coco drops down to 10.
I think that's delayed impact, no? Oh, nope.
We're good, we're good.
Yeah, okay.
4,
Never
10,
mind.
10.
I got scared, okay? I'll be honest. So, Coco, Lelouch, and Bricks all might get knocked out here. And I'm really not sure who I'm betting on of making it into the top 2. I just know whoever is facing Dasik, and it's going to be Coco, is in for a ride. We saw what this board can do. We are on 4 Dragonmancers only, but every single one of them is 3 stars with item, and that one's going to hurt if you meet this Kaiser.
We're going to see if Daisy wants to make any last changes to his comp. Yasuo on the bench, Bard as well, these key 5-cost units. But for now, fighting Coco once again, the mission here is to stay out of the way of this Rengar, especially for this Kai'Sa. The Rengar going to jump one more time. So much damage coming through, though. The Rengar almost taken down and is now taken down. It comes down to Swain. A lot of stacks from the Darklight Essence, but still, there's just too much damage coming in. Too many 3-stars, too many stats overall on Dasik's board. And I think that won't be enough to survive this last damage, this last amount of... it's too much. Coco taken down, Bricks also taken down. It comes down to Dasik versus Lelouch. For me, as I've been telling you the entirety of this tournament, the 2 most consistent, most accomplished players in this set for EMEA, on ladder and in GSC.
I just want to highlight something. Dasik has now moved away from that positioning once again, but knowing that he was going to go up against a 6 assassin player, the way he cornered in that Kai'Sa was a beautiful show of positioning technique, making sure the Rengar didn't actually have too much space to jump onto her. And we're going to go in now with Lelouch and Dasik, and if Lelouch should lose here, then Dasik is going to take it home. Keep your eyes on that Kai'Sa. It will all be about how much she can do. Gets knocked up by the Yasuo right away, but does not lose any HP here. She's on to the Deja. The Deja trying to stay alive, but the Kai'Sa says no. She takes everything out that's in her path. Terra not going to be a barrier here for this one. And Dasik just drives this win home.
It was kind of close in the end that the Dragon's Claw on the Terra did help out with denying a lot of that match damage from the Kai'Sa, but overall, just such a great game from Dasik. Gets Golden Ticket, identifies exactly how to play around this augment, goes for... Maybe got a bit fortunate with the Shimmer Skill item as well, being Gold Lantern's staff to start off that stage 3 and stage 4. Found the Kai'Sa very early on as well, alongside a whole other host of 3-cost 3-stars. But in the end, I think I love to see the Kai'Sa up in the front as well. Thanks to Dragonmancer, similar when you're playing Aoshin Dragonmancer, because of all the extra HP, you allow the chance to play these backline carries in the front. They take a lot more damage, get their manas off earlier, get their casts off earlier on, and they can again just destroy the enemy board and have much closer range to those backline carries like the Deja.
Yeah, absolutely. I am very happy with Dasik turning it around after going 7th in the first game here today. And for now, we're going to wait on what our analyst desk has to say and how our standings are looking. We have an interview with our all-favorite players, Salvi, ready for you guys, so don't go anywhere.
Yo, what's up everyone? Most know me as Salvi. I'm from Germany. I've been playing TFT since set 1, more or less. Been rocking the scene. Yeah, that's it, I guess. It's actually from World of Warcraft. When I was a younger guy, I played an undead priest named Salvation, which just became Salvi because it's shorter. And then since there was taken on most sides, I just added 2 more Ys at the end. And yeah, always get that name on most sides now. Yeah, sure. Kind of reminds me of set 4 a bit, the Chosen set, which I didn't really like. Just because like dragons as a unit are very, very similar to just Chosen. So far, I don't really mind it as much as Chosen, because Chosen basically affected every single unit and made like balancing a nightmare for every single unit, and now it's just the few dragons that are basically a trouble to balance. So I think it's pretty light as a set mechanic, and I think that's one of the reasons why I actually enjoy the set so far. I mean, I would probably give shout out to my like the OG guys I played the most with, and like way back when there was also team tournaments, which were like Hydra and Fluffy, and obviously Daisy, who is still playing. I guess if I had to give a shout out to like one active player, it would obviously be Daisy, still ranked 1, still probably best European active player right now. So probably just Daisy, yeah, still grinding, still probably the most competitive EU player. Give a shout out to him, I guess.
As I fight the cameraman Carlos for dominance, so too does Dasic fight the lobby for dominance himself, taking a first place victory. Hey, welcome back to the analyst desk. I'm Niberia, joined here on my left by Wida and on the right by Counterfeit. Guys, what an incredible game once again, starting off with Prismatics. We love to keep it spicy, so does Dasic.
Absolutely right. I think Dasic just in general is going to be pulling out the key feature in just a second, right? Goes for the golden ticket instantly. He's like, okay, I'm going to reroll this game. I'm fully okay with that. Open forwards all the way throughout stage number 2. I was starting to get a little bit nervous when you look at the gold. It's like, okay, cool. Everything is nice and dandy. That 3-2 roll down came through. The Kaiser came into play, was gold, Master Staff. Everything came up Millhouse for Dasic in this situation. And just in general, all throughout, I was watching his perspective quite a lot just to like kind of get a feel for how he was going to approach this augment. And it was just like a traditional Kaiser reroll as we've come to know and love it pretty much, right? And he was just being very on top of his game in terms of, even though he had open shot rerolls and could buy a unit, that he wanted to guarantee as much AP as possible for like Goldman's staff no matter what during the combat. As well, he was very on top of his positioning, as I believe Makes did point out towards those back into the fights. Always, especially in the early game, in the mid game of stage 3, trying to ensure that this Kaiser was kept away from the assassins, kept into the right units in the front, and just to guarantee as much gold as possible.
You know, one of the things you were talking about in the backstage was that golden ticket really allowed him to get that composition ramping up. And normally that Kaiser reroll composition has problems capping out, but when you're able to just reroll for everything 3-star, turns out that helps quite a bit.
Yeah, that's really impressive, and of course a really good point as well. I do want to, of course, bring up the elephant in the room here, which is a very shiny elephant indeed. That's going to be our good friend, Double Prismatics. One at the beginning, one at the end. Bookcase very nicely. But in particular, I want to bring up the whole idea of the Prismatic coming out very first of all for our friends here, because they really had a chance to either keep themselves very open with a generic, as generic an augment as they could pick, or find themselves very narrowed. When we saw that really playing out in the game itself, we had Dark Flight come through just showing the most ludicrous version of that comp. But for me, the Lush, I think, really exemplified the idea of keeping themselves open, being able to pick up the Tactician's Crown, keeping their items pretty damn generic through a lot of the game, really allowed them the maximum flexibility to play exactly the way that they wanted to.
Yeah, going for that Dragon composition out of the Tactician's Crown. We know that extra unit slot helps so much when you're trying to go for Dragons in the later stages of the game. And like you were talking about, the double Prismatic was really important. And I think what is most important about it, it was not just Prismatic, Prismatic, Prismatic. It was Prismatic, Silver, very disappointing and sad for everyone, into Prismatic. And Wida, you were mentioning that that causes a sort of like rubber banding effect where you're like, okay, Prismatic is over, we're down to Silvers, everything's chill, we're vibing out. Oh God, Prismatic again. Oh dear God. We have to ramp the compositions back up. We have to ramp back up all of the tempo in the lobby.
Yeah, absolutely right. And again, that just kind of came to show that there's, you know, some players like Double and Salvi who are kind of content with trying to go into the siphon line. Like, okay, cool. It's going to even out now, and then everyone else just starts to spike around. And again, you have someone like Lelouch in the lobby who got the Tactician's Crown for free. That just is going to, you know, throw everything for a spin.
Yeah. After that, let's see how the standings were thrown around after an incredible Prismatic focus game. Lelouch coming out on top with 2 second places in a row.
Yeah, and to add on to that as well, this was a very important lobby for our players who didn't have such of a strong start. Double in particular going from 8th into 6th. Not quite as bad as it could have been. It was threatened to be a 7th along with the 8th. Bricks as well, not having the incredible performance they would have maybe hoped for. But yeah, Dasik really the one who managed to salvage their early performance and turn themselves into from a disastrous start to a middling start to the competition.
Dasik absolutely living up to all of the confidence he showed in our interview yesterday. He was saying he was feeling good. He was confident that he could make it through today all the way to the Dragonlance Championship, and he is on track to do just that. Now, we do have a break coming up, and with it, an interview with our very own Pa de Bull. We'll see you back in a couple of minutes with game number 3 of the Rising Legends Grand Finals.
Yep, hello, so my name is Padable. I'm 29, I'm French, and well, I started playing TFT on set 1 at the very beginning. I was already a challenger at this set, and pretty much at every single set, except maybe set 2 that I didn't play much. But yeah, I've been playing for quite a long time. There is no real origin because it was like, I just wanted to find a name that people remember and that is quite so catchy. And in France, basically, Padball means no luck. And well, yeah, I think it was quite fun on a game with pretty much based on RNG. So that's it. I think there is some potential. There are some nice things. There are also some other things that I don't really enjoy. I think that there are champions that are quite uncontrollable and a bit RNG, like Siphon, Yasuo, yeah, slightly Talon as well. That are the parts I don't really like, but I think that there are some nice things. I really like the new augments they added. I think that the augment part is really nice on this set, much better than 6.5. And yeah, so I think that there are some good things, but yeah, some that are not great. Bah merci à tous les Français qui me suivent et qui m'accompagnent à chaque fois en stream, évidemment à la team Aegis qui m'apporte beaucoup quand même, avec notamment une idée Magarki et qu'on peut s'entraîner quand même bien comme il faut. Donc merci à tous et j'espère que je vais vous rendre fiers et faire une bonne perf à cette première GSC.
Welcome back to day number 3 of the EMEA Regional Finals, and it's kind of it alongside Panda. Panda, those first 2 games are pretty freaking hype.
Pretty hype for some players, not so hype for others. 61 has to dig himself out of the current hole he's in. 2 bot 4s in a row. He's a player that was the regional champion last set. I talked to him before in interviews. He says he has no pressure coming to these tournaments because he's already done, what no player is able to do almost in TFT, which is win worlds. He did it in set 4. He has little pressure, but I hope, I really want to see him doing well. He's a player that I respect so much. As such a creative player, he can adapt to any situation, and he has to adapt to this one as well. 4 games left, almost the halfway point counterfeit.
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be tough to adapt to a lobby quite as explosive as that last one. But let's waste no time in getting into game number 3. We are finally going to start to really see some separation emerge from our players. Right now, Lelouch and Coco up there with 14 points. Dasik and Noel on 10 points each, and it goes down to 8, 6, and 4 below that. So we're still a very close lobby. And of course, we want to keep you on 10 hooks as long as it's humanly possible, because of course, this is day 3. This is game 3. We're all about getting into the mix, but this does give us a chance to talk a little bit about what we've seen so far. For you, David, what's been the things that stood out the most strongly?
I think it's really hard to learn too much from the last game because of the double prismatic. There were so many comps that usually you're not going to see. It's not kind of the standard comps you see in these kind of tournaments. The comp that Daisy was able to navigate to with so many different 3-stars, you can't build that board every single game. You have to have a lot going your way with the prismatic augments in this case. The same case for Coco with the Rengar board. A variation we have not seen yet in this tournament with 6 assassins able to get into that top 4. But overall, I think we've now at this point seen everything that we expected to see just in 2 games. Maybe not enough Yone, at least not the volume of Yone that we expect, but we've seen Lilia. We've seen all the Dragon boards. We've seen Astrals pop off. We've seen... is there anything we're missing, Counterfeit, really, out of the key main meta comps?
I mean, I'm going to kind of answer the question in a wrong way by saying one thing I suppose we haven't seen, which I was really hoping that we would get to see. We mentioned we've seen the Cannonair coming through already. As we get attacked by some local bugs. But what we haven't seen is the variation with the Soul Siphon version, at least today.
That's too much to ask, Counterfeit. Come on.
It's not too much to ask. I ask for the world, David, and sometimes you have to or you won't get it. I mean, so the Soul Siphon version, will be the version that allows you to share out the Prodigy trait to your whole team. And because of these oddities of the way it works, you could have a 1-star Nomsy and be getting 3-star attack damage value. I think it's around 80 extra damage for all of your Cannoneers.
That being said, we have, I think, many of our players that are very stat-based, very math-based. If you go on Tactics.tools, you look up the stats on this augment, it's not looking too hot, I think. It's not that it's bad, but it's so difficult to navigate properly. Players haven't put in the reps. You're playing ladder, you're playing hundreds of games in a set. Maybe you see Soul Siphon and you take it once, twice, 3 times, compared to Celestial Blessing 2, Nice Edge 3, where everyone has so many reps, they know how to navigate those lines perfectly. And this is not a place where you want to take risks. If this is a day 1 of a wide field, you're sitting in first comfortably, sure. Pick up Soul Siphon, pick up one of the wackier augments. But in this case, everything is on the line. This is the end of the season for some of these players if they're not able to make it to Worlds.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talked about this a little bit earlier on in the day. Today is definitely a day with so many qualifying spots available to take less risks. I suppose at this point, Double 61 is the only player who's really in a position where that maybe doesn't apply anymore.
I know he's competitive, though. Deep down inside, despite the lax, the laid-back, the low-pressure environment for him, I know deep in his heart he loves playing TFT. He loves competing at TFT. He loves winning at TFT, and especially putting France on the board. I think most of the French players, they're not just good players, but they're also players that love their community, that love their country, and love kind of flexing how good France is, especially in set 6. That was absolutely wild to see France 1, 2, 3, and 4 when it came to the standings and the regional finals. In this case, only 2 French players in the top 8, but I think they still want to do well. Coco in the 2nd place position, but Double 61 has to come back up into that top 4.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose if you're a French fan, you've got the hope that Double 61 is going to come back, but you've got the reality right now that Coco is doing extremely well. I mean, as we said, we've covered quite a lot of the meta across the course of the 3 days, but I suppose we still do have new folks coming in. So I guess for some of our newer viewers who may just be tuning in right now, could you just run us through the broad strokes of what we'll be seeing, assuming we have a semi-sensible lobby?
I would hope more Yone. I think compared to what we saw in day 1 and day 2, we've only seen Yone once, really, in this day 3, and it didn't work out for Solo. Solo was playing Scoped Weapons 3. I think that's one of the augments that you pick up, you play a Yone that's in a very good spot in the meta, and you just cruise into a top 4. I don't know what went wrong with Solo's game, to be honest. We weren't on him as much in stages 3 and 4, but he dropped down to 7th place. Maybe the itemization wasn't ideal. He picked up those last few items on the Yone a little bit too late. But a 7th place for Solo, I think, must have hurt in a comp that he's familiar with. I talked about it with Makes. I saw him upload a YouTube video with this comp, with this combination, with this augment a few months ago at the start of the set. And he knew what he was doing. He navigated the game perfectly. I was trying to get into a game and find this augment combination as well to play it myself. But got a 7th, and that has to hurt for your mental, where you think you're in a good spot, you think you're getting an augment that has a very good stat place in the meta, and then take a 7th. It maybe kind of, you reevaluate, what do I know about TFT really? Was I wrong about this augment?
Well, I guess, in case it does come up again, I want to try and get ahead of this, in case we see another double prismatic lobby. If we end up in that situation again, what does it fundamentally change about the game to have prismatics rather than the standard gold augments?
It increases the variance. The amount of power you're getting from each different augment is that much higher, whereas the difference between the best possible choice you can get and the worst is much bigger than with silver augment. That's why I always, kind of jokingly say, I want 3 silver augments every single game of this tournament, as most high-level players want as well, because it reduces the variance, it reduces the kind of the low roll, the bad luck, the Mortdog moment where you're not able to find that perfect synergy, whereas other players are able to really get those high cap augments that give them, maybe an easy 1st place or an easy 4th place, in this case, or a top 4. But other augments also give players a chance to really showcase how much they know about TFT. For Dasik, Golden Ticket is not an augment that has a good stat placement in the current meta. It's not, that 4.0 augment. It's sitting on the lower end, but Dasik knew, either through experience or through just, pure knowledge and big brain moment, exactly how to play that game to cruise to a 1st.
Yeah, no, I think it was a really good point brought up by Witter before, that we did have the extra Dragon Monsters that were picked up, but let's put that aside for the moment. For this time, it's for real. We're heading into round number 3 again. This is where we really expect to see separation coming out. While we have got a lot of places available in the Global Championships, we are only going to leave today with one EMEA regional champion.
And also one player that will probably cry in his sleep tonight, because 8th place, making it to day 3 is already a massive celebration for everyone involved, because you're almost guaranteed to be either in Worlds or the Western LCQ next weekend. But whoever gets 8th is a tough pill to swallow. It was Lelouch last set who did not have a good day 3. In this case now, the complete opposite. Lelouch has started off very, very hot in this day 3 in set 7. And hopefully he can replicate that. Day 6, someone that's also starting hot in this game though. Leona 2 in the shop. Going to buy it once this round concludes, seeing what kind of gold or items he gets from this PvE round.
Yeah, we're definitely keeping a close eye out for players who are playing very strong early on. I think now it's a big reminder. Pirate Street, certainly one of my favorite versions of the Mirage. You can get, of course, we know what it's traditionally being used for. You throw in that as just another income source. We've got Astral, we've got Lagoon, we've got an inflated economy in the set overall. But, 1 or 2 gold per round off of this Mirage is really hard to turn down.
You have the Ezreal, you have the Twitch now as well. The BF Sword and the Rod still pretty open to AD or AP at this point for Dasik, and Ezreal a good carry for most of these items regardless. I think Mortdog heard us. He heard that I was saying, maybe Mortdog, it's time to give us a Pirate Screen. It's been too long. Not once in this tournament on the broadcasted games. Finally, we do get it. Maybe for Dasik, not ideal though. If he was looking to go for a win streak stage 2, he would like to have that combat strength instead of the Pirate Screen that essentially only gives you econ. But we'll see how he balances out. And if he can even get the Mirage online, has to find a natural Yone in the shop first.
Well, it's good news about the Mirage. It's Pirates, but it's good news about Nomsy as well, as it will be Mage. Let's get our first augments in and see if our players decide their direction early.
Talk about Wi-Fi, the resident Dragon Master player in NA. Would love to see Eye Storm here. Would obviously just try and force that Lee Sin carry that we saw in GSC3 as well. Dasik, I think, is not a man that takes those risks as often. I think he wants consistent results when it comes to just an important day 3, and it will be better together as I expected, because it's one of the augments that just works with one of the best comps in the game right now, the Graves Seraphine comps. He has to be careful though. Salvi and Brix love Graves in this tournament. They've played it so many different times. If he goes, Solo joins the party.
Well, it's better together.
Exactly.
Why not have as many as you want?
It's not just one player getting it, it's 2, of course. They're going to be holding hands, hopefully for a 1st and 2nd, but maybe for a 7th and an 8th, depending when they get that Graves 2 upgrade.
What we do have, which of course is a kind of a throwback from day 1 of the competition, we've got some Guardians entering the mix here for Solo Kasang. We have seen how incredibly impressive that can be, but we've also seen that a distinct countermeasure exists. Nyla, if she's in the game, ruins Guardians' days.
There's actually 3 better together. We're looking at it now. Salvi, one of the players that I mentioned, loves getting this augment, loves playing the comp that this augment leads you into. And one or two or maybe all three of these players are going to have to get some bad news when it comes to stage 4 because it's all about that natural roll down. Bricks, we saw yesterday, was able to just get Graves 2 right after Wolves somehow, miraculously, with a gold collector as well, and then became a Graves 3. But for most of these players, getting a 2-star forecast is difficult. It's one of the harder things to play around in terms of stabilizing in stage 4 if you are going for a forecast carry as kind of the main unit in your comp. But when you're contested 2 different ways or 3 different ways in this case, it's just sometimes impossible as well.
Do want to point out before the augments drop down, we have got Lelouch coming in there with a cluttered mind. That is an augment we've seen make a massive impact. And if it is, as you say, we're seeing all of these potential Graves Seraphine players being slowed down. Maybe an augment that speeds up your leveling will really overtake them.
And for every other player that's in this lobby, that's scouting, that's looking around, having 3 other players going for better together is good news because you want 3 players to shoot themselves in the foot, to contest each other, to not be able to hit their comps because that opens up more comps that are going to be uncontested for you to play. So we'll see what the other 5 players go for. And if one of these 3 better together players decides to not play Seraphine Graves and goes for maybe something like a Rengar carry game instead that can utilize that Zeke's Herald somewhat well as well, like the very beginning of Darkflight when it started off in set 7.5.
Yes, you're definitely the better style of player if you're willing to admit when the situation doesn't
There's
call
a
for
Rengar.
it. Yeah. You've got a temptation here, Bricks. Of course, we know Bricks has performed spectacularly well across time, though Bricks has had a little bit more variability in their play. A massive amount of first-place games, but also matched by some disappointing games as well.
Suffering from success, so many different upgrades that don't really gel perfectly together. You have the Rengar, but then you also have the upgrades on the Nasus and on the Talia. Lots of level 5s here at 2-3 players playing high tempo, trying to get a win streak going. Or in the case of Lelouch, trying to maybe break this loose streak right now, but has the early Shimmer skill. Not going to be Goldmancer's Staff, but Gambler's Blade still one of the better ones to have, especially when you have this Volibear, one of the key units to not only win you rounds, but give you gold as well all throughout the early stages of the game.
Yeah, we've seen Volibear performing admirably as an item carrier. In fact, a very, very strong item carrier to take you through the mid-game. And, of course, benefiting greatly from that attack speed. We have got a little report, of course, about who is up in top place. Bricks and Salvi so far unbeaten. We have got Solo, who is holding on to a lot of item components, though. They are down towards the bottom of the table.
Swords and belts, incredibly important in this first carousel. 3 players with better together. You want to build those Zeeks. Lelouch takes the only sword here, maybe because he wants it for himself, maybe because he wants to take it away from other players. We'll never find out.
Why not both?
Why not both? Sometimes that is the key answer. You win, everyone else loses. That's how TFT sometimes works. Everyone here in this lobby is not Lelouch's friends. It's a 1v7 essentially.
Well, I mean, this is one of the things, I think one of those big realizations that kind of comes in as you play more and more TFT is you're not just playing your own game, you are absolutely playing, everybody else's game as well. But having the mental capacity to track what other people are doing and, make the right decisions for you, which are also the worst decision for your opponents, is so crucial.
I love this spot for Salvi, utilizing better together right now with Yone. Also a comp that sometimes can utilize the Zeeks, especially for the extra attack speed. When you build the Rage Blade, it goes off of that big, just base stat number on the Yone. So that might be the angle here for Salvi. Has Pirate Screed online as well, and strong enough to win streak without essentially getting stats from the Mirage trait. So this could be a very good spot for Salvi because he's able to win streak and get gold in the process.
Yeah, we certainly know that Yone and Olaf are very strong pairing together. Buff them both up, and you're generally going to be laughing. Worth noting as well, it's very easy to miss that Olaf will gain that extra attack speed from the AP. So it's going to be hitting it like a truck. The shields are holding ground right now, and this does mean that Salvi will be the only undefeated player coming close to Crux.
Yeah, Bricks is streak going to end here in the fourth round of this stage 2. Salvi uncontested as the only win streaker here, but looking on the other end of the spectrum, the current 1 and 2 in the standings, 7th and 8th in the HP for this game 3.
Yeah, Lelouch and Kirko, they're absolutely riding high. We have got some more Yones creeping in. Now, of course, we do know if we were looking to stay in Yone longer term, we would be hoping to find some way to give that Yone, or ideally the Olaf as well, some extra range, and that's not currently on the cards right now.
Yeah, not quite a possibility. We're going to have to see if there's any carousels either from the Augment, with something like an Earth, for example, or from the next carousel instead. You want to get that Spatula, try and get the emblem online. It transforms Yone into a completely different unit. It makes him so much better because, as we've mentioned so many times throughout this tournament, he's able to stay out of melee range. And when you have a Shio Yu, 1-2 punching you to death, it's so important to keep your distance and attack from further away, almost as if you were a swift shot unit instead.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way to solve the whole melee problem where you put yourself in danger, is just stay well out of it. Double, we are seeing with the thrill of the hunt, and the Kaiser, unfortunately, they're not going to do a whole ton for you if you're not getting the kills.
Thrill, one of the better augments in Stage 2, but also kind of high variance. If everything works out and your unit gets the perfect resets at the perfect time, it can essentially 1v5 in some cases. But in this case, it didn't quite pan out for double 61. Daysik now also win streaking into Krugs, though. But the gold generation plus the 5 win streak puts Salvi in such a good spot to top 4. I mean, it's early to say, but really, if you've played enough TFT, you understand when a start of the game feels as good as this, it's really hard to bot for, especially in the case of Salvi, that is such a fantastic player.
Yeah, again, this is the reason why I love the Pirate Screed so much, because you're actually, a lot of the time, especially with Astral, for instance, you're playing units which are not necessarily that strong in order to get economy. The Leona and the Yone together, of course we know, particularly in the Yone side of things, are very strong units. You're really not giving up anywhere near as much as you would be to make sure you've got the gold you need.
You make 40, I think you can if you want to slow Seraphine as well, but do you want to? That's the decision point here for Salvi. If he wants to make that 40 gold threshold, get that extra piece of gold to get to 50 even quicker, and just snowball this HP lead into potentially a Yone 3-star, but has a chance for Kiana 2 instead.
Yeah, keeping the option open, so presumably, this is kind of our big question for this lobby with the 3 better together players. Who is going to flinch first and definitively go away from that style of play? All right, so we've got our 2-star coming in. Salvi is going to keep up that win streak. Daysik is a little bit behind, but has a win streak of their own. Coco at the very bottom. A lot of gold, a lot of loss streak.
The key factor for leveling to 6 at 3-1 instead of 3-2, which is the natural integer to do it, is if you want to defend the streak, if you have something to fight for, and in this case Salvi does. He's on a 5 win streak, wants to keep this win streak going, getting that extra win streak gold as he goes along. And the other second thing is you have to have a good unit to put in that makes a difference. And Kiana 2-star is that unit. You naturaled it in the shop with 2 more Kianas coming in. That's going to be another easy win for Salvi. If he's able to win streak the entirety of the stage 3, I see him guaranteeing a top 4 and fighting his way back up in the standings, currently sitting at 7th place after those 2 games.
So I'm going to ask you a question which kind of goes outside of this game slightly. If you're in the position that Salvi, Double, Solar are you just looking for the slow climb up through consistent play, or are you trying to course correct as fast as possible and get in some some riskier but more rewarding first and seconds?
I think it's a bit overvalued how much you can shift your playstyle in TFT in this set especially. I think with Mercenaries especially, in last set you can play more 1st or 8th. In this case, not so much. But something more to talk about here is Prismatic once again being the augment choice. Think Fast obviously is no longer an option because Daysik has spent half of his time just staring at the screen thinking what is the best option. Maybe checking some stats on the side possibly as well. But Electric Shark 3 is fantastic. You're defending a win streak right now. It gives you immediate board strength. Going to be Radiant Relics instead. We'll see what the pickup is going to be here. Has a lot of good AD options especially, but not much for AP depending on what angle he's trying to go for. It might just be an item for the Graves if he wants to go. Ooh, not the item I expected. Bulwark's Oath instead picked up here for Daysik.
Well, I suppose that will be enhancing the value of the shields they've got there. The effective HP pushing up, but they've got to deal with Salvi right now, and we'll see if that Bulwark will protect them. Or on Salvi's side of things, they've gone for a new recruit, so helping to push the board, immediate board strength right through and keep that win streak going.
That's one more thing to talk about when you are defending a win streak. When you're offered an augment at stage streak 2, you can't pick an econ augment. You have to pick something that, again, propels you higher above other players and allows you to defend that win streak further. And that's the case for both of these win streaking players, both Daysik and Salvi. In the case of Salvi, he's just in a better position, though. Yone 2-star as well, has a new recruit, has better together, and has a very, very strong board coming into the stage 3.
I want to take a chance to look at Coco if we can, because they are very far below everybody else, with I suppose the exception of a double 61, who's also fairly low. Note we are in a Protector of the Cosmos game for Coco, so they're going to be getting a lot of shields on the Astrals, but they are married to Astral for the rest of the game.
Cybernetic uplink as well. Not too far into the 3-stars for the Lux, for example, for the Varus. Obviously just one singular copy, but still has 50 gold, so hasn't really rolled down at all yet. Going to go more of a slow roll route. Looking for maybe a tier to get this this spatula off of the Vlad, depending if he got up the carousel or placed it himself. I guess for now, just getting the cybernetic uplink value. It is prismatic. You want to try and squeeze out as much mana generation as many units as possible at this point in the game.
Yeah, certainly once you've got that Lux reroll, you're feeling very happy about keeping her safe with that extra bit of shielding. She said once the Mage Spatula comes in, we will be seeing Varus locking down a lot of boards. But, of course, Coco, while they've dropped below 50, they are now out of their loss streak. They have to start getting wins in, and they will do so courtesy of the player just above them, double 61.
High Roller. Not high rolling just yet, 50 HP, 7th in the HP standings, but looking to use those dice, still on the bench, still deciding what route he's going to take. We saw some very crazy high roller games in the NA, actually. There was a Nyla 3 that was picked up by Dishtop, I believe it was, in day 1 with good odds, but still, he got like 4 off of 1 dice on Diana. It was absolutely crazy to see the VOD. In this case, that might be the angle Double 61's going for. Usually, High Roller is given as kind of a tempo option in Stage 2, but sometimes if you wait long enough, you can go for just a win condition, like a Nyla 3, for example.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that, you know, does make these augment system very interesting, is when you can see an augment having a completely different effect at different parts of the game. But let's just take again a stock of the game overall. So we have got 3 players, Coco, Double, and Noel, all in the 50s or thereabouts. Lelouch just above, then Bricks and Solo feeling pretty happy. Salvi remains completely undefeated through Stage 2, through most of Stage 3. Dasik was threatening to come back in, but hasn't managed to keep a win streak of their own going.
Through win streak now for Sologa Sang, doing his best. Darkest cosplay. Darkest, the player that in game, or in day 1 rather, picked up Guardian Crown, Guardian Crest in both games 1 and 2 of that very first day of this tournament. Sologa Sang trying to go that same route, going for that 6th Guardian, recently buffed by Mortdog to be just so much more tanky. And in this case, now going to be a very stable mid-game for Solo, especially with that volley break giving the extra gold as well we're seeing there off the Gambler's Blade.
And of course, we know, based on what Darkest has taught us in the first 2 games of the competition, the end game for this one does tend to be our friend Aurelian Sol. Yeah, we are visiting back with another old friend, though. It is good old Yone, hopefully going to have a better showing this time round.
Sologa Sang was a player that could not really make it work in the last game, now facing against it and saying, wait a minute, my Yone was not doing this kind of stuff. Kills the volley bear there, trying to kill the Nasus. Spirit of the Dawn comes in, but not quite enough. The Zac, we saw him. He was fantastic in yesterday, but not quite tanky enough. Not a 3-star, doesn't have the 3 tank items just yet.
I will keep an eye out on how things develop through there. Solo, I think he's still relatively okay with how things are right now. We should see the damage chart there, with Yone doing the lion's share of the work by quite a long way, much more dispersed on Solo's side of things. We'll keep an eye out for them. We have got some upgrades coming in as well. Coco getting that 2-star Lux. I think that might be a second 2-star, if I don't miss my guess. Lelouch also grabbing an upgrade on their Jack. So we're creeping forward, coming close to the end of Stage 3.
Lelouch has Dragon Soul as his prismatic augment. I hadn't noticed that until now. I was talking about Darkflight Crown being one of the highest stat placement augments in the game in this current patch 12.21, coming into GM+, so the highest of the highest ranks with the best players. Dragon Soul, also the case. It's one of the very, very strongest augments because it elevates the best combat of the game to even higher standards.
Yeah, and especially, we talked about before that we have the, the Cluttered Mind as a way to move you up levels faster. What a great combination with the ability to put together the most absurd late game board.
Cluttered Mind is essentially econ. The way it works out, it gives you levels quicker, so essentially it's giving you gold that you don't have to spend on leveling up in that case. And Dragon Souls gives you, well, a win condition, but also board strength, at least when you get to that point where you have the dragons online. So Lelouch, a player that I definitely would like to check out at this point in the game. Not quite any dragons just yet, so essentially a dead augment for now, but has very good board strength, is able to have a high tempo board with that Volibear 2, with all the itemization, the Gambler's Blade, the BT, and the Titan's Resolve. And now, with 72 gold at level 7 already, and with the Cluttered Mind, 13 XP points already onto that level 8. That means that I expect a fairly early level 9 with the HP he has now still. Somewhere around the end of Stage 4, he might be going to level 9, and that could spell disaster for everyone else in this lobby if he finds those dragons.
I do like the kind of combination we've got set up here. Because of going into the Shimmer Scale, Lelouch, who of course needs to preserve that goal for the late game, is getting directly rewarded for doing so by having this incredibly strong Volibear. So we're up at level 8 with 50 gold in the bank and the beginnings of a significant win streak. A lot of the board isn't quite what we'd like it to be, but that makes sense for Lelouch. They're not looking to build up the 2-stars. They're looking to try and stamp on the accelerator and get these dragons going.
When it comes to stats in this current prismatic lobby that we are in, Lelouch with Dragon Soul among the top 5 best prismatic augments in the game right now. And Cybernetic Uplink as well for Lecoco. 2 really dangerous players that if they can assemble the boards they want to with dragons mostly, I think in both cases, especially Aoshin and Asol, they could become incredibly scary in the late game.
All right, we'll check out with Noel, who of course doesn't quite have the full strength of the Yone online as of yet. And it will be Lelouch getting another W in here I mean, of course, amazing news for them in that they're going to be in a situation where not only are they building towards a much stronger board than they have right now, but they're beating people with the placeholder comp they've got already.
61 now has 2 Graves on the bench. The Nyla whipping herself around with the slipstream all throughout the board. But look at his HP, Counterfeit. 21 for 61, a player we talked about. He had to dig himself out of the hole. Right now, he has 1 foot back into that hole, needs to climb out.
Oh, boy. So,
better together again. No,
yes,
no.
we need more of it.
These players are it's like a 4-way handshake. I'm not even sure what the logistics are here.
So what I'm assuming here is the players, there's a bit of a misunderstanding. They thought better together, the more people who have it, the better the augment is. That's just logical.
I think these players at this level maybe have enough reading comprehension to understand that might not be the case, but maybe you're right. Maybe you're right, kind of. Maybe it is, a full set of misreading this augment. And on the crucial moment on Game 3 of Day 3, they actually noticed that no, that's not the case.
I just want to point out here, as we see our final augments coming in, the Lush, we know they are the apocalypse coming for the rest of the lobby. They grab themselves a jeweled Lotus, another way to further cap out the world's most ridiculous board that is on the horizon. It's coming for this whole lobby.
The Nyla also coming for this lobby as well. The Yone you thought was looking so strong. Noel, someone that favors playing that Yone, but all of a sudden Nyla jumps onto you and the Yone is dead. Once the damage disappears, the tanks that don't really do much damage, the Wukong poking people with the stick instead of crushing them from nice up and close, that's going to be it for Noel here. Another big loss. Someone that does favor playing Yone. We saw it all throughout days 1 and 2. In this case, not working out for him too much. And we saw with Solgasang in the last game as well. So maybe players thinking, is this augment worth taking? Is scope weapons as good as we thought in this current meta?
Well, I think maybe we're seeing some of this, with the emergence, because previously, certainly in the EMEA region, we were not seeing anywhere near as much Lagoon being played. I think it's coming as a reaction that we're getting a lot more Nyla in the mix to help deal with all these problems. We have got Double trying to cash out as best they can. They're running very low on resources. And what's that on their bench? Could it be not gold, but dice?
And, I don't want to say I'm the Nostradamus of this current cast.
I'll say it for you.
But this is the good thing about seeing other regions and just seeing a lot of TFT. You get to see situations that don't happen very often. And I think it might be repeated here for 61. Has 4 copies of Nyla right now. Has a Diana on the bench and has the dice still available. It could be an Nyla 3 game that he's going to go for with the better together here. And if he does, and if he's able to get that going, we've seen it so many times as a secondary carry for Lagoon, but also just as a main carry. Nyla can get things done.
So we are seeing something a little bit different here. We've got the Dragons emerging for Day 6. So we've got the scope weapons. I think we might be seeing it, while we haven't seen our players necessarily making some huge leaps out with the better together, perhaps finding other uses for the scope weapons rather than going for a Yonacom, which we've already established is not working so well in this lobby.
The HP leaders in Stage 3. Salvi's still at the top, 74 HP for him. Dasik has fallen down to 45. A Graves with a glove component on the carousel, going to be very appealing for whoever is trying to go for that Seraphine Graves comp. In this case, 61 gets the chain vest instead, and we'll see what these players decide for. We'll see who is trying to go for that Graves. It looks like no one just yet. Players might have been scared. They saw 4 players getting better together. They said, I'm not going to go for Graves. I'm going to try and play a little bit more flex, go in a different route instead to not get contested. And as we're hearing from our, not production, but actually Weeda, letting us know that loaded dice percentage on Diana for Nyla is 31.25%. I knew it was somewhere on the range, but good to have the accurate number to understand exactly what 61 wants to do here. He's rolling gold still, trying to find maybe another natural copy, and then going to go for that Nyla push, but maybe just doesn't need it yet. Thinks he's trying.
Oh, come on!
Okay, it's time. No? Yes, that's a 3-star Nyla. 6 HP. Can he come back into this game? He was waiting for the best moment to do it. He needed to have enough gold to even buy a unit if he found them in the shop, and that has now been the case. Can this Nyla 3 do it by herself? Noel finds the Brawn 3 as well, the tank to maybe match the damage from 61, but we'll see if Double can do it. 6 HP means only 1 fight. If he loses, he's out of this game.
We do know Nyla is the solution to a lot of problems here. The Lush, I think, is going to be rolling their eyes at this situation as Nyla dances between. And of course, she doesn't just get a reset from the shields, but reset from the kills, which means she multiplies damage like crazy. The Lush, who we thought was going to have the most obscene board known to creation, might have just been put on a timer.
And this is bad news, especially for Lelouch. The players that were trying to greed out to play a slow stage 4, saying, I have money, I have HP to work with, I'm going to have very good losses in the stage 4. No one is that strong. This is terrible news because every fight that Double 61 wins, he's going to win with a lot of units left over. That means everyone's going to be taking 10 to 15 HP for any loss in stage 4, especially going into stage 5 with more damage per unit. And that means that you can't greed out. You can't go fast 9. You can't play for the 4-dragon board as easily.
Well, there we go. The clarion call has been answered. 6 dragon take to the field. Lelouch says, you know what? Enough messing around. It's time to get things online. Of course, these bonus stats to all the dragons will help prop up the fact that we are seeing a fair amount of basic, normal 2-star dragons in the field. We'll see how they do up against Salvi. Of course, no longer on that ludicrously long winning streak, but still a very dangerous opponent.
That being said, the stats did get nerfed. Assembling this board earlier when it was first released and announced by Mortok was essentially an insta-win. There was really almost no counterplay. It was 40 of every single stat for every single dragon alongside the 6 dragon, all the different other dragon bonuses. In this case now it got nerfed down to, I believe it was 30 stats for everyone, which is now maybe there is some counterplay involved, and I think, oh, it's going to be Edge of Night, Jeweled, Gauntlet, and Hextech Gunblade. You have items on the not-so-great carries here. The Zippy, not the ideal dragon, but if you want to get a nice reward in the chat, AMD, our partnership for this tournament, can help you out. Do not spam the command, though. Just read. Use your reading comprehension like players have done with Better Together. And don't spam like you have been doing all tournament. It is not necessary, believe me.
Yes, just to be completely crystal clear, you do not enter the competition by typing the command AMD in the chat. That just gives you the link to the place that you do. But either way around it, the Lelouch is feeling like a competition winner themselves. They got some absurd items from that treasure dragon, and now they can bring in the big guns.
I love this from Double 61. We're looking at his HP. He was at 6 before. He's at 10 now. What does this mean, Counterfeit? Can you solve the puzzle?
Don't ask me to do math, bro.
He doesn't have metabolic, so I guess Soraka must be in his comp, putting him in a spot where maybe if he loses the fight somehow, he's not going to be an insta-loss. So I like this from Double 61. He's saying, I'm incredibly strong. I can slot in the Soraka and maybe have that safety net where if I lose a fight, it won't be the end of the day.
Well, Dasik will be getting into Dragon Town as well. Of course, they don't have a Dragon Soul of their own. Interesting choice up against Solo, who is also making good on our promise from before. The Protectors being paired with the Aurelian Soul makes it very hard to stop that Aurelian Soul from scaling through the round and providing infinite damage. I love the combination as well with the Archangel Staff and the Ascension. That is inevitability in a comp.
The cast does not come through from Solga Sang's Aoshin, though, and that's going to be the win potentially here for Dasik, who needed to win this to stay alive at this point. He's at 19 HP, a dangerous spot to be, and as you mentioned, especially against the high-tempo players in this lobby, like Double 61 with that Nyla 3. The second cast comes in, the cleanup on Solga Sang's board, and incredibly close, actually, in this lobby from second place down to Double 61, who's climbing back up with that Soraka. It's only a 20 HP gap, rather.
You know what I mean? I just want to kind of expand a little bit on what we were seeing from before as, Coco will be going bananas. They've got themselves their Astrals, of course.
That's big.
From the beginning of the game. So yes, we've got a Mage Astral, Varus 3. We've got ourselves a Silas propping up the front line as well. We've presumably got pretty much the best we can hope for, given that we're level 7 and we've managed to get all this together. We're probably not seeing a Zoe 2 this game.
Deja vu kicking in, though. Lakoko and Double 61 once again 7th and 8th as they were at the very, I think around the stage in game 1. Lakoko climbed out of that to get some more points in the standings, but up now against Salvi, up now against Graves. Hen and Justice and Rageblade. The Rageblade currently stacking, getting faster and faster attack speed for this Graves, but the Lux, the burst damage coming through, not quite enough just yet. Lots of shielding on most of these units thanks to the comp from Salvi, but the Lux, one more cast here, might hit the Graves with a stun from the Varus as well. Yep, that's going to be the kill on the Graves, and with Graves out of the way, Counterfeit, the rest of the units not really doing as much as Graves can, not having that much of an impact on the board. The Zeri is good, but she's a support unit in that comp.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little bit worried about that one going south, as Dasik has officially been our first elimination here in our third game of the day. At least Dasik wasn't in quite as terrible a position as they could have been otherwise. So they managed to moderate their points. They were in third with 10 points, but you have to imagine they're going to get leapfrogged by quite a few people right now.
Wondering what Brix's board looks like, considering he's at 9 HP now, and he's someone that also has to try and win out here. He did end up going for the Grave Seraphine comp with that Better Together Augment that we talked about. but hasn't quite found the same success that maybe he's found in other games, like we saw yesterday in Day 2, able to win many lobbies with this comp, and facing off against Lakoko. This could be an elimination match for both of these players. Rocket Propel Fist once again for Lakoko, someone that had it already in the last day of TFT we saw yesterday. The Lux untouched in that backline, just spamming her Cosmic Flares, trying to get these burst kills. The Archangel slowly stacking up, 60 now. The AP rising as the fight goes longer and longer, which is what this Astral Comp does so well, especially the Vlad with the Transfusion, healing up in that front line, staying alive, tanking up more and more damage as Lux continues stacking the Archangels. The final amount of burst comes through, and once again, the win against the Grave Seraphim.
Brix is out of there, which is not a situation which we'll be able to report on very often at all. But I think you're right, we've got a composition from the Graves setup, which is not, it's not massive burst, it's damage over time. Let's get into some real action though. We have got another Guardian Spatula in the mix, because of course you always need more Guardians in life. Solo will grab that one.
It could be an upgrade as well. Lelouch, if he's actually playing for the Aoshin, the Runan's not ideal, but if he has 3 items already on this Aoshin and is actually playing Aoshin on his Dragon board, that could be the 2-star if he did not have it already. And that is why that's going to be the case. The Aoshin comes through, 2-star as well. So that carousel favored some players more than others. If you're not playing for a Dragon board, you just sell the Dragon and move on. But for Lelouch, it is a massive spike.
Yeah, we know Lelouch has got this incredible setup. Bear in mind, though, nearly everybody in the lobby is on 20 HP and below. Given the fact we are in Dragon territory, as you mentioned before, we're doing double damage from each of these units when the round ends. So one big L here is almost certainly going to kill a player.
Gunblade and Archangels, 2 great items on Lelouch is Aoshin. The Lightning Rain will be able to heal up the tanks that are still left alive, but it's only a Terra 1 for now, not as tanky as this Dragon can be later into the game. We're seeing it here immediately deleted by the Graves. The Graves stacking 2 different Rage Blades, but the 1v1 versus Xiaoyu, usually not a great fight for that Graves, but finally squeezes his way out of that. Xiaoyu now targets someone else, but the Aoshin cast comes through, and you don't even need it, really. Almost the rest of the Dragons cleaned up the job already. Salvi down to 8 HP, and double 61 from 8th to 1st. This is almost a script that has been written here. He rises from the bottom, from the depths of the lobby, all the way up to the top, thanks to that Soraka and the Nyla 3.
Opportunities knocking here for Double. All they need to do is steer the course. Solo goes down to 1, along with Salvi on 8. Coco just above Noel as well. We are so low here, but Double, of course, at the top, as you said, with a win streak running. You've got to be feeling pretty good if you're backing Double right now. But we've got so much volatility here. As you mentioned, we have got a Guardian coming in. So we've got Guardian 6, and of course, Aurelion Sol, the 1 point of failure for the composition, has now got a Guardian Spatula of his own, which means he's going to be ridiculously hard to kill early.
This is a strong board. This is not a weak board by any margin, but this lobby, once again, is a high roll lobby thanks to that Prismatic Augment. Everyone is looking so strong, and you're up against the strongest player now on the field. The Shroud comes through straight up the middle from that Seraphim, but Nyla is on your Acel already. The Slipstream, the damage, the 1-2 punch. Acel deleted. Bard, great, but that Tempered Fate, no one is falling up. There's no damage to multiply off of that. Fantastic ult from the Bard, and Nyla can do whatever she wants, jumping around, dancing in joy and happiness and celebration as Double 61 gets yet another decisive win in this Stage 5.
I think we're going to have a fairly abrupt end to the game because we've got so many players close to elimination. Solo out in 7th. Salvi, from having a massive win streak before, just could not keep up with the pace of the lobby, out in 5th. We do see a last second fight. This is a little reminiscent of what we saw before.
Braum.
Is that a Pantheon or a Braum? It's hard to tell under all that tankiness.
I want to see some Giga Chads in the chat because that Braum deserves it. Takes on a Dragon 1v1, gets the shield up in the air, and bashes the Aoshin's head in. That's a very graphic image. I'm sorry for those at home.
Well, I mean, it's a very similar items we saw from the Pantheon before, which did hold on. Maybe we are starting to see that, as part of a well-rounded late-game composition, having a absurdly strong and tanky unit that can actually absorb this Dragon damage could make a big difference than we realized.
Morello not ideal here, but interesting how Noel's able to navigate this Scope Weapons 3 game into a top 4, whereas Solo Gasang was not able to do the same in that game too. I'm not sure what was different. Maybe the tank, maybe the Braum is a little bit better here with the items, with the Anima Visage and the Dragon Claw. In this lobby specifically, we see so much AP, the Astrals, the Dragons, and that, we saw it there. The Braum able to stand toe-to-toe with these Dragons and not die, essentially, after a full Lightning Rain cast. That's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing with the Unbreakable Shield. Just be able to cut out a percentage of the damage, especially at 3-star, It is ridiculous. Lelouch, though, we know, we gave them the omen of the apocalypse, but apparently it's taking a little bit longer to arrive than we thought. It's still staying alive for the time being. Let's see who they go up against. It's Double 61, which will be knocking one of the big dragons up into the air. We know Nyla is amazing at dealing with the backline, but we have got the Archangels ticking through. Lelouch still has to get those cards coming through. There's a stun, but it will not stop the ticking time bomb. Nyla is, of course, ridiculously strong. The ult is coming. I swear, eventually it's coming. We'll be dropping down the firepower, but Nyla, I think, is just too damn strong. The second cast is coming. Will it land? We have got the Hextech gunblade, but it doesn't go off in time.
The cleanup there, and then Nyla keeping things interesting, not finding the right targets at the start of that fight, but still finds the final kill. Lelouch taken down, or not taken down just yet. I think it's a delay maybe in the hit here, or was fighting a ghost in that case, but Double 61 now win streaking Counterfeit. We saw him at 6 HP. We saw him in, deep. We said it. He had 1 foot in the hole once again. But again, with the loaded dice, maybe he actually watched the NA regionals as well. He found out the tech of going for the Diana, of getting that Nyla 3 early on, and managed to stabilize in such a magnificent way.
Do not be too concerned. I think we're having a little bit of a... so we're playing on the tournament round rather than the regular client. And sometimes some weird things do happen. Hopefully everything is fine on Double 61 then. It's just our spectator view that's giving us some unusual items there. I think Double would have called for a pause if it was anything to be concerned about. Up against the power of the Astral, so we're going to see if we reset things.
Lelouch taken down, Noel taken down. Now we're seeing the refreshes there in the HP totals. It's going to be Double 61 versus Lecoco France, who we saw 7th and 8th in Stage 4. They bounced back up to 1st and 2nd. 2 veteran players that know how to stay under control when there is a high pressure situation like this one and manage to just rack up these points. Whoever wins here, it's a win for both of them. They needed the points to go back up. Lecoco may be in a better position, but overall Double 61, especially with a Nyla 3, with a fantastic usage of High Roller as a prismatic augment, able to win this fight and able to win this Game 3 and bounce back up in the standings. Not to first place, but to at least maybe that top 5 position, which you need to make it to Worlds.
So we can't have a 4 French top finisher, but maybe we can have a 2 French top finisher.
Don't jinx them. Don't jinx them, Peter.
I'm going to jinx everybody I like all the time. Double 61 from the very bottom of the table strikes back, joins the country button at the top. And I think, that's an incredibly impressive performance. I think exactly as you said, because we've got the American regionals running at the same time, there's a wealth of information for our players to call across. And I think, honestly, you'd be foolish if you're a player not to see where the meta's going and where you can find your edges.
I'm incentivized to watch just to know more about the game, to be able to cast better. For players that have 20,000 euros on the line, I think there's an even bigger incentive to actually try and learn as much as possible from any region. China, Korea, in this case, NA for this weekend as well. Japan's going on right now as well. And a great game for Double 61. That's going to be it for this Game 3, though. We're going to go to a very short interview with Lelouch, a player that's also performing very, very well today. And we'll see you later on the analyst desk, so don't go anywhere.
Hello, I'm Lelouch. I'm one of the top challenger players in the US and in Poland. Started playing since set 1 and achieving more successes and being the top of the ladder, hitting rank 1 consecutively in set 5, 6 and 7, and of course the house, as you said. Origin is pretty simple. I'm a weeb, I won't hide it. And this comes from my previous favorite anime, Code Geass. The main character's name is Lelouch, and it's one of my top characters, so I just thought about it first time I thought about my nick. Pretty positive. Of course, I don't like designs of some units, some traits. I think there's some fixing to be done, some reworks, as we like talked with other players. I think the most important thing is like to have urge to click play again. So I want to play more, and I'm having fun even if I'm tilted or having bad impression on some traits like mages, for example. I think like of course Travis, which I mentioned before, is Bryson. We talk a lot, and like Simply Wojtek, and probably like now we play a lot with TSW also. So like those 4 players I would think of.
Lelouch may be coming out of that game number 3, but he's number 1 in our hearts and potentially on the standings.
To be honest, I watched the entire anime after which he named himself in preparation for this tournament, just going all the way here at Rising Legends. And
Strong
speaking
dedication.
of going all the way, I personally feel like that Dragon Soul Augment is not doing enough. Yesterday, we saw Casey Double take a 7th with it, and today, Lelouch only managing to choke out a 3rd with 6 dragons on the paper.
Let's talk a little bit about that winning composition there from Casey Double. Of course, taking the win after rocking that loaded dice all the way to a Nyla 3. Just disgusting, Wida.
I mean, absolutely right, and he was very particular about how he wanted to play the game out. Going into, I believe, it might have been stage 6-1, stuff like that, he was pretty much able to, like, he had the opportunity to go level 9, but he had to sell off his Rakan 2 in the process and pick up a Rakan 1 as well, just to ensure that he had continued to have his board strength up. But like, again, it's what Casey Double does. He is just one of the best technical players in the world, and we've seen it time and time again. I know you've been talking about, you've been a little bit let down by him in the past mix, but he always said to show up when it matters.
Does he really? He went 8th and then 6th. And with all the respect and love to Casey Double, I'm sorry, Matt, but he has let us down too much, and I need a couple more firsts out of him to be impressed.
We may have matching clothes here, Makes, but we do not have matching opinions. I have faith in Casey Double, though admittedly our opinions were a little bit more in line before he turned around that game. It is worrisome to see our former world champion, 2-time winner of the Rising Legends finals, coming into it and saying, hey, I went 8th, I went 6th, and currently lowest health in the lobby. It was really, really rough for him, but being able to turn that out back into a first, his first place of the tournament as well, he's back on the upswing.
Yeah, and I do want to mention another player that's back on the upswing, or possibly hasn't even ever been down. Lekoko piloting yet another 2nd place with that Astral Reroll. We've seen so much of it. We've seen it do fantastic throughout this entire tournament. And Lekoko really is showing us what he is capable of after not having too much of a show up in our tournaments prior to this one.
Let's take a look at the standings after the results of that game. I suspect we're going to see Double 61 doing a little bit better. We were worried that he might lock himself into last, but He's climbed up a little bit, number 4, but up in the top, like you were mentioning earlier, makes Lelouch and Lococo.
Yes, so great for Lelouch. He is the one I chose as a winner, but Salvi and Solo Wida are currently building the end of our lobby.
Yeah, and to be fair, it is really tight from double and down, right? Like 10 points and 11 points, etc. coming through. And, you know, Noel right now, the only one that's kind of in the middle of nowhere. Just you're playing their own game, whereas Lelouch and Lococo have pretty clear players that they need to look out for. But again, it's worth noting that Solo, Salvi, and Briggs, right, they have 3 more games to turn this all around and come back up to and propel them up the standings.
We've seen this before. Every single tournament we have on the final day, Game 3 is where the rubber hits the road. This is where standings are solidifying, where players have to truly do their absolute best. Not that they don't at any time, but this is where the positionings matter more than ever before. You can't risk taking those 8s. You have to take every scrap you can. For a lot of those players, it's going to be a ton of pressure. The stakes are higher than ever. Only 3 games left to go.
And we have to kind of keep in mind, this is the half time, right? The 3rd game has commenced. There are 3 more to go. So from here on out, it could all flip upside down, but chances are the trend continues.
Really looking forward to seeing what we can get. I believe our in-game casters are ready. Getting a thumbs up from David. That's all the confirmation that I need. A salute from Peter. We're definitely ready now. And now Counterfeit and Impetuous Panda take it away for game number 4 of the Rising Legends Finals.
As the desk said, we are past the halfway point and things are really starting to get interesting. That last game delivered in ways I don't think anybody could have even begun to hope for.
And also, Peter, not just for the players themselves trying to find success, trying to get to that top 4 spots, for the region. Last World Championship did not go so hot for EMEA. I want to bash onto NA in this next World Championship and onto the whole world as well, China included. We need to get the best players possible into the World Championship. We need them to prove they deserve to be there in these next 3 games. We need them in the hottest form, the best prep in the next 2 weeks as well. And overall, I just want to send the best possible players. I have no biases anymore. I love Dazik, I love Lelouch as the players, but overall, whoever deserves to be there will be there in these next 3 games.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I'm completely with you here. Yeah, we're kind of being biased towards our own region here, which we want the players who can perform on the convergence to be the ones that are going through. We don't want there to be any question at all. We are officially past the halfway point. Of course, we've got some players like Solo Gasang, Salvi, and Bricks, and Dazik to a lesser extent, all looking to really get some big wins in. Coco and Lelouch are currently our front runners by a considerable margin.
Both players start with L as well. Strange coincidence, but one that we have to think about.
Both bottom players start with S.
Oh, you're on to something now. Players start changing your names for next set. L is on the rise, S is going downhill. And also the point gap, 21 points for Lococo, 20 points for Lelouch, and 3rd place only has 15, which means that I'm not going to say Lococo and Lelouch are guaranteed to be in Worlds already. There's still 3 games left, but they're in a very, very good spot as long as they get some amount of results in these next few rounds. And Double 61 Shop also can give him some great results. 3 Astrals, another Vlad pair to have there, and the Maul fight if you want to go level 4 to get the Bruisers online. A variation in an early game comp that I played so much when I was going for that Jade Whispers board. A great combination of Econ with Astrals and also board strength with the Bruisers online, especially if you 2-star these Astrals.
Now, of course, as Max was saying on the desk, while we did see that incredible last game from Double 61, they're still going to make up ground if they're going to be fighting it to be in first places. We've got a whole bunch of information flooding in. So we've got Mirage Spell Sword, Nomsy is Cannoneer, Soul Siphon is calling.
Cannoneer was played by Bricks in game 1. Had a good result with that Graves and with that Nomsy online. It was a 6 Cannoneer angle that was recently buffed, as has been 6 Guardian. But in the case for Double 61, we saw Coco playing Astrals last game, and now Double 61 saying, maybe it's my turn to do it. Maybe it's my turn to try and give this comp a go. And especially with this start as a pair of everything. One of the biggest problems with Astral now after that nerf in terms of getting more gold than units is 2-starring those units, and in this case, a much easier spot. But all of a sudden, the August are saying, Double 61, do you want to play Yone instead? Noel was able to get top 4 last game. Maybe you should try it out.
Well, I mean, to be fair, while going full Astral is absolutely an option here, for Double 61, they absolutely, they can still take the shifts off creds, just enjoy the extra money they get from playing Astrals, and also not even lose that much HP in the early game.
We see the Yone normally paired with the Leona and Braum instead. Braum, of course, being also a 2-star unit you can roll with when you're rolling for Yone. But for stage 2, maybe it's going to be Swift Shot Crest, but no. Delicacy1 says, I don't want to fall into some of the traps that other players fall to where they all start contesting the same units. I have a very good start for this. The game is telling me to play Astral instead. He's going to try and go down that route, but Brix does pick up scoped weapons and says, I do want to join the party.
It's a good thing as well, because we've got a lot of Astrals on their bench, but they won't be going down that route. Slamming in a Bramble Vest very early on, apparently respecting the power of not just AD, but crits as well. Good way to deal with them. So for Brix, they haven't leveled up. They're keeping their board, or rather their bench, nice and toasty with a whole bunch of units looking for upgrades.
Lots of pairs on that board. The unit's not the fruit. And in this case, now we're going to see Ezreal's Nidalees as well. We're going to see exactly what route Brix wants to take. Although Lelouch seems to have a route already in mind. Dragonmancer, Cybernetic Uplink. This could evolve into a Dragon board again for Lelouch, who was able to play that board in that Game 3. But, I mean, Game 4 counterfeits so much on the line for these players. You can't take any risky lines like playing Soul Siphon Rengar, for example. You have to stick to the essentials.
It's not a risk. Well, I suppose, looking to our larger situation at play here, we've got the two kind of different sort of paths for our players. We've got qualifying through to the Global Championship, and we've got becoming EMEA champion. Certainly, Coco and Lelouch, they're in a position where maybe they get tempted by being able to join those extremely small amount of players who can call themselves the EMEA champion, because once you go to the Global Championship, you may not get any championship at all.
Looking at the augments, though, for the rest of the field here, all pretty generic in terms of Thrill to Hunt 2, Celestial Blessing 2, Cybernetic Uplink, and Shell for different players. Cluttered Mind for Lekoko. Lelouch was able to pull it off to great success in the last game. Lekoko trying to emulate that in this game here. Really, Scoped Weapons for Brix is only the more, I think, specific augment out of all the field that has been picked here. Maybe the 3-2 augments will give more clear-cut directions for these players.
It almost feels like a reaction to the previous game where everybody was better together to say, you know what, we're going to swear off any augments that push us down a particular route and say, ceasefire, nobody plays them, nobody has to worry about being contested and tumbling out of the game.
Thrill the Hunt, we're talking about an augment that can lead to very interesting situations if you're able to get those procs off for Vlad and for the transfusion. Not quite enough here against the Kai'Sa. Tolga-san takes or rather Double61 takes the hit there. And looking at the HP leaders in this stage 2, the same as they were in Game 3, Salvi and Dasik both trying to play that win streak playstyle into stage 3. Dasik last game fell off throughout stage 3, but Salvi was able to keep it.
Well, I mean, to follow on to that, Salvi did incredibly well in the early game, but of course, things got really out of hand. At this point, it starts to make you wonder, maybe Salvi will be looking towards the later game, worried that the same situation will just happen a second game in a row.
Going into Lagoon, though, going to be able to get a lot of different components, gold, boots, all kinds of different rewards you get from this Lagoon trait, especially if you get the stacks on faster and faster, and Shiv will help you do that with the faster attack speed, generating more mana and more ults from Talia, who has a very low amount of mana to cast in the first place, so it definitely works out perfectly for this Lagoon trait.
I will see how well Salvi does. Certainly getting towards the backline pretty quick. You mentioned, of course, the Lelouch with that Cybernetic Uplink, getting a few more casts off, but the board strength isn't quite there. Salvi stays on top. Dasik still undefeated. They'll, of course, be looking to continue to climb up as best they can. We'll see if they do manage to hold onto it. Right now, Double61 down the bottom with Solo. Brix just above them. So no one's taken, the full open fort, but we're getting a little bit closer there for Double.
Yone with a spatula. Whoever picked soak weapons, I think it was Brix. He's happy to see this happen here. He has a second pick. We'll see if anyone wants to take it away. Nope, Brix says, thank you very much, Mr. Mortdog. I will take the Yone with the perfect spatula. All he needs is a bow to get that Swift Shot emblem online. Has the scope weapons as the augment already. If he's able to get another good synergistic augment in 3-2, he can maybe have a very good spot to go top 4 like Noel did last game.
Yeah, I do remember, of course, the days in TFT when everyone would bemoan the fact they got a spatula in the mail, but in this case, very much a different world that we live in. Let's see what we've got here. So we're visiting back with our Astral friends again. Of course, you'd love to be able to get up to 7 stars of Astrals on the board. That's where you start to get the real payout. But at least we've got one of the key components, which is going to be bringing out the big guy on the front line. We've got the mage close to popping off, but no Lux as of yet to really make this early game comp come together.
We'll see if Double wants to keep this lose streak going. He's going to keep it in Italy 2 online for now. Sometimes in some lobbies, you'll actually want to try and get weaker to guarantee the lose streak and guarantee more gold. In this case, Double 61 thinks he's still weak enough compared to the rest of this lobby. Doesn't want to lose HP for no reason. Wants to stay relatively healthy, especially because HP might matter. He was at 6 HP when he got that comeback last game. If he lost a little bit more in each of those fights in that early game, he might have been out before he could get that now at 3. So going to keep it nice and safe here. And we're seeing here still a big loss against Bricks, who was able to get the scope weapons and that Yone online.
Yeah, I think the Nidalee having the sword there may be a little testament to how they are trying to at least kill one unit during a round to make those losses just a tiny bit softer. But Double goes down to the 70s already. Solo will join them there as well as Salvi rocks up the top, maintaining their win streak. One more round to get all the way to Krugs and really cash in with that free gold.
It is strange how much of a deja vu moment we're seeing here. Salvi win streaking all the way almost into Krugs. Dasic almost win streaking but still lost one fight. Double 61, 8th place in the standings like he was in the last game. So hopefully the results turn out the same for Double 61 at the very least. He would love to get another first place off of a massive comeback, but we'll see if it'll be the case here. Salvi 1 away from the next Lagoon reward. And a good spot to be in with Electro Charge with a huge front line with that double Bruiser, double Guardian, Leona, Malphite, and Zac putting in the work while Talia slowly sneaks in some damage with a Shiv.
Yeah, and of course with the Lagoons, you're loving it when you can actually get the win streak going as well, because you're going to get in a ton of stacks, a ton of rewards, and of course build towards those 80 stacks where you'll get your first free component into the mix, maybe even go further than that. Up against Dasic, who is jealously trying to hold on to the top of the table. Only one of these two will get to do so, and it's going to be a big win here for Salvi. That's massive. More money coming in, free money again from the Krugs, and keeping that win streak going.
And the biggest thing here, the biggest reason why this win streak is happening for Salvi, I think has to be the Electro Charge as the augment, an augment that you have to lean into with a strong front line, which is the case here for Salvi. Has that Leona 2, has the Zac, has the Malphite. In this case, if this looks unusual, it's not better together unit version. It is actually just trying to get as many Lagoon stacks as possible by putting in only Lagoon units, and hopefully trying to stall out the fight against these Krugs so there are as many casts from Talia as possible before you end up winning the PvE round.
And this is one of the things I've really liked about this particular set, is there are a little bit more to do in the PvE rounds. You know, you can do these little optimizations which help you get a little bit further. In this case, you know, it's right in front of us what this is benefiting from. So yeah, we've got very little damage from the rest of the comp. Every moment that passes, every cast that comes through is pushing just that bit further on. I think Salvi is very, very happy with how the game has gone so far. Do bear in mind that Salvi is at nearly the bottom of the standings right now, so they do need big wins.
Ooh, some nice items here. Gunblade can be slammed on Talia if you value that at all at this end of the game. I think not so much, better the late game, but Sunfire can be slammed for sure. Level 6 for Salvi, same thing as last game, trying to protect the win streak. And you mentioned the little mini games in the Krug rounds. I agree with you. My minigame is sacrificing my Olaf on the left and just letting him die every time. I'm sorry, Olaf, but you know I got you in stage 4 when I 3-star you.
Well, Salvi's main concern at this point has got to be Noel, who is climbing up the scoreboard themselves. They've got a 3-win streak, and as we check in on what they're up to, it's actually something very similar.
Uh-oh. Is it Rock 3?
Oh no, where's the paper and the scissors?
Dwayne Johnson, The Rock in TFT. Incredible. I love this set.
We'll see how they do up against Bricks. Bricks currently in the middle of the table. We do get to see that the Gold Monster staff is live this game, and we know how transformative that can be.
Double 61, though, still bleeding a lot of HP. We'll see when he ends up turning it around. 64 now for him and Salvi. If he's able to defend his win streak all the way through stage 3, we'll be in a great spot. He couldn't do it in the last game. He lost somewhere in stage 3 we were quite following. But if he could do it this time, that's just so massive. For Noel, though, going to be a loss here. One of the big HP leaders drops down a tiny bit down to 86, 4th in the standings, where he finished last game. And Lakoko also near the middle of the pack with Solo Kasang. Silver augment, though, for us. Go. Thank you. Low variance. I love it.
Well, I mean, Salvi, I'm sure, is very happy that it's a low variance because, of course, they want things to stay exactly as they are. They don't want a Prismatic to come in, flip the table,
Curse
and say,
Crown. You're doomed. It's over. You lose your win streak. Yeah, you're completely right. I think the players that are win streak, that are playing, they have more on the line in this exact micro moment of the game. Want to have that low variance silver augment coming in. You're completely right, Peter.
So we've got the next challenger for Salvi's crown emerging here. Bricks has got their own win streak. This is very reminiscent of what we were seeing in previous days where people would have win streaks very briefly. I think it's because Salvi is the hurricane here that's extinguishing all these flames before they really get going.
Spatula for that player on the bench. I'm wondering what that's going to build for Noel. But Spatula also on the Yone, we saw it come off the carousel in stage 2. Still hasn't quite found that bow, but has found the shimmer skill item of the game, which is Goldmancer's Staff. By far and away, decided by most players, the best shimmer skill item when it comes to farming gold, which is what you want to do with this trait. You want to stay nice and rich and healthy as well in the process with a Volley Bear, or in this case, a Yone carrying the item. Trying his best, but in this case, the Rakan, the Disarm coming through, the Electro Charge from Solvi, especially the passive damage on the Yone, ends up getting a clean win, and Solvi still defends the win streak.
Yes, well, defends the win streak while also extinguishing another potential challenger. Brix was win streaking, goes up against Salvi, drops down again. We talked about this so many times, the pressure that a win streaking player puts on the rest of the lobby, stamping on the speed everything's going to be happening. You can't put a win streak together if you cannot beat the guy on top.
Wondering where this is going for Solo Kastang, a player that has favored the Grave Seraphine comp in the past. Double Zeke's already built. Edge of Night on the Kaisa. Goldmancer's Staff as well. Could be leading into Graves. We'll see later on. Is holding a Zyra on the bench, so it's a possibility for sure. Guardian Heart, though, one of the augments that I think has gained the most in popularity and play rate and stats overall when it comes to how highly it places in some of these lobbies, is picked once again by 2 players, both Brix and Lekoko.
And this is really kind of fascinating because, again, we saw what Nala does to those kind of shielding compositions. It's really amazing to see that it's still going to be something that people are valuing quite as highly as they are. Brix, of course, we saw before trying to put that win streak together, will now have to face up against Solo, who's not quite the bottom player. The Luch is tied for them there, but we've got a good board. Of course, the big problem for Goldmancer's Staff is you do need to get the kills in if you're going to get paid.
The problem for Brix, though, is finding a bow. He's not currently anywhere close to first in priority for the carousel coming up. He needs to hope that players aren't going to value that bow too much coming to the carousel to try and get that Swift Shot emblem online for the Yone right now. The win, although great, of course, does not let him bounce down in the HP total, which some players sometimes do on purpose. They lose before carousels. Small losses are almost a blessing in disguise because you get the priority. There's a bow on Zaya that seems appealing if anyone is contesting or trying to go for Zaya at all. Lelouch, don't do it to him. Okay, Lelouch just walks by. He's just taking a stroll, getting those, flexing those leg muscles that are so important on these little legends. And the bow does end up going to double 61. Takes it away, and Brix will not have the Switch Shot emblem as easily as you would have hoped.
Yeah, that's kind of impressive considering we've got actually a ton of players, 4 different players who all have spatulas, and yet that bow goes to one of the players who doesn't have a spatula. So thank you for your service there, taking that one out of circulation. We can live for a few seconds longer. Salvi, though, on an 8-round win streak, they are totally undefeated in this game. The Karma providing the damage from the backline, but presumably, we've been spending a lot of money on keeping this win streak going. Something's got to give eventually, and last time it did, Salvi plummeted down the table.
Double 61 is rolling. He's found a pair of Siphons. A Siphon 2 would really stabilize him at this point in the game. Finds an Idas, finds an Nasus 2 as well. Can get Shimmer Skill in if he wants to, but has a Yone 2 already with the Thieves Gloves and the Olaf as well. A very interesting mix-matchy comp. But no gold for Double 61. Has to find a way to get a cohesive board online for stage 4 and a strong board to econ back up, because right now the bank is not looking too hot for him.
No, and up against Salvi, you know that another L is coming their way, most likely. Bear in mind, though, this is still a Karma that is providing most of the damage to the competition. So at some point, they've got to give ground. We have still got the Yone managing to get on to our friend Kaiser, who does have a Hextech Gunblade, and we've got the Kaiser stacking up as well. I think this might finally be the end of Salvi's streak. As I said before, once they stopped streaking, they got into big trouble. We'll see if this game is any different.
Still a very, very big streak all the way to 3-5 is a lot of gold you generate just with that streak gold as well, and a lot of HP you preserve from, well, not losing HP at all until that moment. You haven't lost a single fight. Double 61 has to start winning a lot of these fights, though, and has to find a miraculous Siphon to upgrade if he wants to stay stable, or just decide that Siphon is just a temporary unit to have on the board for now. Maybe it is a better idea to put an Idas and get Shimmer Skill to get that Econ back up instead. Lelouch, though, has found the early Deja, has Uplink, has the Cybernetic Shell. Maybe a Cybernetic, a more Cybernetic Augment coming in. As we were talking about before, Peter Counterfeit, the augments are kind of tailored towards the board you currently have. Sure. Cybernetic is one of those. The more you have your items spread out, the higher chance you have of getting another tier of Cybernetic in the next augment choice.
What I'm finding fascinating about the way Lelouch is approaching this game as well is we know we've got 2 players with a Guardian Heart. In fact, we're seeing one of them, Brix, actually taken to the field. I'm finding it fascinating that Lelouch actually decides to go for Guardians as their frontline as well, knowing that they're going to be heavily contested.
It just goes to show how different the meta is right now compared to the start of 7.5. Bruisers was the hotness. You had Skarner, obviously, with Astrals early on. And then overall, Guardians just weren't valued very highly. But now it's so different. The buff to the trade itself, sure. But the units revolving the big meta comps. You have Yone, Leona, and Braum fit perfectly. You have, obviously, Braum because of Warrior with Olaf as well. Nasus because of Shimmer skill. He slots in. Idas being quite strong now with Shimmer skill being good. So all these different regions came together to the fact that many players are now playing Guardian frontline instead of Bruisers or any other frontlines that we've seen earlier in the set.
I suppose it does mean that we'll be having them get to their 2 stars a little bit more slowly. Lelouch in particular, you've got this Idas frontline, which I'm sure they'd love to be able to get up to 2-star. But at least for the time being, you know, we've got the gold monsters on the Deja. We've got the potential of racking up a lot of gold in a hurry. Let's take a look at the flavor of the lobby right now, or the temperature of the lobby. Solo is down at the bottom with 34. Lelouch and the Coco down towards 50. We've got a midfield around 60 to 70. Salvi, of course, no win streak anymore, but still maintaining position. As, of course, we do need to watch out in this lobby for Nomsy, because Dasic has just made it immediately relevant.
You're saying midfield, and I'm imagining a football match with TFT units. My brain is going somewhere else.
I am English after all.
I'm gonna talk to some Riot people, see if we can make this happen. A football game with units from League of Legends. That could be something. That's an idea right there.
All right, copyright right now.
Another idea though is Solgasang having to find his way out of this 8th place. He's currently 8th in the general standings as well, with only 9 points after 3 games, and is currently sitting 8th place right now with 34 HP in this game. A big fight here. Solgasang has to stay alive, but he's facing Lelouch, a player that I think is fairly strong now with the Rage Blade, the Gunblade, and the Goldmancer Staff onto this Deja. The Graves still alive, Edge of Night. The Hannah just a slam here as well with the Giant Slayer. Will it be enough? The Wind Blast coming through. All the units are lined up, but everything is starting to die here for Lelouch. One more Wind Blast can maybe do it, but the Graves is now onto the Deja. The healing is coming in from Gunblade, but maybe it's not quite enough, and Graves gets the win. Solgasang stays healthy in this stage 4.
Still, it's a very rough spot for Solgasang to be in, as of course Makes had to point out, which must have been quite painful. The German players both at the bottom, as much as the French players are definitely trending upwards. Still, we've got our last augment coming in, and we've got the chance to try for something a little spicy.
Hallucinate was maybe a consideration, but no, it will be paid to win, which is something you don't normally want in competitive games. Thankfully, this is just the augment name and nothing else.
Yes, I think very confusing when it was first reported about it. People started freaking out about it. But yes, just a big boost of bonus damage. Of course, with that gold monsters on the line, once the gold's in pocket for the Lelouch, which it isn't right now, but once it is, that is going to be a massive amount of damage from Deja, and presumably, perhaps even a late game dragon.
Would be a great opportunity for any sensationalist, newspapers or websites. You can say TFT is now pay to win. Just
they did that.
They did that. Oh no! This is the reality, the absurd reality we live in. Unfortunately, Peter, that was a joke, but apparently, sometimes life does imitate art. In this case, Kaisa, Goldmancer Staff, Gunblade, and JJ. We've seen this before early in the day with Dasic with that crazy golden ticket game. In this case, not as Hyrule. I think there's no prismatic augments. And Lakoko is someone that I believe yesterday on Game 5, he was also playing the Kaisa reroll, one of the few players that likes this comp and values it in these high-pressure games.
Yeah, we're certainly expecting to see a lot more Kaisa being used as an item holder, therefore making the reroll not so good. But for Dasic, we noted the Nobs is coming. It's going to be the Cannoneer variant this time round. So that is a whole heap of damage. You talked about Guardian being buffed. People are still not playing Cannoneer, so like, you know what? Let's take that number and make it even larger.
Namzi was not getting the love that she deserved only in the mage variant, and even then, people hated it because she just delete boards randomly. Even the players that are playing her didn't like it so much sometimes, but in this case now, Cannoneer comes into the meta. Evoker not so much yet, but at least now we're seeing Bricks in Game 1, finding success with that Cannoneer 6 game, and now Dasic, one of the best players in EMEA that doesn't go into a comp if he doesn't know exactly the results it can produce, is also deciding to again, rely on this comp as a comp that can maybe get him up in the standings, currently 5th right now.
Yeah, so very much middle of the table, but I do like this composition. Of course, we've also got the Ricochet, I believe, coming in there as well, so we're going to be able to spread the love a little bit around. We've got the 2 Ophelii, as we call them, in the wild, putting out a good amount of damage from the backline, though, of course, the big problem this comp is going to have is the front line isn't tremendously strong, so you get into these situations quite often where you go face-to-face damage dealer versus damage dealer. The cannon shots are good, and while Lelouch takes the gold, Dasic takes the win.
So close, but not quite enough. Looking at those 3rd augments that did come in, it was a Ricochet, as you mentioned, for the Cannoneer comp. We see Standing United 2, a very good comp for Solgasang's Graves, Seraphine board. Overall, pretty generic augments. We see Guardian Crest picked up again. Ooh. The Guardian emblems, or the Guardian augments in general, working out for most of these players. One specific augment we're seeing here is Noel, who picked up High Tide in this 4-2 stage.
I mean, just to go back to Bricks there, it's almost too much to even point out that we've got a player called Bricks who's playing a comp made out of brick walls. But, I mean, I believe they got 8 Guardian online right now. And again, we talked about the buffs coming in for Guardian. That's a world of shielding. We've already established, of course, before, now there is a way to deal with that. But I wonder if there's a point where the shielding becomes so ludicrous that even that countermeasure is not enough.
Before anyone gets too excited, this is a Guardian. It is a frontline trait. It is the vertical trait that's hard to get to, but it isn't quite what Bodyguard was in set 6. That was the Exodia comp that we saw actually win Worlds from our Chinese player, Li Luo, who was able to get that 8 Bodyguard online and just really, you just steamrolled through that competition, through that lobby. In this case, it's strong, but not that strong.
So interestingly, we've actually now with Double 61 also picking up a Guardian Crest. We've got Bricks, of course, who's managed to hit Guardian 8. Double 61 now competing with Coco.
The Rock 3.
Oh my gosh,
the Rock 3.
Rock 3 has arrived, the sequel that we're all holding out for. Solo has also grabbed themselves a friend in a 2-star Graves. Let's see how Salvi is doing. Still up at the top of the table against Bricks with all the shields in all the world. It will take a long time to get through, but something I'm noticing from Bricks' side of things, of course, we don't have that Reliant Soul, that inevitability that the shields will pay off in ultimate destruction.
Yeah, you need maybe something that's more reliable as a damage carry. You have the stalling, it's already done. You have 8 Guardian. There's few things that are going to stall more than that, so you can itemize the right Guardians in this comp and 3-star them ideally. But you need to have that great way to deal damage consistently, which Acel usually is. Zeri, not so much the case.
No, and as we saw there, it was a long round, but it wasn't a round where you were actually getting very many kills at all.
It's the Rock. Where is it?
All right, let's see it. Yes! Put the Thieves' Gloves on there as well. We're time to run down everybody. Well, TFT, of course, looking to try and make as much of an impact as possible. Currently 3rd in our standings, so still within reach of potentially challenging for the title of EMEA champion. We are getting pretty damn far into our final day of play here. Only 2 more games after this, and at that point, with a little bit of tiebreakers potentially aside, we will know who our champion is.
Challenging the title of EMEA champion, but also challenging the title of most accomplished Hungarian player. Trying to take it away from Shadi, who had a fantastic set 6, making it all the way to LCQ and being oh so close to making it to Worlds. In this case now, trying to not take any chances. He wants to go directly to Worlds, wants to finish among the top 5 players in today's Day 3. Dasik, though, someone that has to try and climb back up. Had a bad result in Game 3, currently sitting middle of the standings here at 36 HP. But a huge gap between pretty much everyone in Salvi, who had that win streak in Stage 2 and 3, and looks like most of Stage 4 as well, considering how healthy he still is.
Yeah, and I suppose this is the difference we've seen in this game. Last time, Salvi lost their win streak and started plummeting down. This time, while they don't have another win streak brewing, they are taking some very light losses as we will head across to the Treasure Dragon. Of course, that means we're going to be seeing ourselves some Radiant items coming in, but if you want to, of course, pick yourself up some Radiant prizes, there will be a link in the chat to the page. You can do that. Again, you do not need to type in the command AMD to enter. In fact, that will do nothing at all. You just need to have one person do it. You'll see the link in the chat, follow that along, and you'll have all you need.
Zeke's Harmony. Yes, please. We have the remover as well in case you found something great for the Graves. You could remove something and then add maybe a Titan's Vow, for example. But instead, going to go for the Zeke, which is, again, it essentially is a, 4th, 5th, and 6th item for the Graves, alongside the Standing Knight, alongside the Celestial Blessing that gives him even more healing. And this Graves will be a menace to society all throughout this Stage 5 as we're leading into it after this PvE round. 5 win streak for Solo. We said he needed to stabilize and needs to find ways to maintain that 34 HP. He's done it. He streaked all of Stage 4.
Yeah, I mean, for Solo, of course, they're the player most starkly who's not worried about becoming EMEA champion right now. They're worried about getting out of last place. That very, very tough situation to be in. We'll see how Solo does again. We've got the Radiant Zeeks, which will give a little bit of Omnivamp and a load of attack speed. We've got the Edge of Night to keep our Graves up and fighting the Lush. Hopefully with a little bit more goal behind them. Nope, not at all. will be fighting here with our friend Deja. Good stun onto the majority of the squad, but the damage is being spread across. And as you can see, Graves is not taking enough damage that they need to. We do have Deja targeting them though. I think the Edge of Night is about to proc, which means they will be retargeted. Graves isn't quite doing as much damage as maybe they need to. That Radiant Thieves Gloves on the Idis is stalling out for so much time. Graves is attacking so fast, but he's just not punching through.
Yeah, the Rascal Gloves, one item. The Demon Slayer, not so great, but the Rapala Stone Plate, that's a mouthful, not a handful, but maybe a handful as well, considering how heavy it might be. But a mouthful definitely to pronounce. Definitely worked out there for the Idis. You gave him a lot of different stats, armor, especially in that case to survive. Just the onslaught from Graves is quick draw. Stalled enough time for Deja to get the win.
All right, let's again look through our lobby. Coco and Solo down in the teens. Daysik just above with Bricks as well. Alush down in the 20s. Double is on the win streak. Salvi has started to drop from their perch. Of course, Salvi, like Solo, needs to pick up a strong finish here if they're going to have any chance of getting up towards the top of the table. Let's see how Coco does up against Daysik's Cannoneers, though.
Felios being targeted. Tempered Fate comes in for the bar, but doesn't quite line up with Deja's Wind Blast. Deja now falling dangerously low. The Gunblade slowly healing her back up. Will it be enough if Felios gets one last blast out? The Deja's still alive, though, but stunned. Thanks to the Felios, and that means it's bye-bye for the Coco, but maybe the only player that could maybe take the 8th tier and not feel too bad. Currently, the leader in the standings. In the HP, definitely not.
No. I mean, the ricochet there from Daysik, doing something that Cannoneers oftentimes have trouble with, which is accessing the back line. As we check in with Lelouch, who is the player who now is heir presumptive to the throne, 1 point behind Coco coming in. If they can get a strong finish here, they will most likely take the premier spot.
And trying to get that gold up, getting some value from the Gold Master staff onto that Deja, but we're now on to Bricks. 6 HP, has the Radiant blue buff on the Aesol. We talked about the 8 Guardians, we talked about needing to find the Aesol, the damage carry. He's done so, and he has a great item on it as well, thanks to that Chaos Dragon that came in earlier on. But Aoshin on Salvi's board, a player that has cybernetic uplink, has blue battery, and has electric charge to be great combat augments. Will it be enough, though? Aesol casts more often, more consistently, but this front line's looking meaty on both sides. Aoshin, the Lightning Rain, finally going to come through. A cast with Rabadons, with Giant Slayer, with the Gunblade as well, healing up the front line. Not quite enough to decimate the entirety of the board. Aesol so slowly ramping up the damage as well on the black holes. The casts are coming so often, Peter, with the blue buff. Aoshin trying to do it. The Gunblade healing everything up. The Battle of the Dragons, but Aoshin will take the hit. And Aesol, the dragon that most players now prefer, wins the fight.
Well, I mean, that's the difference. This we saw before. And in this circumstance, if the Guardian Emblem hadn't been there, that Aurelion Sol was all kinds of
Mystic.
dead. Let's throw Mystic as well. Let's pump up the value of those shields. I think we're going to be seeing some real heavy push up the table here from Bricks, who is currently, again, in its 6th place overall. We've got real clump of players from 4th all the way down to 6th, barely separated in points at all.
Mystic, one of the best performing emblems in the game, and for obvious reasons. Usually the units that have Mystic already are units you want to play in the late game. Bard, Rakan, Shio Yu, all fantastic units. Seraphine, of course, one of the stellar 3 cost in the current meta, but also because of this lobby. AP all around. We have 2 Deja players, 1 Aesol, 1 Aoshin at the very least, and maybe more that I'm not remembering right now. But overall, you want to have that Mystic 2, 3, or 4. You want to have that extra resistance to magic damage.
All right, let's check in with Solo Kasang. So they are staying alive. Bricks is a potential next opponent. Noel, who is on a win streak, is another, and Double their final choice. Not a situation that I would certainly want to be trying to get myself into when you need to get a strong finish here in a game. And number 4, it will be up against Bricks. We know inevitability is here. I do like the Radiant Blue buff. Just for, while we've got the late game ascended version of our friend Aesol, we can get in these multiple casts early to maybe take a unit out. The casts are coming in again and again. Solo is chunking through the front line. The shield is going to get procced on Aurelion Sol. Finally, the big cast comes through, but it's not looking like it's enough. Graves, the DPS is just crazy. One more cast. The shield is here, but the damage is just not enough. And that will be the elimination. Bricks gonna fall down and crush everything.
Dies of cutscene, dies of cringe. Briggs takes the 7th place, a player that was 6th in the standings, so definitely a player that you don't want to see taking that 7th place in this point in the tournament. 2 games left after this. Not too much to work with in terms of trying to ramp up to that 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st spot to try and get to Worlds to be one of the representatives for EMEA. Solgasang barely alive. Dasik on Cannoneer barely alive as well. And just a big gap now between these 2 players. Lelouch also at 11, and then Salvi at 29, who has fallen a bit off that 1st place in the HP.
Let's see how Dasik does. We have got the Radiant Edge of Night, which means you get to go into those invincibility frames twice over a round. So if you thought it was hard to get rid of Graves the first time round, it is doubly so. No amount of CC removal though. So we do have the Dragon's Claw. That is a very beefy Graves, but giving up some damage, relying on the 3-star affiliates on the back line to make up that difference. Graves barely survives. That's a big hit in. So switch across and check out, will Solo survive any further?
Lelouch, I think, is going to get the win here. That's going to be the case, and Solgasang takes the loss. Germany, in this case for Solgasang, down in 6th place. Salvi currently sitting at 3rd place. Both German players coming into this game were 7th and 8th in the standings. Had to find good results. Salvi is finding the way. Our first GSC champion in this set is trying to fight because Lumarpin and Skepeyes did not make it to day 3. He's our only remaining GSC winner to still be fighting for a spot in Worlds.
So as we can see on the right-hand side, thanks to Blitz GG, we've got ourselves a whole bunch of Dragons of Brewing. You can see Double 61 and Lelouch bring out the IDAS front line. We can see we're at the kind of point of the game where the Deja carry is still in place rather than the late game at Aurelion Sol. So there's still a chance for our friend Dasik, who's on the Cannoneers, to make some impact, but it still feels like a comp that is going to cap out at top 4.
And if you're wondering, why does Lelouch have so much gold when he's sitting at only 11 HP, it's because he's trying to keep that gold for Goldmancer's staff until he has enough to make a difference to actually try and upgrade his board, and that might be the case now. Goes level 9, has 30 gold to work with. Has to decide, is it worth going for a full pivot? Do I have time? Are there dragons left in the shops even to hit to try and get 2-starred? Maybe not. Maybe just goes 9, gets 1 more unit in, gets a bit more of a buff off of that 9th unit coming in, and tries to keep some gold in the bank still to get some value from the Goldmancer's staff, gets some more AP on the Deja.
Of course, we know the Aurelion Sols have already somewhat been spoken for, so maybe we're hoping to find an Ao Shin to move these items across to. There's always the question of whether or not you're making your board weaker when you do so. At least we've got some backline access, and of course, as you mentioned, the Goldmaster staff partially charged here with a bunch of extra AP. Unfortunately, we have got the Sol who is healing up, though not doing a ton of healing right there. So I think it might be good enough. Let's switch across to what Salvi and Dasik are up to. And Salvi will go down. So that's going to be Germany going out in 5th and 6th. The situation they did not need. They had to be picking up first here.
Puts both Salvi and Solo in a tough spot to make it to Worlds directly, and now some of these players have to start shifting their focus from those top 5 spots to the 6th and 7th. All you want is not to be 8th. 8th place goes home, not empty-handed, you get some money still at the very least, but you do not get a chance to continue your TFT season for this set 7.5. You do not get a chance to fight for a spot at Worlds in the Western LCQ.
Well, I mean, just to go further on that, the journey these players have taken to even get to this point is enormous. They fought through, even at just this event, 2 full days of play. To have that end in nothing then, we said it again, we'll say it so many times as we need to, it will be an absolute heartbreaker. Dasik, one of those players looking to try and punch their way up the table. Noel does have themselves a very, very strong Soam on the back line. We have, of course, got the Rock in attendance here today with some very good frontline items. Maybe too much. We're relying entirely on the Felios, and it works! Punching through the last Whisper, just what was needed.
You thought it was over. All of a sudden, Graves and Aphelios tell you, no, no, no. We're on 6 Cannoneers. We recently got buffs. We can get things done at this point in time. And Dasik knows this. There's no reason why he would go for this pivot. Instead, Lelouch takes a 4th place. He was sitting 2nd in the standings, though, so not the end of the world for him. Will still maintain himself among those top 5 players. Noel in a very similar position. But someone else we have to talk about is Double 61. Started off 2 first games in this day 3 looking, pretty poor for someone that we expect so much from. One of the, I think, historically the best player in EMEA in terms of results, a world champion. Only a few players can say that. But already, currently sitting in a 1st place position, trying to get 2 back-to-back wins.
Well, I mean, Makes threw down the gauntlet, and apparently Double 61 is willing to take it up and take on all comers. Certainly, as I said, a disappointing start, but a solid play here. So Guardians, again, the flavor of the moment. Noel is going to try and take shelter behind that big rock. Double Ionic Spark, maybe a little bit more than necessary, but it will allow for a little bit more magic damage. We see the Sonar chunking through as the tanks try to deal with each other. Nyla is stealing those shields like crazy. The Guardian debuffer herself is hop, skipping, and jumping. This could be a real bad situation. Another shield comes through, but Nyla is dead, and standing amidst the wreckage is the Danger. Down goes the well.
And Dasik trying to stay alive at the graves, trying to fight for Dasik, but it's not going to be the case. Double 61, back-to-back wins in games 3 and 4. What a fight at the end there between Dasik and Double 61. My two favorite players, I think the two players that are strongest in this tournament. And Dasik especially needed to fight for some points in this game 4. He was 5th in the standings coming into it, is now cementing himself among the top 5, but especially the story here is Double 61, who started off with an 8th, then a 6th, then a first. Can he keep up this pace, Counterfeit?
Oh my gosh, I mean, yeah, we had them, that was the end game there was our mid-table. They were all alive at the end, which means we're actually in a great situation now where we're going to be having a real fight to see who the EMEA champion is going to be. I'm kind of hoping, I'm really looking forward to seeing what's going to come out on the desk and who makes is going to make win in these next few games.
We have an interview lined up with the Raiko as well. Someone that didn't make it to day 3 but had a great performance all throughout this set, representing Italy in a great fashion all throughout the 7.5. We'll go to that, then analyst desk, so do not go anywhere. We have much more in store for you, maybe more wins from Double 61.
Hello guys, I'm Racco Mastery. I'm an Italian TFT player. I play for my organization Desire and I am a pro player of Teamfight Tactics. My goal is actually winning the World Tournament, so that's my objective. That's my dream. I am tryharding every day because in finals I wanna reach the day 3 and I wanna go to Worlds. That's my dream. That's my achievement. That's what I want to achieve. So basically, my training right now is playing every day, trying to understand what's the new meta because new patch just came out, and also there will be a new patch 2 days before the tournament, so it will be really hard. And I mean, that's basically what I'm trying to do right now. My achievement will be going to Worlds. If I go to Worlds, I am happy already, even if I go last in Worlds. I love every part of TFT. And I feel like the biggest part I really like is the decision making and the fact that you have to use your brain in order to win the game. So there are a lot of different positions where you have to choose something, and the best decision making makes your game and gives you the win. Ok, so for my shoutout, davvero grazie al mio team Desire, grazie ai miei fan, grazie ai miei viewer, grazie ai miei sub, grazie a chiunque mi abbia supportato. So seriously, thanks everybody, and I hope it will be a good tournament.
The only thing more mysterious to us than how the crane camera works is who is going to take home the title of EMEA champion. We have 2 games to go, and with 2 back-to-back wins, Double 61 is once again looking to contend for the Rising Legends champion.
I mean, I called it right. I said double. He is when he's playing like this, he is so good. And yes, you know, not necessarily his best 2 games to him, not the day with, but he's really come back with a vengeance so far.
He absolutely has, but at what cost, right? So Team French Tactics somehow turned the table around. Lococo, who was doing fantastic previously, has now gotten an 8th, whereas Casey Double, who was not performing too hot in game 1 and 2, has now gotten a 1st. They switched places in essence.
And I think this is exciting for me because it's the first time we've actually seen a proper Mirage composition this game, and that is thanks to the Spell Sword variation of Mirage, really cemented Double's power in that Deja focus composition.
Yeah, another thing here, a little bit of an optimization they ended up with was the Guardian emblem on the Deja. Because it meant that, and we saw like the battles of Lelouch, for example, right, where a lot of times it would come down to like a 1v1, and that additional shield was really big help. And again, the big thing to know when you are playing Spell Sword Mirage is the fact is the best thing you can give yourself is just time. And that was just really what he did. Again, he was playing with the Gambler's Blade, or the Goldmaster Staff, sorry, should I say, on the Deja for a while, then took it off when he got the Rage Blade. And then from there on, there was just no way back to Double.
And that was not the only Guardian emblem we saw. There was another one slammed on an ASOL, and that shield was just massive to chew through. So generally a trend that we saw all the way from day 1, just continuing, those Guardian splashes just coming in handy wherever, and we're seeing a lot more shields.
It's one we really didn't see coming back in for a little bit there. During day number 1, we saw a lot of Guardians played mostly by Darkest, but then coming into day number 2, I was like, okay, maybe the composition is no longer fun for our players or something. Maybe it's not as strong as they thought. Turns out it's exactly as strong as they thought, bringing it back on the Dragons to stall a little bit out for that back line is really effective. And with no Double 61 Nyla 3 to tear through the shields, they were pulling a lot of work.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, general, this is just kind of the point in the competition where we have to keep eyes on everybody that's not on that big jump cut. So previously we saw Lococo and Lelouch both leading the lobby, then a big jump to Noel, and then a big jump to the rest of the competition. This is now, I am pretty sure, I haven't seen the standings just yet, but I'm pretty sure everything has been turned upside down with 2 more games to go.
Well, you see, Makes, it's funny you mentioned the standings because we happen to have them ready right now. It's almost like you knew that ahead of time. So let's take a look at the standings, see where all of our players are at, and see who has the most at stake coming into these next 2 games.
I mean, Sologasan kind of in a familiar spot when it comes to these finals. When he, again, this is very much part of the course from what we saw back in Galaxies. Again, he's become a much better player. He's actually playing flex. He's not re-rolling a 2 cost. Again, this is just kind of what has happened on the day. Salvi kind of bringing himself back up, you know, trying to close the gap here as well. Daisy, a player that is currently holding on to that final spot.
And actually, Briggs has fallen off. We talked about this going into the show today. He had an insane win rate. 50% of his games in day 1 and day 2 were first. And then towards the end of day 2, he had a bunch of losses. We were like, whoa, was he just feeling safe? Or what happened? Was it lobby diffy? And it turns out to be lobby diffy for sure, because he's not having a great time at the moment.
There are a bunch of players who are having a great time, though. We look at that upper echelon, we see those top 4 players, and odds are they're not going to be knocked out. You know, you're sitting at 25 points, bottom is 12 points. It's fairly certain that you're going to be making it to the Dragonlance Championship, but of course, doesn't guarantee you the title of EMEA champion, and we've got 2 games left to decide that and who makes the cutoff. So we'll be back after a quick break and an interview with Kenobi for the final 2 games of the day to decide our representatives not only of the Dragonlance Championship, but the champion of EMEA. We'll see you soon.
Hello, I'm Kenobi. I'm a TFT player for PG News, a French team. I'm also French from the north of France, and I've been playing TFT since the set 3, and I've been challenger for a couple of sets now, and I will be competing in the EMEA finals. I first tried the game when it released on set 1, but that was like maybe 5 games or so I don't really count that as my my debut. I really started playing the game a lot at the end of the set 3.5. That's where I actually learned the game, and I went from not being ranked to masters in a month or so. So that's when that's when it started, the Galaxies. I think number 5 I would put Salvi. He just pops off in tournament. He's there. He won AGSC, and he's been there for a long time, and he's always there and never bombing out, choking out. Fourth one I would put Shurkane, the Polish player. Basically same reason as Salvi. I just think he's got a little bit more, but it's really close between them. If I had to tie them, I would tie them for both fourth place. And then the 3 best players, I would put Dazik as the third best player. He's just been a monster for so long, whether on the ladder or in competitions. And the 2 best players right now, I think, are Voltariux from Solari and 61 from Carmine Corp. So my shout out always goes to the same man, that's Abim. It's really thanks to his work on top of everything I do that I've been able to reach where I have right now. So thanks, dude.
Hello everybody and welcome back. We are here getting ready to go into round number 5 of the Dragonlance Rising Legends Finals. And finally, I have some freedom of movement. No longer chained to the desk. We can kind of like dance around. Weeda, not gonna wiggle with us, that's fine.
I can,
yeah, there we go.
But like, I prefer, to have my movement happen in TFC.
Yeah, there you go. Nice.
I mean, we
only pivoting in-game, not on your heels. I like it.
I'll do on a dance floor. This is not quite a dance floor. A little bit more concealed by, confined by this good old-fashioned wires, but we have a lobby here.
Why don't you tell us about the movement that's happened for our players as of this last game?
Ooh, Double has been, as I go into the Danish version of that there for a second, Double 61 has been doing what Double 61 does best, and taking home first place. But again, are those 2 first games really going to be a big kicker for him? Because now, as well, Lelouch, all eyes still on Lelouch, but there's a 3-point gap between him, Noel, and I believe it's going to be Coco, right, who had that 8th place finish.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Coco gave up that position down the top as a result of having such a poor previous game. So we do know that anybody is vulnerable. Lelouch, has given up part of their cushion, but not all of it. They're still ahead of the pack by 3, as you say, so they're still in pole position to become EMEA champion as of the end of the next game.
The players we're also looking at on the lower end of things, Salvi and Brix are currently the representatives that we would be sending to the last chance qualifier. Brix and Sologasang are tied in points, so any of them can make their way into the automatic qualifier to the Dragonlance Championship in just 2 weeks' time. That's what's on the line for those 3. Don't need to stress themselves over the next week. Instead, focus on the preparation for that big international.
Of course, I remember last time around, Ging was the one who did go into last chance qualifier and ended up doing the best out of any of the players from the EMEA in the Global Championship itself. So, it's not to be sniffed at. While it does take an extra step, the LCQ, you still can do very well, even if you don't finish top here.
I mean, Dasik here has 4 copies of Sejuani. The Sejuani reroll
is
not going to be the case.
Dragon
right?
Monster?
I mean, we were talking about that for a bit here, and you're talking about the Dawnbringer's determination. That, again, is one of the ones that you are going to be aiming to play Dacia within, but Sejuani 2 will probably be made here. Again, you have the set pair as well you probably want to hold on to. A lot of gold for Dasik alongside that consumer opener as well.
And now we're heading into the first augment round of the penultimate game of the day. And Dasik gets plenty of options.
Feeling a little guilty, perhaps, will find themselves a lot of money options. Of course, Cannoneer Crest, we did see Cannoneers being used to great effect before. He's going to be a Cannoneer Nomsy in this game, so that's a little bit more tempting than it might have been otherwise.
Yeah, just ran in the last game, just got top 4, knows exactly how to play that composition. Wouldn't be surprised for him to take it, but instead, Shimmer Scale Heart.
Yeah, we've seen this before. I talked about this in our pre-show. Dasik does quite like these economy opener rights, and again, you look at the items here, they're not necessarily fantastic. There's no clear direction. A lot of really good options, but no clear commitment. And you know what? That is a very good time to go for that Shimmer Scale Heart. The issue is for him that he has to find himself either a Volibear or a Guardian Nasus, that is.
We see Lelouch coming in there, bottom of the board. Take a look, we got a Built Different coming out. Our points leader coming in with a Built Different in the second to last game of the tournament. That takes some bravery.
Well, honestly, I think it's a really smart move on the Lucius start. We know that a Built Different board is maybe not going to win the entire lobby. It's not a prismatic Built Different by any means, but it should guarantee at least a strong early game and a decent late game. You've got that 3-point cushion that the Lucius is sitting on right now at the top of the table. As long as they don't have a disaster for the game like Coco did, then they can probably stay on top of the table.
Yeah, top 3, top 4 placements are kind of going to be the name of the game here for Lelouch. He's just trying to minimize the gap, maximize the gap to his competitors. That is going to be, in fact, as we are going to be looking at it. First Nomsy show up here for Lelouch. That is never going to happen again. Prodigy is going to come through, obviously, but again, just nice visual confirmation, to the people that it is in fact Cannoneer, as we've been saying.
Well, Double 61 will be very happy to see that turn up because they have picked up the Cannoneer Crest, so we do know at least one player is brave enough to look down the barrel of a cannon.
I'm looking forward to it. I love this composition. I just love Nomsy in general. And this is one, we've talked about the ins and outs of this composition a little bit, Peter. You noted that the most disappointing thing is that the ultimate in the Cannoneer just kind of doesn't do a whole lot. But with the Dark Flight, with the additional attack speed coming out from the Zeeks, your Graves, for example, your Aphelios, is going to pump out tons of damage.
And the true carry in this competition is going to be Graves, right? Yes, so at the start, Aphelios will still do a good amount of damage. Nomsy just there to kind of clean up fights, kind of just, add a little bit of suppressive fire almost, as is the Graves that will be the primary holder of these really heavy carry items and the later stage of the game.
So let's, again, make it a little refresher course because we are very close to the end of the regional finals here. Brix and Solar Gasang, they are tied on 12 points apiece. As David mentioned, we do have that spot of death at the bottom of the table, so they will be directly competing against each other. While, of course, the highfalutin, high-scoring players will be competing for the title of regional champion.
It's interesting to me that we see Brix going for this better together once more, and honestly, I think it's a good sign. We see a lot of players come into competitive, especially ones with less experience. They find that the compositions they've prepped, they know are consistent, they know are strong, don't work out for them. And instead of sticking to their guns and saying, this is what works, I know it's good, I'm just having bad games, they'll pivot off. They'll try and change the strategy. But Brix, sticking to his guns, so to speak, going to be looking potentially for that Graves composition once more, and I think it's a sign that he's calm, cool, and collected.
And at least in this game, we're not seeing the massive quantity of Better Togethers coming through again, so it should be a lot easier to hit. From Noel's side of things, though, they've gotten early in it to the Shimmer Scale, and they're going to be able to proc off that heart with a good front line to make sure you get some gold per round.
Yeah, and again, 5 Shimmer Scales, generally speaking, a pretty nice place to be here, especially when the cluttered mind XP as I clutter up my mouth and clutter up my tongue here, but
clutter butter.
That is the good old-fashioned thing. We actually have a little game. I don't know what it's called in Danish, or in English, but the thing where you're you're putting up like a group of people that is like stand in a circle and they just like intertwine each other as much as possible. And then like someone has to.
Is that just Twister?
No, that is not Twister. Because
No,
Twister,
I know what you're talking about, where you like put your arms over each other and you grab and you kind of.
Yeah.
We did it as icebreakers back when I was an RA, which is an exclusively American thing I found out. So that's gonna miss for like 90%
Yeah,
of our
but in
audience.
Danish we call that Kludermor.
Okay.
And that is very close to clutter.
That's now the English name for me.
Well, let us know in the chat if you happen to be informed about the
That's
particular
like
aspects
such a
of culture.
Giga comment thing, and we just cannot figure it out. But again, speaking about Giga comment situations going on the board here again, Noel will have to sell off a unit here, or the Olaf will just be sold.
Yeah, we already saw Noel, of course, picking up that Idis just at 2-3. That is a huge power spike. You see the Determined Infestor coming in, and early Diamond's hands here will be incredibly strong as you scale into the late game. You get that invulnerability for your front line, lets your back line fire away for ages.
Like as well, this is in a situation where Noel is on a loss streak here, so all they're trying to do is stack up the Diamond Investor, trying to get a little bit of gold out of the heart as well. That's all they need to do right now. They're building up for the later game. This Cluster Mine, as David was saying in the previous, the previous set of games, it is an economic augment of a sort. It's going to build up their economy. Oh yeah, we've got the gold coming in, we've got the XP coming in. We're building towards something better.
I think once we look at this streak, I'm interested in seeing what's going on Brix's board. Because we do have some lost streaks at the bottom, but Brix is the only one still 100 streaking. If he's able to make that all the way through Krugs, he's going to be in an absolutely fantastic economic position. If he doesn't, though, the rest of the lobby will easily be able to catch up to him.
Yeah, and of course we noted Brix along with Solo, one of those players who loves to see it. We get another Idis, though. If you can just make out those percentage chances at the bottom of the screen, you'll realize that is a little bit unlikely, though. It's not a 2-star Idis yet. We'd have to do that another time to really get the upgrade.
2% times 2% times 2%. Why not? Why not? At this point, I'd like to see it, Noel.
You can also hear the AFK pings come out, I do believe, as well. Right? But to be fair, again, with the Cluttered Mind, the economic loss of holding onto a 7-gold unit is not going to be as big as you might believe here as well. Brix, however, we were talking about it, need a strong performance. Now is going to be on the... He's at level 6, 2-5 here, has the good old... 2-6, right, so should I say, and it's at 100% here. And Salvi, he's back on the good old-fashioned Kaiser with the blue buff. Again, tried and true right now.
Yeah, and of course that will be stacking up the Lagoon stacks as fast as they can. Doesn't look like Salvi is going to have too much chance of actually taking the W here, though Kaiser can be a bit deceptively strong towards the late end of the round. Salvi currently, let's see, towards the bottom of the table. In fact, they're in exactly the same position in the overall standings and in this lobby.
Let's take a look at the lobby now that everything's shaken out. Solo Gasang sitting there at the bottom on a loss streak, and Brix did, in fact, make that 100% win streak all the way through the Krug. So his economy, his board, looking incredibly strong in these early stages.
And what a thing it is, Solo Gasang and Brix, they are directly, diametrically opposed to each other, and they've had the complete opposite performance in this game so far.
Just looking quickly at this overlay here, again, provided by the lovely people at BlitzCG, right? Look at the amount of jacks right now just on the board.
Yep.
And it's kind of the power of these, okay, hold on a second. We're trying to play this. We were not, but it's just 7 gold for Solo Gasang. A player that much like Brix needs to kind of pull himself out of a pretty poor position right now. That's something we've got to look into specifically.
All right, so we've got a few items coming in. So let's check it out economically. We can see that the money has been spent pretty liberally. Brix up at the top there with a win streak. Notable, well, we said Solo Gasang and Brix are kind of opposites in this lobby. Solo actually doesn't have a big loss streak, though they've got a decent amount of money in the bank.
But you look at Noel down there at the bottom half. We saw the Idises earlier on. We already know that economic engine is in play. Adding the loss streak to it as well, almost hit that 5 loss streak position. Noel is going to look to slingshot as we come out of the carousel here. Once you hit that 3-5, the 4-1 level and roll down, going to look absolutely incredible to take this game.
All right, let's see who they're up against here. So Solo Gasang up against Noel. So Solo, again, fighting from the bottom of the table. We've only got so much room for lost streaks in this lobby. So Noel doesn't have a lot of offensive firepower here to try and, to put that lost streak in any real danger. I think hoping to just kill a unit. But I think that may be just proccing at least. So we've got a little bit of gold out of the whole situation. In fact, 2 gold out, which is not bad at all when you're lost streaking.
If this is a win for Noel, I'm going to cry for Solo Kasang because this is an incredibly stacked Nidalee. All right, she will start taking things out finally.
We call it a David in these parts. I don't know if you're aware.
So I want to touch on this because it's something I've actually been preaching a little bit about, actually speaking with David. Okay.
Oh, Prismatic.
I guess I'll pivot back in that in just a second. Right. So the thing that's worth noting here right now for Noel, we've seen some people that want to reroll their augment, which could be the case if you don't want the cybernetic shell. It's going to be incredibly hard when you're on Cluttered Mind because you are just by nature going to put in a lot of unwanted traits onto your board, which is why you'll see a lot of people just like completely just remove units from playing. You can't sell units when you are on this interface, I do believe, if I'm recalling correctly. But it's going to be the cybernetic shell. It's a very strong augment in general. If you are going to be sticking with this 5 Shimmer Scale aspect for a while, that is just quite natural and nice synergy as well. So go ahead, Matt.
I think it does mean, though, that he's going to start turning that loss streak into a win. An incredibly strong augment. Oh, Think Fast coming at us.
Oh, boy.
5 more seconds here. Think Fast can roll.
Doubles run out of money, though. That's the problem here. They thought fast, but perhaps not frugally enough. Well, let's see. So what have they come out of that with? They've got the Aphelios. We've got ourselves a 2-star Nomsy. It's not exactly the world-endingly strong board you'd hope from a Think Fast.
The thing that's worth noting here as well is that this board should be stable. I say that as, you know, it's always a bit of a sketchy thing to say it should be stable and ends up losing to a random fight here. But this board, in fact, should be stable. The Prismatic Augment, yes, you are going to be down to a certain extent, but you are also going to accelerate your curve in general. This comp can stay on level 6, like a lot of in-game boards. Back when this launched, it was way too broken. Did, in fact, stay on level 6 for the entire game, pretty much. On the other side, though, Salvi is going to be on that high roller. We've seen that many a times today already. We've seen it 2 games ago with double 61 and Anila.
Something we haven't seen from almost any of our players coming into this championship. Lelouch has gone for Triforce 3, an augment that in a lot of discussions has been considered pretty dead. As Solo Kasang hits a Skarner 3, lots of stuff happening in this lobby.
Yeah, so this means there's going to be a shift in the way he's going to be playing this build different, right? Because he's going to be going over to playing around more free costumes like the Rengars, the series, etc. of the world, stuff like that. Is going to be is it just going to be interesting to follow? Because when we've seen build different, it's been, you know, the Graves, the Neela, that's been the focus, right? So whether or not that's going to pay off for Lelouch, that's going to be something else. Right now, he started 90 HP, so has a little bit of a buffer to work with. So we are going to be seeing Solo Kasang here. We're talking about it on these Astrals, just trying to generate as much as possible. But looking at the augment selection here right now, and with the items in play as well, this looking like a Soifen's build to me.
It would certainly make a heck of a lot of sense, keeping those augments nice and generic. And of course, when you've got a lot of attack damage, you're getting a lot of benefit out of healing off that damage. Salvi, though, will take an L. They're currently down the bottom of the table anyway, so they're probably not too upset about that. As you said, we are in the situation where we might be seeing another very high-risk, high-roller situation developing much later on.
This is something that we brought up yesterday, early on at the beginning of the day. Given that it's now in the knockout stages of this championship once again, we're going to be seeing players, especially at the bottom half of those leaderboards, going for those more feast or famine compositions that are more difficult to execute, but have a much higher cap as a result.
So here we see an open spatula on the carousel. Noel kind of, you know, walking around and figuring, do I need to or not? He's going to go for the cloak instead here in the spat. There's no open spats, but again, if there's anyone trying to look to play a mage composition, a guardian composition, that spat might go all the way through. It also could just go unpicked. Again, not necessarily a lot of transformative positions going on here, but Brick says, you know what, I'm going to sacrifice a bit of power right here, right now, most likely. But also worth noting here, Lelouch is streaking, so is Bricks. And as we can see right now, it's going to be an interesting one to follow here. And again, I want to touch this position from Doppel a little bit more as we are going to bring over to Lelouch's board. Again, I think that is totally fine because, again, that's what we've been talking about. It's going to be Varus, it's going to be Rengar, it's going to be Noon, it's going to be Silas. Those are going to be the units that he's going to be trying to build around for the most part. But the issue is the top end going to come out as highly as we think it should be? Because, again, you look at Noel here. Hits an Idas 2 at 3-5, for example. Right? He has just been accelerated by that Cluttered Mind.
We've got to, of course, bear in mind this is going to be the Prismatic Triforce, so we've got the built different buff, we've got the Triforce buff as well. These units should be a lot stronger than they appear on first blush up against Salvi at the bottom of the table. Lelouch is on a pretty big win streak. Unfortunately, the stars aren't quite there for the units right now, and Salvi, with a Giant Slayer on the Kaiser at the backline, is tearing through these units. They've got a bunch of bonus health. but it's not doing them any good at all. Varus building up a big head of steam, but for now, the win streak comes to an end, and this could be real bad news for Coco.
I mean, also that's just like a casual Yasuo just thrown in there for good measure, right? From the
just for fun.
From the side of Salvi. Giants there, what not, right? Not necessarily going to be that important here, but Lelouch, the spot, it's going to be pretty precarious because for him, the 4-1 angle is going to be very important here because if you can upgrade the Varus, you can upgrade the Rengar that he has now shipped away from the board, so I am banning a little bit, but again, you need to choose these things because, again, he needs these units alive so they can, spend more time benefiting from the extra attack speed, all this type of good stuff, because he has kind of put himself in the spot where he might be down a prismatic if he were to go for the traditional build difference situation.
Well, yeah, I mean, it feels like that loss was a hugely significant one because, yeah, if Lelouch has only presumably got a window of power with the 3 costs, no matter how many times you buff them in various different ways, presumably they can't stand up against a true late game board.
And I think as we're looking into Dasic's board, nowhere near the late game, but we can see already a little bit of struggle coming out from the Varuses. But as they're mostly uncontested by this Senna, I suspect Lelouch will be clocking a win here. As I say that, the Senna just absolutely nails the Varus in the forehead.
So worth noting here,
there's a Soraka!
Yeah, I was about to say that. So Dasic here, a lot of things going on this board actually as we are looking at it. So goes for the Earth's grab back, slams another Shimmer Scale. So double Shimmer Scale now. It does mean that the full-on vertical Shimmer Scale is very much a possibility right now. It could also just be the fact that we're going to be seeing a 5 Shimmer Scale into Saya transition. You saw the Archangel Staff, you saw the Rage Pet. It could just be a 5 Shimmer into Fall Dragon, depending on which way the roll down really is going to it's going to fall. Because at 53 HP, even though he does have the Soraka, he could be put under pressure if a lot of people are really going to spike here in 4-1.
Now, 4-1 is going to be a crucial breakpoint for a lot of these players. We've also seen Brix lose that win streak that carried him through most of Stage 3. So that is going to be an important inflection point, as you mentioned, Dasic and Lelouch are going to have to roll down at the stage and look for, finally, some usable boards.
I just want to make a point here about where we are kind of with the standings. We have Dasic, Noel, and Salvi. They're all at the bottom, and they're all pretty much in the mid of the table. We're talking about our ability of our players to climb up in this game and the next game to contest for the title of EMEA champion. The 3 on the bottom right now are ones who are in really good position to do that. If they don't turn this around, then they won't have that chance.
And the more straightforward roll down that we're also going to see, which is going to be this Dacia 2, right? Dawnbringer's Determination is going to be the one that we are going to be looking out for right now. And with the Dawnbringer in play here, it does mean that Dacia is very likely to stay alive, but the important inflection point, if you are going to be trying to go into a vertical Mirage here, is going to be the 6th Mirage, because on the 6th Mirage, you're going to get the second wave of healing coming through from the Dawnbringer. It's going to be the same amount of healing, essentially, but it is going to come in twice, which is going to be such a massive thing here. And Brix has gone over and has made that Mage Cap, so we kind of did suspect, but again, you can see it's so hard for this Soraka, this Karma, to push for the healing from the Dawnbringer and the Soraka.
And it's always so obnoxious at the end of the round when you've only got a couple of units on the board and Soraka can focus all that healing around the end. Particularly with a comp like this where we've got the needlessly big gems stacking up as well. Very dangerous late game. And there you said it. If you want to push towards Mirage 6, you have got the opportunity.
They are, like, all these options you can kind of make a case for, right? Because you want the Dacia to be like an execution menace. Do you want to stand united for when you are going to be going into a more flexible board? Or is it going to be the hard commit with the Mirage Crest? Worth noting again, even in the 4 Dragon scenario, Mirage Crest does allow you to have the 4 Mirage in play and put that Mirage Crest onto either Terra or onto Idas for that extension.
Disgusting healing.
For that extra healing, right? So many options here. He's going to be going for the Stand United, and to me that speaks that he's probably not going to be sticking towards this stage to the Mirage angle for a long time. But level 9 here is going to be the next goal most likely, because this board should be stable enough, but it still is lacking that Idas.
Did notice the Brix picking up a 2-star Nala there, so we're keeping an eye out on how many shields are floating around as, oh my gosh, we have been waiting for Stolo to unleash the Siphon for a while, and it has more or less arrived. Not up to full itemization as of yet, but still getting the Siphon charging into the back line. And of course, with the Gwyn's Rage Blade, we'll be building up, as long as they survive long enough, of course.
Nope.
No, well, never mind. Well, ultimately, they'll be building up to a big menace.
Yeah.
It's all down to Xiaoyu for the time being, who's doing a pretty good job, even with only 2.5 items.
But we're seeing this board from Dasik is absolutely incredible. If he's able to win streak through this, as Wida said, he has an absolutely massive potential for capping. Even if he wants to go towards like a 4-dragon board, each one of them gives you a full synergy. You get massive Stand United value, toss an Itis in there, you get to keep your Shimmer Scale items if you so are inclined. And now let's take a look at the rest of the augments that were picked during that round. Wida, something's caught your eye.
I'm really sad it's not Noel who took the Oasis, because, you know, maybe someday that was going to be the one that saved him, but I don't know.
You've been sitting on that one all weekend.
I have been very vocal about the fact that I really want Noel to pick Oasis just so I can make that joke and like try to. I know it's bad, I know it's horrible, unlike the spot from Sally, right? Still has the triple loaded dice open. We saw this position specifically earlier on from double 61. If we're going to start seeing Salvi hold on to a Diana, it is going to be that massive chance to find those Neela free, which can be a massive way for him to elevate his board. And it's going to be Dasik losing here, as we do see that. And again, for Dasik, he's holding on to the gold because he has Neela's big gem, and he still has 52 HP to work with his rocket taking as well.
It's extremely impressive to see that Salvi, essentially playing without a prismatic augment compared to the rest of the lobby, is still managing to keep things up. You know, well, they're not even bottom on the scoreboard anymore and building up a win streak. You can only imagine how strong they're going to be when they actually make use of all those dice.
So the spat here is open again. Not going to be a high priority one. We've seen that already. The players are not going to prioritize that, especially because it's one cost. You know, the Salvi's going to be picking up the Yasuo. We saw earlier on he had a Yasuo already kicking, lying in wait there early on.
Bricks can
level
use
7.
this spat.
I mean,
He's already going Mage Spat 1. He's got another tier. Not going to go for it, though.
Ooh. Until
the BF sword gets taken. He's got a 50-50.
Yeah, so it's a bit
You see? They know how to entertain these players.
So it's a bit of a weird one, because it can kind of be using one mage bet is relatively easy. Using two can kind of sometimes be a bit of a bait, where you end up like trying to go into a position where you might not want to use the second mage bet. You would rather have a different item, because at a certain point it becomes really hard for you to fit in, let's say, like 7 or 9 mages even into Lagoon board.
This board here from Lakoko has picked up the Guardian Emblem, a familiar position for us here today, and has it on this Ao Shin. I suspect later on this is going to swap for an Acel.
And this is going to be our first heroic presence of the day. I mean, we have had, you know, us on the desk. That's quite the heroic presence. But in-game, at least, we're going to see the first one coming through here, absolutely. So this Dacia's targeting is going to be continuously going on towards the front line here. And again, should buy enough time for this Ao Shin. But the question is whether or not we are going to be seeing these items move over to an Acel at some point. Especially because of the fact there's no mana generation outside the board for this Ao Shin, which means that one cast per fight really has to be massive. And it is not. Oh, okay, it might just be enough, but again, if this would have been a little bit stronger, right, that would be a bit of a heavy downfall potentially. So with the duplicator on the bench, you know, a second Ao Shin coming through once you go level 8 here around like the dragons of 5-1, 4-7, whenever you really want to, that could become in massive. But again, as the game will, you know, progress and go on further and further and further, not having a mana regeneration item on an Ao Shin is going to be just quite hard.
I want to head over to Salvi's board and take a look at how he's doing. We saw that Lagoon building up earlier on. He's down to 22 HP. Not at contention for getting knocked out right now. Still has all 3 loaded dice, but one more loss in stage 5 will kill him.
I'm looking really closely at this Nyla, of course. We can see her dancing between the shields. Has to worry a little bit about being CC'd, but it's stealing away a lot of the Guardian power. We saw, of course, the big cast kill everyone before, but this time around it doesn't quite get the job done. I think it's going to be very tight here as to who actually gets the win. For Salvi, of course, at the very bottom, they get the win in, and they can start the long climb.
Absolutely crucial for him to stay in this game. And now we've hit the Treasure Dragon. You know what that means, chat. Take a look for that link in the chat. I'm just going to let our mods use the command and not tell you what it is. I trust them on this one.
So these are Neela items. Ruinous Hurricane can work. I.e. an option right now with the glove on the bench here. And even BT is not necessarily a horrible option. Either QSS could also be, you know, something. So a lot of options here, especially that's going to be really interesting to follow. I'm not necessarily sure how he's going to fully play this out. It could be the zone free angle. I must admit, I am not too heavy on it. 1 dice down. That's going to be 2 ASOL, so 1 dice left here. Question is now, are you going to risk it? He is. He's not going to hit, though, but he will be able to now, you know, more or less naturally could potentially go into it, but again, he has his back against the wall, had to go for it right here, right now. But again, we're talking about this. Neela has her itemization, but it's a Neela 1, however, and that is going to be a big issue because again, you kind of need that secondary carry to kind of clean up the fight, especially because the supporting unit of the Zoe is still a 1-star as well.
And no tank itemization either. Just as easy, Rod.
I mean, that's kind of everything you need. Sometimes Neela's who found out that's going to be massive here. Gives up on the plan here. Knows he needs a stronger board all in all here. Just has to dodge that 8th. Just kind of stabilize himself in the middle of the standings.
All right, let's see what Noel has got for us here. We've got a pile of dragons and many friends to play with. You see, of course, Neela, as noted, now newly 2-star and minted with a full pocket of items. Really needs to hit the units when they're shielded to get that second cast, because a lot of this board is too tanky to deal with. Otherwise, Neela actually ends up falling there, and that's a big problem.
Noel's spot here is just super strong, right? You have the cybernetic shell, you have the cybernetic uplink. That is so much extra HP. Not even think about the armor, to think about the mana gain coming through, right? That is just absolutely massive, all things considered here. Salvi now, what can you go for? Like, it has to be that. It has to be a sorry too, and that might not even be enough here. Does get a defensive item now through the components of the Lagoon. Does have a Dragon Stone he can work with.
And a small point here, of course, this is great news for Brix and Sologasang. They're both below Salvi in the standings. If Salvi does go down in 8th, then that opens up a world of possibility for leapfrogging much further up the table.
This lobby is going to start accelerating the moment Salvi goes out. As the player pool decreases, the rate of the lobby increases. And we can see Brix is going to be real happy if Salvi gets knocked out because they're contesting each other's units and have been all game.
Let's see how they do it again, the 1v1. It's Soam versus Soam. Perhaps the reason why you couldn't find this Soam is that it already found a new home over with Brix TN.
Oh.
And there we go. Parsley signed, sealed, and delivered. Salvi, get out of here. We're climbing some tables.
Yeah, look again here. As I was talking about before, this was in fact going to be a Siphon pivot coming through, I do believe, here. So it is strong, but with Salvi going out now as well, that means that someone like Brix, Sologasang, is going to be super important for them as he was holding on to that final and 5th spot for now, that is. But look at this for Solo, right? He's on 5 COUs for now, but it's a Nor. No, it's a Skana 3, sorry. With the feed scope on it here should be really good to work with going forward here. Again, kind of like a bit of a thing where you could kind of consider like swapping it out for a different bruiser, like a Jack, something like that potentially in the future. But massive roll coming through here from Basic. All these rolls here are going to be important. Needs to find those last couple of upgrades before he starts selling up again.
Oh boy. And of course, that was big with the needlessly big gem in the mix. That's going to be a big cut down in damage. But selling them all towards the end, so at least we've got the 50 in the mix up against Brix. Again, as was being said multiple times, is trying to climb up that table.
Maybe able to do so as well. I'm wondering if he's angling towards a later game pivot into something like an ASOL, as he does have that Mage Spat, does have that Evoker sitting there in the form of Zyra. He's dedicated so much time to. But in the meantime, Soam is doing great with that Dragon Imperialist.
Yeah, that really has been the X factor in these couple of fights, right? Because it really does remove the small bit of time where Soam has to try to like whittle away at the last bit of a target. And now another Mage Cap presents itself here, but this time it's a completed one, right? Which means that for someone like Brix, it might not make it through. Double, as we know, are on the Cannoneer still. Can take another Dark Light, but he's going to be going for it as a Rod Pole, just to get the extra little bit of front line, to try to take away the targeting from those somewhat squishy Cannoneers as they are going to try to work their way.
Still up.
And it's going to bounce off automatically as well. And this is
You're kidding.
and it might as well just be the Zoe itself. But again, do you really care about, like, quote-unquote, griefing someone here which doesn't further your own game plan? Because yes, you might take this, might, block out Brix. But if you don't gain anything from it, then what's the point even?
Well, I mean, further to the point again, we've got the two classes of players. The survivalists at the bottom of the standings right now, and the players are fighting to be called EMEA champion. We have got ourselves, of course, a good setup here for Brix, currently on 6 Lagoon and 6 Mages.
And an open spat on top of it. He could go for the 7-mage angle if he wanted, doesn't need to, but having the extra flexibility of saying, okay, I still want to keep mages in, but I hate these units. I'm going to swap them out for something better. So he runs into double 61, still running that Cannoneer Namzi.
A little bit of resignation in the voice there, but I mean, I love to see it.
It's working really well.
I mean, Double has absolutely stepped the pedal to the metal, currently in 4th place, just behind the leading 3. They have a strong finish here. They'll be loving life.
Gross.
And I think they're going to be. The raw damage on display here is just ridiculous.
Yeah, again, if the next component coming through for Bricks is going to be a tier, that is going to be pretty ridiculous. I am not going to lie. Look at the board here for Lekoko, and again, we're talking about gross. Look at the life totals right now. Like it's Bricks just coasting away at the top, and then it's 6 HP between Solokasang and Lekoko in 2nd and 7th place as of right now. And these boards are all relatively similar in board strength.
And do remember again, Lekoko gave up their first position as a result of the last game, so they no longer have any safety net. If they do go down in low place here, their position at the top is far from assured.
And Rengar Free has been hit from the Lelouch. So I was talking about, these timings are super important now. If he is going to try to stay in here, going to go up against Lekoko's massive Guardian board though.
Top 2 players.
Has no money left in the board here, but that Rengar starting to pop off. The build different, the Triforce, plus the Knife's Edge doing so much for this carry, lands onto the backline Asol, and it may just be enough as the Varus still uncontested, firing away, and Lelouch survives for another day.
Look at the right side now, though. That's going to be the most important thing. Solokasang survives, so the lowest HP player is going to be that Double loses, Lekoko at 8. These are so close. We're going to go in with it's going to be stage 6, but we have 7 players alive. I mean, I don't know when was the last time I've seen this, to be honest.
It's so volatile right now. Lelouch is at the top of the standings with 25 points. Coco and Noel behind with 22. Double 61 and closer contender with 20. Anyone below that is really chancing it here. Dasik, the biggest dark horse contender, right in the middle of the pack, would need to almost certainly hit up a big first tier to contend for the title.
Interested to see where Dasik is going to go with this board. His economy is in fantastic shape. 54 experience towards that level 9 and 50 gold remaining.
It could just be go to level 9 here and then just put in the Yasuo. And then you have 4 Mirage, 7 Shimmer Scale, because so much of your combat power right now is tied to these items. However, there it is. The Yasuo 2 has been picked up, but again, quote-unquote, only a 30% damage increase is going to be the name of the game right here, right now. But again, with a double Seeks, you have an Ionic Spark and Nasus. Very great items here. And again, look at the value of the stand united towards the left side of your screen. This is going to be an absolutely massive fight here. Again, so much on the line right now.
Everyone down, out of gold, but not out of contention just yet. Solokasang with that Soifan board, as you mentioned, but it's running up against Lekoko's massive dragon in the back with the Guardian Spatula pumping out as much damage as it possibly can. The front line not as fragile as you would like, yet nonetheless, the Idis will fall in a few more hits from Xiao Yu, now tearing at the backline. Lekoko's Asol doing as much as it can. One more ult, the shield, not enough, and Lekoko will fall.
Yeah, and Dasik is out now or as well here. How much is the overkill going to be for Lekoko? It is going to be Dasik moving into the 6th position here, so it's still going to be in an okay position going into the final game of the day here. However, someone that is still trying to elevate themselves into a title contender is going to be Double 61, however, with 4 HP remaining right now. And a board that is lacking a prismatic combat augment, to be quite frank, right? This is going to be incredibly hard for him to fully get in there, because when you get the thing fast, and it really helps you, and it kicks in early in the game, you get the free stars, you put so much pressure on the lobby, but that was not the case this time around.
Difficult, if not impossible. We'll see if our world champion can pull it out here in game number 5.
All right, up against Bricks, who is the player at the top of the lobby. No win streak to speak of, but certainly has evokers aplenty. You, of course, remember the frontline situation is not so good as Nala gets immediately annihilated. There will be no more damage coming from the back, or from the front roller, but from the back, the tides are calling. Lullaby, lulling us into the deep sleep of death.
Top 4 has been decided. Bricks leading the pack, followed by Noel, Solokasang, and Lelouch.
That's good news, of course, at least for Dasik, that double 61 doesn't get any further ahead of them. But yeah, as you were saying, Ben, you know, Dasik was almost being taken out of any possible contention for the title. Lelouch, it's going to be a very tight top 4.
At this point in time, I mean, right now for Lelouch, all he needs is a top 4 just to ensure that he cannot get knocked out of like even 5th position here, right? This final fight for him most likely is interesting. Again, we've seen this time and time again. This Imperials from Brix has been so massive.
You're going to be watching onto that zone. We talked about it all weekend. The Rengar specializes in ripping through this Lagoon backline, but he himself gets ripped to shreds by the Sohm in the back. Varus, the only carry left remaining, but not for long. Lelouch will fall.
And now we have the final fight here. Noel and Solo Gasang off this round here. Solo, if he takes a loss, he will be going out. He will be sent packing here. But Xiuyu and the Siphon are still going to be put into place, and Noel will take a loss here. Solo keeps on fighting for his life.
This has been an incredible game for Germany. Solo Gasang fighting out from literally the last position on the table overall against some incredible competition, fighting to try and stay out of the spot of death. Number 8 position, the only one that will not have a chance to play at the Global Championship, and Solo is firing on all cylinders.
The bottom 2 players right now are the top 2 players on the scoreboard.
So Brix picked up a single component there. Does still have that spat open, I do believe. So that's going to be a Cavalier emblem coming through in just a second here. But look at this board from Noel, right? Like now he finally has those upgrades that he needs here. It's quite hard for him to really create a better board. Again, the big issue is the lack of a mana generation item on the Aeoshin. Yes, there is going to be the cybernetic uplink, which is fantastic. But even with a Spear of Shojin here, we'll probably be even better. The first cast off this Aeoshin is going to be super important.
Let's see how long it's going to take for the thunder and lightning to come a-calling. We have got, of course, Brix going to be pumping out the damage across. We can see already just the individual cast from the Sohm doing a ton of damage. Instead, the silence is going to cause us to take a little bit longer. The Hextech Gunblade kicks in, and down goes the Sohm. Ride the lightning, but we've still got dragons on the board. The Archangels is ticking up for another earth-shattering kaboom, but it's taking so long to get there.
And somehow this Silas has survived for ages, but no longer. His age is at an end. All 3 competitors still in this, all 3 within 1 loss of knockout.
At this point here, Noel like almost just rolling to try to block some of the units that the other players might want to just have them in his shop, right? Because he has no other applications for this gold, to be completely honest, right? He is going to get extra gold from the Diamond Hands, but not item scales with the gold that you currently have sitting in your bank account. And we kind of saw how had the Sohm had a little bit better aim, it would have been executed before the first cast came off, just due to the nature of that shroud here.
All right, we'll see how they end up doing. For Noel, of course, they are looking to contest for the title of champion. The other 2 players are just trying to make sure they get a chance at all at the Global Championship. It's a strange situation to be sure, but it's one filled with murder and dragons, and those, of course, the best things.
Now that Aeoshin finally firing away against Solo Gasang, uncontested, unbowed, unbroken in the backline, and it looks very much like this game is going to Noel, as there goes the Terra. Xiuyu, try as she might, will not be victorious today. Noel takes the lobby.
And that is the contention being made. Noel has thrown down the gauntlet and said, I feel like I am ready to be EMEA champion, and this game proved it.
I mean, we might just about be in November right now, but who knows? Maybe Christmas will come early for Noel come next game, and he could take the crown as EMEA champion. I do believe he is going to be closing that gap that he had towards Lelouch.
Yeah, I mean, you look at him, he was 3rd in the standings before this game came through. Now taking a 1st place finish, followed by the former back end of the points. Brix and Solo Gasang, both at 12 points apiece, now taking 2nd and 3rd. That gap has only gotten wider, and Noel, I suspect at the end of this, after this break, is going to be leading the leaderboards. We'll have our analyst desk to break down that second to last game, followed by the final game of the Rising Legends Championships. Don't you dare go anywhere.
I'm Skip. I'm 26 years old from Czechia, and I am a professional TFT player. There is a story to it. When I was 9 years old, I was reading Roman history books, as 9-year-olds typically do, and I wanted something that sounded vaguely Roman, but also wasn't a name of anyone specific, because then it would seem like I think that specific historical person is better than me, which at 9 years old I definitely thought no one is. So I went with Scipius, which is kind of like Scipio Africanus, but a bit wrong. Well, I had a good impression with one thing specifically, and that's rerolling augments. I think that was an amazing systemic change. The first impression of the units, though, I think it is a really bold choice by Mordog with a lot of things he's done, such as putting in 4 large AoE CC units at 4 and 5 cost, and putting no AP carries at 4 cost. I don't think we have really had a great patch so far, and I don't really see how Mordog is going to achieve one, but I'm looking forward to it. Maybe he will surprise me. I was definitely helped massively by both Threy and Kapaku. Without them, I definitely wouldn't have gotten to Worlds. This set is still cooperate a tiny bit, but there is definitely a lot more rivalry going on, rather than just straight cooperation.
Welcome back to our analyst desk here at the Rising Legends EMEA Finals. My name is Makes, and I am here once again with Impatches Panda. And Panda, that game just took us for a spin.
It did. Things that had to happen did. The players that were at the bottom that had to get those good results in this penultimate game had to actually do it. And we saw it from Brick and Solo. When it mattered most, they actually came back into it. And it is incredibly close. There's a bit of a gap between top 4 and bottom 4, but that 5th place spot especially, you want to get the direct pass to Worlds. You don't want to kind of risk it in LCQ that there are going to be great American players, Brazilian players, players from LATAM as well. You want to try and get the top 5 spots, and it's going to be so exciting for that last game.
Yeah, and you're speaking of it, we have to talk about it because our Hungarian player, Noel, he was the one that took a win in this past game. Here's the winning comp once more, and I feel like that is what we've all been waiting for. I can tell you that even our entire production was sitting here at a screen saying like, oh, Noel, he has to, he has to take this win home, and he did.
3 games in a row, someone has taken Cluttered Mind as their first augment. First it was Lelouch, then Coco, now Noel. I think I've said many times before, econ traits or econ augments are fake in this current set. Cluttered Mind is essentially an econ augment. It allows you to level up to 9 much quicker without having to spend your gold to do so, to reach those fast 9 boards that have those 4 different dragons with Aoshin or Aesol as the carry. And Noel able to execute perfectly, a player that, I'm going to be honest, has surprised me today. I'm not saying he was, I was not respecting his play coming to day 3, but with the names that we had coming into this final day, it seemed, easy to say, oh, Noel is maybe an underdog. He's a dark horse. He might not be able to make it to top 5. Right now, he's sitting first place in the standings, showcasing that Hungary is hungry for a championship. We saw it with Saudi. We're seeing it now with Noel.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is going to be the Dragons once more, empowered by those cybernetics. Just so important to get those extra buffs onto them and even level up this comp further. Just really, really good to see that from him. But that's not the only thing I want to talk about. As you all know, something that's near and dear to my heart is the two German players. And Zologesang really surprised me in that round. I thought he was going to get knocked out in the bottom once more, fearing for my country's representation, and as soon as he hit that Siphon 2, he made it all the way back into the top 3, which was amazing to see.
Playing, of course, Xiaoyu that has Mystic as a trade. There was so much AP in this lobby. You had Bricks with the Lagoon, with the Soma, the Dragon Imperials that we saw yesterday. That exact comp was being played to good results. Bricks also able to navigate it, showcasing he's not just a Graves one trick. He can play different comps and still do well and still find himself, again, contending for those top spots. We talked about it. Bricks and Solo and Salvi, who wasn't quite able to do the same as these two other players, needed to find good results in this game, and they did.
Yeah, absolutely. Bricks even bringing us back to something that we talked about day 1, day 2. I believe it was Super Eagle, who also had that zone with the Dragon Imperialist, just getting those executes out. It didn't work all the way for first, but surely enough got him to that second place, which was really, really awesome.
Two augments I want to mention that I think played a pivotal role in maybe the bad result of some players in this case. Double 61, picked up Think Fast very late, did not have time to really make the best use of it, was playing Cannoneers, a comp that he played earlier today, which had a very good result for him in game 1. And in the end, or for Bricks rather, and in the end, not quite able to find a good result, I think. Essentially kind of a down in Prismatic Augment, and still managed to get 5th. It's impressive in his own way, but has to fight for a good result after 2 first places, drops down a bit to a 5th, and now has to find a good result in this game 6.
Yeah, and the same you could say for Lelouch, who was on that build different, something I love seeing. He had a build different top 4 in the past games. Now went with Triforce as a Prismatic, which is generally not an augment player's angle for, and especially not with build different. Chose to run with the Rengar 3 as main carry, Shojin as an item, and still somehow managed to go into those top 4. So with that and all and everything that we had here as a spin, let's have a look at our standings and see where players currently are, because after all, this is the World's qualification that we are talking about, Panda, and it's numbers.
I want EMEA to win. We need to send the best possible players. Game 6 coming up to decide who those players are, but we're seeing here a very big gap. Noel and Lelouch essentially with a foot and maybe 2 feet and a hand as well already in that top 5 spots with 30 points each. 24 points for 3rd and 4th. The French army is back, and we're not going to get 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe just 3 and 4 in this case. And then that 5th place spot, that's the one that I think is still very much open for anyone to reach. And 6 and 7 are kind of the, the second place prizes essentially in this case, but everything but 8th is what counts here for all these players. I think everyone is still in it. Salvi has to get a very good result here and make sure that his other competitors don't do so hot. But I think the key thing is here, anyone can still do it. The doors are still wide open for all these players.
Yeah, and with that, our in-game casters are ready. The 3 are waiting to bring you the hype of the last game of our regional finals. So with that, Niberia, Counterfeit, and Wida, please take it away and guide us through game number 6.
Gladly, Makes. Thank you so much. We are here with the final game of the Rising Legends Finals. We have 2 players tied with 30 points for first place, neck and neck, to decide who will be the EMEA champion of Dragonlance.
And we live in a land divided. We really couldn't ask for a better situation here. As you mentioned, with the 2 top players, we've got the 2 chasing them, Double 61 and Coco, and the bottom 4 all fighting. Every placement in this upcoming game is going to matter.
Absolutely right. Whether or not you're going to be battling out for the title, you're battling out for an LCQ spot, or just trying to guarantee that Dragonlance Championship berth. There is going to be everything on the line here. And if everything comes out Millhouse, I do believe that Salvi with a first place potentially could even sneak in that 5th spot.
We're not going to lie to you guys. The math is complicated. This final has been intense. It is close, but the 2 players we have to watch for sure. The man on your screen right now, Noel TFT, leading with 30 points, tied with Lelouch.
All right, we'll of course be keeping our eyes out most closely for the last ones coming in. If you've only just joined us for the final game of the day, you have arrived at the perfect time. Our last lobby was full of fire and thunder. This one proves to be almost certainly the exact same thing.
Noel here has a Karma pair in his shop and a blue buff ready to go. Not saying it's going to be a Karma carry, it's definitely not going to be the case, but it could have been a nice item holder for that Karma as, as a holdover point. But he's going to pick up the Astrals instead here as a, a nice little economic, potentially good thing. But again, depending on what he gets here, the final minion thing is always tricky, but it looks like it's going to be okay. Now you want the Karma pair, right? Yes, there we go. Karma 2 as well, with the Malphite on top of that. So has a strong start here in terms of like the pieces needed for that potential the Kaiser opener even, sorry.
Of course, we remember that Noel has put themselves into this pole position as a result of that previous game. Ending out in first place, our two German friends, or rather Sang and Brix, fighting out from the bottom of the table. They have both done very, very well. They just need to follow up with another strong performance. But first and foremost, Noel versus Lelouch. That is the most likely direct battle for the championship.
We're going to be watching for that as we go, but here it comes, the first augments of the game. Ooh. Nothing too spicy, just some silvers.
Build different one, not something that is really that desirable. Mage Heart can be good, but doesn't necessarily give you a ton of power. It does have a Spear of Showdown available, has a blue buff available. Electro Charge is the best catch-all augment just in terms of just raw boss strength, but this could even be a reroll here. Have all the time in the world. It is a risky strategy to go for here in the final game of the Rising Legends season, and it is going to be just a regular Electro Charge. Going to keep a hold of that reroll. Don't see any way why you should reroll that in the first place, but Karma being at the front right now, instant level here for the Lagoon stuff, and now we're going to see the blue buff most likely being put on to that Kaiser here. Now look at this double. Has the free Shimmer Scale, and we can see it's going to be a needlessly big gem game.
And we know that from Double's point of view and from Coco's point of view as well, they need to finish this lobby in absolute top position to have any chance of getting hold of the championship for themselves. And of course, they need that Noel and Lelouch will finish very low. So again, the maths will be trying to work out as best as we can as we go. But our players will be keeping a very close eyes on each other, and we hope that you will too.
So, things to keep an eye out for here for people that have Shimmer Scale active are going to be very awkward, very weird leveling points here, because with needlessly big gem, you can very often find players going to level 5 to 2 just to guarantee as many surviving units as possible. And with that Ezreal 2 as well coming into play here, I wouldn't put it past it, but 14 gold is such a high gold amount to work with as well that Double can kind of do whatever he wants right now.
Hanging out on the beach as he is.
Oh, absolutely. Got to make sure you're nice and relaxed heading into one of the biggest games. Of course, as we mentioned before, Double 61 having that big Worlds experience, the Worlds win behind them. Very unflappable in a crisis. But this is the time when everything is called upon. Let's get into these opening rounds.
Look at how rich Double is, though. He's 9 gold, can he go 10 despite having level to 5 on to 2. He's making the most of this very low component but high gold opener and matching it with that Shimmer Scale crest.
We saw there Lelouch on the other side of the field. This is one of our big contenders for EMEA Dragonland's champion. Going to take a loss, but looking rather intentional, leading with an Olaf in the front line with that Titan's Resolve. Just going to get a couple of AD stacks on him. We'll see if he sticks with it, but in the meantime, pretty strong AD item holder.
Build your own Lux Lagoon starter pack here, Peter? I mean, it's not necessarily going to be a good thing, but, sometimes, you just got to skip the temptation.
Well, I mean, we talked about this all the way through this event. The ability to choose where you're going immediately does mean you end up with some shops which are really just seeming like they're taunting you for the telemetry to make that choice that quickly.
So, Dasek here is in a very precarious spot right now. He's 5th with 20 points, so he needs a top 4 finish to more or less guarantee himself a berth into the championship.
Let's see what Lelouch has got for us here. So, of course, they've got a pile of Astrals and a couple more hanging out on the bench. Of course, we have seen some pretty strong Astral starts so far. This is looking like it's more on the generous side than it could be.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the rest of the board as well, and we see Lococo going for Tiny Titans first.
indicating potentially a very risky strategy of just full loss streaking as long as possible to create that economic engine and get the highest placement possible. Remember, 4th place, still within striking distance of being the EMEA champion, but in order to do so, he has to take that first.
Yeah, like Coca here with Tiny Titans, right? Could just be a way to try to guarantee yourself like a top 6 finish even, right? Like just one of those saying, you know, I can take 3 points, be at 27, that should be enough. Again, math is always a bit difficult, but again, even then, if Dasik wins, the highest amount of points he can be on is 28. And that kind of speaks volumes to different objectives different players are going to have going into this game.
All right, so we'll keep our eyes closely on how things develop. For now, though, we've got Carousel come in. We can see that Dasik and Solo Gasang have been the least committal with their items so far. Let's check in with Brix, who is currently undefeated, along with Salvi, Double, and Coco. Wait a second.
That's the Tiny Titans.
No.
Come on, Peter.
If it goes above 100, the thing is, I skipped that class. I can't count past 100. They all just look like hundreds to me.
You just know the hundreds place. You never learn the tens and the ones. It's okay. I've been there.
So you never took 101s. Then that's...
Hey, that was pretty good. Yeah. I like it. All right, let's get back into things and see if we can learn to count with our friends in TFT.
Brix, of course, running similar items to what he was running on that Somme last game. Remember, he was going for that Jeweled Gauntlet, Morellonomicon, and the Spear of Shojin. So potentially going for a similar Lagoon-based comp to just try and secure himself that spot in either the Last Chance Qualifier or the Dragonlance Championship, because he is right on the edge.
And it's worth noting as well, as we've seen many times across many games, Shimmer is very popular in this game. Salvi, Coco, and Double 61 all dipping into that shimmering pool.
A lot of economy going to be coming out during this game. Remember, with that Shimmer, a lot of economic pressure down. You're going to see a lot of higher capped boards. You can afford those things, like the Dragon boards, like those 3-star forecasts. If you're getting really spicy, if you want to pull the Day 6 special, get that Xayah 3 on the board.
And we're starting to see a pattern here with Salvi, right? Very strong early game, stage 2, stage 3, he's full on, he's just chilling, everything is good in the world, but when we are going to be approaching the later stages of the game, he tends to fall off.
He's got a chase already at 2-6. I think he's going to be fine going into this next round. Just call it an inkling, yeah.
Well, Brix, of course, no longer on their own win streak. We'll have to make do with just a little bit of grumpiness on Morellonomicon. And our friend Zeri at the back. Doesn't look like a comp that's going to be able to rip through Salvi and stop that win streak in attack. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see Double 61 as well, if the timing works out in these rounds, to see if they'll both go into stage 3 with a whole heap of cash.
There is a very minor thing that we need to keep an eye out for here, and I say minor because it's not going to be super likely. But Runan's Hurricane is best in slot on Twitch reroll. And with the setup, with the early Jace, with the Gills, etc., with the Thieves Glove, which is a pretty good item in general, just to throw on something like a Jace, for example, later to the game. It's something that he needs to be open to, but not necessarily be what brings him into the first place.
But that's one of those comps that from this position you have to start considering. Last on the leaderboards, 15 points. If you can guarantee a top 4 here, that's still a win. You get that shot at the Last Chance Qualifier instead of just going out with only the prize from this tournament to show for it.
So the objective for Salvi is to distance Solo Gasang by like 3 placements, and that means that if Solo gets above the 4th, there is just nothing to play for pretty much for Salvi. But again, he can just play for a good game. And speaking of a good game, Double 61, yes, he did lose a streak going into the Crocs, but he's 52 gold, level 5, still has Big Gem, has a lot of very nice items going for himself right now. Could even try to slam something like an ice cream cone just to kind of keep the tempo rolling for himself here. Goes level 6 despite the lack of streak, but he can go to 50 regardless and just start building up.
So Salvi, the only one maintaining that win streak after Double 61, took the L. Let's take a look across our economy, and as you said, Matt, there's a lot of gold in them there hills.
And we see here now on 3-1, Twitch 2 has been found. Varus is put onto the board. This could still just be a holdover point. We are not fully committed just yet. The augment here could be super deciding for that.
We're waiting for that for the next round. In the meantime, Salvi trying to defend his win streak, the only person left in the game with that coveted 100 streak as he slams the Infinity Edge to get an even better shot at maintaining it.
Of course, we know how good Salvi is. We know how good everybody who made it to the top is. Of course, it's worth remembering at a time like this, at the verge of the end of the tournament, how many incredible players did not even make it to the final day of play.
So Dasic's 4 streak here has been broken now. So Salvi, you know, the only with the streak, and that's why it's super important, because the level to 6 here with Dasic in the pool means that right now Salvi has the strongest economic position in the game. And are you going to take the last stand? We saw yesterday, albeit on the previous patch to this one, in NA, we did see Liquid QMX actually take first without triggering his last stand.
I think from this position, you could argue gear upgrades would be huge. If he wants to go for that Twitch composition you were mentioning earlier, Wida, gear upgrades would be a massive way to cap out that board. Get those free components, get those best in slot items on every single unit you can.
I think he was fishing for just the guild heart with the way with the active traits here. He doesn't need to pick up this orb. He has the Twitch too. Remember what we talked about yesterday here. Optimization is going to be super important, especially in a spot like this.
All right, so let's see if you got what it takes to keep that win streak rolling up against Noel, who has got a scary-looking Kaiser on that back line. Of course, we know Kaiser will scale up during the round. You've now got an Archangels to double up on that scaling. All that requires is that the front line stays intact, and that doesn't seem like it's going to happen. We have got one more big cast coming out, but I think that's going to be pretty much it.
That's a pretty terrifying rat, if I do say so myself. As someone who's been to New York and has seen their fair share of rats.
Yeah, and we're looking at this here now. Early Deja for Solo Gasang here, as he is going to be on level 6. Look at the bench, though. Has a lot of options in terms of trying to approach that Mirage vertical here. Exiles as well is a surprisingly strong augment when it is paired with something like the Mirages. An augment, time and time again, despite the personal stress it puts you under, performs incredibly well.
Yeah, I mean, a whole bunch of extra health, fantastic when you want to be putting out your big damage. But I want to take a small moment to mention that from the Luge, double trouble coming in for them. Not an augment we've seen very much of at all. Fantastic to see something that's a little bit different here in our final game.
Coming into this combat round, Solo Gasang sitting very near the bottom of the board. He's not necessarily going for a lost streak angle either. With that Deja, with the Infinity Edge Jeweled Gauntlet, should have plenty of damage and be putting out a ton of pressure on anyone he runs into, which is unfortunate for Dasic. However, Dasic has picked up last stand as well.
Yeah, the last time, the last effort. And to a certain understanding, it might just be picked as an extra life, to be completely honest, right? Again, that could be the difference maker between a single placement. Yes, he might lose out on some combat power, but, you know, the final extra life, it could be triggering over again. You know, every little thing is going to matter here. Speaking of that, carousel opening up right here, right now.
And I think that really exemplifies the position Dasic is in right now. They are the middle of the pack player. I think they may well have, you know, we pick up the last stand there, given up on the possibility of pushing further up the table. They just want to make sure they don't slip further down.
Salvi still maintaining this win streak. We're headed towards 3-5. We've been talking all day, all weekend about how much economy matters, especially as we go deeper and deeper into this tournament. It just allows you to cap so much harder. And we're going to see, I think these are the pivotal moments, Wida, where we see if Salvi is in fact going for that Twitch reroll.
Yes, and I was in a position where I ended up playing this comp while trying to play Saya, right? And again, if he feels like he's strong enough, you can see the level 7s are starting to come up around the board, and he can't just play this gear upgrades aspect as as a tempo play. And you know, we're kind of speaking about the fact you kind of have to find a middle ground going into Saya, and this Twitch 2 could very much be that middle ground.
All right, we'll see what Noel is up to. Of course, we did see a little bit before with now a 3-item Shimmer Scale Kaiser setup. We'll see if they can get a little bit more damage done early. Of course, on the other side, we've got double 61 with that needlessly big gem. Is surely going to be racking into the cash. We can see it's already above 50, so that will be a big buff, primarily for the Ezreal, who's the last one standing when Kaiser has a way with the front line.
Yeah, Noel does not, in fact, have Shimmer Skull active right now.
Oh, no, you're right.
And that means that, again, it's not going to cost him in this fight specifically, but there's not going to be the Ascension damage coming through just yet. We'll probably need to go level 7 for that. Maybe can get it from an augment, stuff like that. We need to keep an eye out for. It's not going to be super integral. It's coming quite along nicely on the Shimmer Skull stacks here, right? And again, he's lacking a Jax, and that is the big thing right now. You look at the board here. Had this Nasus been a Jax, this Volibear been a Jax,
Looking down at the bottom of the current health totals, but the top of our points leaderboard, Lelouch on only 32 HP, not even hitting stage 4 yet. An incredibly dangerous position, starting off with this Olaf, sticking to it, and still not finding success yet.
We're looking at double again. We're looking at double up here, but with a ball that doesn't seem like it's super built to take the best advantage of it. There must be something waiting to emerge here. Again, remember, Noel versus Lelouch is the main conflict going on in this lobby. But if we see potentially one or both of those players getting taken out early on, all bets are off.
What is with these early Sorakas? 3-6 for Solo Gasang just happens to find another Soraka with a Deja.
I was looking into Mirage stats earlier on this weekend, and actually, when you have Soraka in place, surprise, surprise, your placement does start to go down as you get a better placement, which I think is pretty determined to the fact that just how good that is now. But 32 HP, as you were talking about, Matt, you're pretty far off anything that's going to resemble that Olaf Olaf 3. Even doesn't even have a second copy of Olaf on the board to get the value from the double trouble.
No, it seems like a very puzzling board indeed. But we also want to take a second to recognize Salvi is still undefeated. It's of course an ironic situation indeed. Salvi's primary opponent in this lobby is their countryman, Solo Gasang, who is the one directly above them on the scoreboard. They are fighting to stay out of last. It's seemingly likely that only one of them is going to be able to manage it.
Let's take a look at what Salvi does here. 74 gold, just shipping it, like you said, Wida, all the way to level 8. Finds the Hecarim 2, finds the Xayah. Gotta be pretty happy with this position.
And as I mentioned, we have seen Salvi navigate this comp to a first place finish this weekend, if I do believe correctly. Not on screen and on our off-stream lobbies, so he is fully aware of the ins and outs, and that one with a Xayah 2 as well, right? Again, all these things are pending lobby strength, but he knows exactly what he needs to do right now.
All right, let's try and keep this good times are rolling. From day 6 side of things, we've got a strong backline with the Talia currently item carrying with the Archangels, and the Hand of Justice going to be very hard to put down. Of course, we're going to give it the old college try. Twitch, of course, with the guild gear upgrades, is hitting like a truck, and Salvi stays safe.
Here we come, 4 to the final augment of the tournament. This could decide the lives of a lot of our players, so we head over onto Lococo's board, see what he's up to. Unfortunately, not a great round for him.
No, but keep in mind here, he's going towards the Siphon Shiyu set up with the Tiny Titans as well. Needs a top 6 placement here. And these augments are kind of okay. Titanic Strength, not as good as before, but he's preparing for the reroll. It's going to come through, fill the hunt. Easy snap pick as well. And Easy going to ship it to the level 8. He is going to do that indeed. Has that Jade Emblem as well, picked up from something. There might have been a random tome drop on the Crocs, on the Wolves, as upgrades are coming off across the board.
We see 2 Graves 2 being picked up there. Dasik and Brix both contesting the unit. Double heading up to that level 8 mark. And we see Brix playing his tried and true composition as expected. Graves in the back, Zeke's on the Zeri, and a Protector's Vow for the Zac in the front line whenever he feels ready.
And do, of course, remember, Brix, a player who has been, not necessarily reliably, but when the call comes, has been incredibly dominant. Currently on 19 points. We're looking to try and maintain position. Lelouch is still teasing us with the possibility of one of our top players getting knocked out in 8th, but they're still putting up a strong fight here. We have got a 2-star Graves.
Finally found the RFC as well for Lelouch, so has the attack speed, has the range to keep that Olaf safe, and it looks like it may be enough to keep him alive for the time being, as that Graves has fallen, and so has Brix, down to just 35 HP, second to last on the health leaderboard.
And that is going to mean Lelouch now has built up that win streak now, actually, right? And that's going to be super important, because we're talking about this, he needs to start applying the pressure from the bottom up the leaderboard, has to catch up to Noel.
Look at the top of the leaderboard. Salvi, 100 HP, full win streaking all the way deep into stage 4 with a Shyvana on the board. Twitch fully itemized, waiting for that Xayah 2 still, but this is a hell of a board even without her.
And it's a board that would love to have a guild emblem to be able to really turn one of these units into a powerhouse. Instead, we've got the gear upgrade, which means we're relying really heavily on Twitch to do a lot of damage, and this Twitch is nowhere near a 3-star.
It's going to be the fight against Lelouch. You're talking about the two win-streaking players taking it against each other right now. The battle here is going to be big. Look at the Olaf here. That's going to be the big factor to look into. No anti-heal being put into place. I mean, this Olaf is just continuously healing all over the place in combination. And just enough in time. No, that is going to be a big win here for Salvi because sending Lelouch packing, breaking his win streak means he's that much more likely to finish first place.
Oh my gosh, we get to see the power of even a 2-star Twitch. So vulnerable to being taken out if they ever take any aggro, but even for a 2-star, that DPS is off the charts.
It's going to be really frustrating there for Lelouch now on 23 HP. Once you get into that stage 5, take 2 losses. Hell, if it's bad enough, taking 1 loss can take you down. And Lelouch now having only that tiny pool, looking for an Olaf 3, while contested on the Olaf. It's looking rough for him, but great for Salvi and great for Noel.
This feels like such a meaningful game for Salvi. Of course, coming in as one of our Golden Spatula champions, to be at the bottom of the table overall. I think this is a fight for their pride to end out the tournament on as strong of a win as they can, maybe even on the first place.
It's a massive turn here for Double Right. Finds the upgrade on the Eyeless, on the Dacier as well here. And that should be the stabilization point as he is going to be on 5 Shimmer Scale. 5 Guardian right now can probably clean it up if he needs to, if he feels like it. But with the remaining units that are Guardians right now are just holding on to some of those key pieces.
Just going to stick on that 10 gold point, running into Lelouch, who, like we said, top of the leaderboards.
Does have the second Olaf, so that double trouble does at least make a little bit more sense now. We are committing a lot of our eggs into the Olaf basket, but it's a pretty mighty basket indeed.
Yeah, so with Lelouch being one off, there's actually going to be an Olaf in the shot for Double 61, but obviously cannot pick it up because he does need the Ascension boost coming through here. But this needs to be a massive hit, and it's not quite going to be enough.
Beautiful round there for Lelouch, going to keep himself in the game, give him the chance of getting that Olaf 3. And once he finds it, remember, with that double trouble, he gets a second copy for free at 2-star, of course. But that's still going to provide a ton of damage, a ton of board power. And there he goes. Olaf 3 plus the copy. Lelouch has stabilized.
I mean, this is an incredibly hard Olaf to deal with. The Titan's Resolve, the double trouble, that's a lot of defensive stats, while also keeping them out of a direct conflict. Salvi has just lost their win streak, though, so that will take away some of the pressure from the lobby. And I think the new pressure is now coming from the bottom of the table rather than the top.
Speaking of the former bottom of the table, Solo Gasang finally has hit what he needed to make that Deja a threat. Now on a win streak, runs into Lelouch with that newly finished board. Olaf 3 just tearing through the front line. Deja's waves are not enough as Olaf rips straight through her and keeps Lelouch in the game for just a little bit longer.
And that is going to be the breaking of the streak here for Solo. Slowly but surely it's time to build up here. And remember, Solo is the one that really also needs a strong placement with the way Salvi has been playing as of right now. Another thing I want to highlight here, we saw the double. He had the emblem of the Shimmer Scales, but now he does have Salvagement as well, so he can kind of just flex around as we are entering the Dragon.
Just a regular old Treasure Dragon, not going to have to worry about Chaos or Order really flipping the game on its head, but great components available for these players. Lelouch can finally find some defensive items in that Warmogs here for his frontline brawl.
And do check, of course, the chat for the link to the AMD competition. Of course, again, you don't need to use the command yourself, just follow the link in the chat. I guess the question which I want to really put to you specifically, we've got the situation now developed with this double trouble Olaf coming in and causing ruckus. What kind of firepower could take down a beast of that strength?
I mean, pretty much like any other really massively high cap board, right? Again, all of that is going to come down to positioning because we have seen it over and over again. Sometimes, those massive freestyle units, they might just be stuck on something in the front line for a while here. But speaking of being stuck right now, Dasig stuck on a Seraphine 1. Yes, he's going to be 2 copies away from the Seri 3, even just to have a little bit of extra utility coming through here. But this Graves 2 has to do so much work, and it's going to be a massive ask. But remember, he is still having to rely, he can still rely on that last stand.
Lelouch coming back once again, our current points leader, tied with Noel. Finds that Olaf 3, runs directly into Dasik, who, like you said, Wida, only has that Seraphine 1.
Yes, the disarm is going to be quite the problem, but look at that back line. It's going to end up being the Olaf versus the Graves. Olaf tries to tear away. He will survive for now, but Lelouch loses the round down to just 14 HP.
Apparently we found our Giant Slayer. Oh my god, even at 2-star, spec for damage was still enough. We have got another close fight though as Bricks goes down to 3. They're currently in 6th place with 19 points.
And this is going to open up, if Bricks falls, that is going to open up the entire lower part of the field, because he is currently like one of the wardens of a LCQ spot.
Yeah, I mean, we've got players on 20, 19, 18 points. It's so close. Salvi, of course, the lowest on 15.
But you look at this board, you look at this comp, it's something that Bricks has navigated so well throughout the entirety of the weekend. Seraphine 3, Graves 2, yet is still falling short.
Looking forward once again, Bricks, of course, at risk of being knocked out not only of this game, but of the tournament itself, fighting for that last place spot.
All right, let's get into another scrap. Bricks and Lelouch both very low. Keep your eye out, of course, for that Graves and for the Olaf. We'll see if Graves can do it this time round. A little bit more defensively oriented, this Graves, which means he does not have the damage to deal with the Beast Incarnate. Tearing down the doors comes the Viking, and down goes our first player. It is Bricks, and the doors are open.
After Bricks' amazing performances in day number 1 and day number 2, he has been taken down in the final game of the tournament. And this means great things for Dasik, who is contesting him on that Graves composition, going for the Seraphine 3.
All right, dragons have arrived. We'll see if the Vikings are able to deal with something quite as fierce as that. Well, again, she said, up at the top, Lelouch is almost dead on 14 HP. That would be, of course, incredible news for Noah.
Yeah, and look at this transition having been pulled off here. Still a little bit short, has an extra life to work with should he lose. But again, look at this board coming through from Salvi. Has transitioned over to that Sire 2 instead after finding the second copy of Twitch 2.
We'll see how the guild then up going against the dragons. Currently, the Aurelian Soul is going to be able to do a lot of work. That Celestial Blessing healing the A-Soul back up and buying more time. Xayah is still up though, looking for the big cast. It's not doing enough damage, and I think barely the Xayah stands. Does have to deal with one more ult out of Terror, which is going to be a lot of damage.
Oh my god!
Gets exploded.
And remember, this is with 1-star backline. Right, yes, Salvi's board is the one you're kind of gunning for right now. Double 61, all quietly, just streaking that we haven't seen in a while. He is just living his best life right now. Lelouch picks up a scale score, and Emblem is going to be a massive boon for his ability to scale this board into the later stages of the game.
And of course, to remember for the overall field, Bricks being knocked out in last really reduces the ability of Double 61 and Coco to leapfrog into first place and take the EMEA Championship. They needed Noel or Lelouch to go out in last.
Salvi, of course, we did see win streaking all the way nearly into this very stage, but now 51 HP, his position has gotten weaker. He's only on that Xayah 2, and yes, he has won lobbies with it before, but in a lobby as strong as this one, it's not looking good.
And the big thing is that there's no real attack speed steroid for the Xayah outside of the attack speed bonus from Twitch and the innate one within the Swift Shot and Rage Wing, because he does need, and I feel like he would like to rework the Xayah should he have the opportunity to, the second he finds the Xayah 2, to put that Rage speed. So keep in mind, this Rage is going to be staying on the bench for a while until he can move it out. Moves it on to the Varus for now because it's a disposable unit.
All right, let's see what Dace has got for us here. So remember, we've got the giant slaying Graves. Has not been built defensively. It's just here for raw firepower. Now there is a dragon who's wanting to come for T. Unfortunately for them, the Xayah's feathers fly in, and Salvi is going to get a big win at Dasik's expense, driving them down the table.
Yeah, and again, remember, Dasik still hasn't activated Last Stand, so he's still yet to he's still yet to pull the final lever of the composition.
That ASO looking mighty terrifying as we move over to Lelouch's board, running that Soifan composition we have seen throughout the weekend, but frankly haven't seen succeed very frequently on stream when so many of our lobbies have been going to these hyper high cap compositions.
Keep in mind here, 2 players off the brink of elimination right now, and again, they're looking for those last few minor optimizations. Positioning here is going to be super important.
And every player that drops is a boon for Noel and Lelouch, because it means that they have got their 6-point advantage remaining in place, and we've got them up against each other. You could not script it better.
Lelouch now trying to find his way into the backline. The Soraka, once she fires off, will keep that Shio-Yu safe, but Zippy into the back. The Deja falls to the Siphon, and this Siphon composition is doing so much here, able to tear through Solo Gasong's board. Zippy, as much as I love you, you're not going to save Solo Gasong from that one.
Daisy got 5 HP. Now remember, last time still a thing. Lelouch is full streaking here as well. 28 HP on Noel, 14 on Lelouch. Those are the 2 most important ones to look into. But look at this. Daisy gets a Zephyr from the Sentinel here. This could be absolutely massive in terms of trying to swing some of these closer fights.
And we know when the front line is fully loaded, the Zephyr can ruin your day. We're all stepping closer and closer, though, to our 2 plot players, Noel and Lelouch, going directly against each other.
This is super important here. Keep in mind here what Daisy is doing is he's trying to maximize the amount of the stacks here. He really does need to get the full things coming through just to try to find those lastest effort here to really elevate this comp.
Not going to be able to find.
Zeri 3?
He will. The Zeri 3 comes in. The Seraphine.
Oh, but one of the Seeks gets popped off.
Oh, brutal. He has the item remover. He'll be good to find that solution. Second, Morel and Amakan. Not going to do a whole lot for him, though, I will say.
All right, Dasig, show us what you've got. Again, Dasig, the mid-point contender, as noted, last stand is still not activated, so there will be an extra burst of defensive stats, a little bit of Omnivamp as well, and 1 more round to survive with Lelouch and Coco more or less on a single life. They'll go up against Double 61, currently second in the lobby.
Look at this board!
Running this 3-dragon composition here for Double, looking incredibly powerful as the Shyvana dives into the back line, finds the Graves as well, but her focus remains on Zeri. Graves, uncontested, around the side, firing away at that Shyvana as she breathes into him and breathes her last as Graves stays alive. Double takes a loss.
This is not even Dasig's final form. That's the wildest thing about this board right now. It's just staying alive for such long here as the Coco. Mission accomplished for him, right? Like, he finished in 6th place. That was kind of what he needed to do to guarantee himself a good finish, as if I've done my math correctly, that is here. But again, speaking of good finishes right now, Noel and Lelouch, they're coming ever so close as Noel is slowly but surely struggling to find this board.
Like you mentioned, Wida, Noel and Lelouch coming into this one with 30 points, highest out of any players in the lobby. Either one of them could walk away from this as the Rising Legends Dragonlands champion.
And that has been quite a path our players have walked through fire and flame, through Superbrawl, through Golden Spatula Cups, from the ladder itself to get
Zephyr's
to
good.
This day. We've got the Zephyr knocking out the main damage source of Noel's competition. This could be a disaster.
Here comes the frontline. Terra doing her best to stay alive. The heals not going to be enough. Asol has to fire away, find the damage into the back, gets Graves down to half, needs 1 more ultimate, but gets taken down. Noel barely survives.
That is a very narrow miss. Again, the player watching this with the most interest is Lelouch, tied on 30 points with Noel. If they can dispose of Noel in the bottom 4, then this is as good as done.
Difficult composition here for Noel to cap out. Already has the 2-star of the front line, but not going to be able to find the Shyvana or the Idis. No gold left to work with.
I mean, like, you're talking about, like, this is a struggle again with these 4 dragon boards. Yes, you can get to level 9 quite effectively, but having to find those dragons, especially when they're contested all over the lobby in general, is going to be quite the difficult task here. The final few bits of optimization coming through.
Oh, what? Noel ends up with a very, very last second switch. They've of course got to deal with Lelouch and this incredibly powerful Shyvana. A good hit across most of the board will come dropping down to deliver the firepower. Unfortunately, none of it's headed towards this Aurelian Soul. The auto attacks won't do an absolute ton. The casts are good. Again, the Celestial will keep up the Soul. The big black hole is beckoning, but it's not good enough. We've still got the dragons in the mix. And Noel barely survives.
And that was a ghost board of Salvi. Lelouch takes a loss here. He's down to 2 HP, 5 HP different. Remember, Noel has Soraka too. That's 3 extra HP. Should they both lose the next fight, that could be the decision factor here.
Oh my god.
This is very likely to be the last carousel of the game. Salvi looking in pole position and looking like a strong contender to be able to end this lobby in first place, but that will not secure him the title of Rising Legends champion. That is to be decided between Noel and Lelouch.
Jace too found here. All these upgrades, they do really matter, Peter.
I mean, as our upgrades do come in, it's crazy to think that our two top players are separated by so few HP. It's absolute nail bite. You can see both of them on either side of your boards. The double up Olaf on one side, the positioning, of course, hypercritical.
And it's worth noting here as well, the Guardian emblem is going to give a little bit of extra healing across the board, make this board stay alive for a little while longer as well. There's going to be a super nice pickup here coming through.
Now, double 61 trying to knock out the contender Noel, who slams down his last item. Aesol starts by firing away. The front line still holding strong for Noel as Shyvana dives in to try and contest. Aesol fires through. Yasuo looking to pressure him, finds the knockup in the middle, but the front line holding strong for Noel, and this Aesol pumping out so much damage. Lands, he's down, and now it's up to the Terra to keep Noel's dreams alive, but the Yasuo looks like it's gonna take him down and ruin his chances as Lelouch survives.
Gonna have to settle for second place. Oh my gosh, Noel not even making the top four. Oh, this has been ridiculous. We're so close here. Salvi again looking to salvage their honor in this final game. They look so close to doing it. Dasik holding on by a single HP. Lelouch by 2. You could not ask for a closer final game.
I mean, what a game, to be quite honest, right? And again, it's a question. Okay, Lelouch.
The randomized positioning battle.
We love it. Optimization for sure.
Yeah, again, we see Dasik here now has that last stand active. Could be the deciding factor for him to win this game out overall, right? We get to see a last stand really take into full effect and be the deciding factor in a game. Ooh. But again, Lelouch, you got to give it to him. A fantastic performance all throughout the entire weekend as he will be going out in 4th in this game here. The final battle between Salvi and Double going places right here, right now, though.
Yeah, all Lelouch really cared about was finishing ahead of Noel, and they've absolutely done that. But we've still got Salvi and a double 61 in the mix. Dasik holding on as well. Salvi takes the L, but stays alive, and Dasik stays on 1 HP.
This PvE round could decide who's going to win this one out.
Yeah, another Rift here again, a nice little redemption here again. I want to highlight something as well. Remember when I pointed out the fact that we had the Shimmer Scale emblem as well as the salvage pin? Looking at KC double 61's board, there was a Tactician's Crown on the bench being generated through that measure.
All right, let's get our final items in. Our final battles concluded as we are so very close to closing out here the EMEA regional finals. Still looking to try and determine those final few spaces.
And another Seeks Herald for Dasik. Again, I feel like we've seen this before, right? Just Seeks on Seeks on Seeks. But this guy, Sarakatsu, could be a pretty big thing in terms of both the HP gain, but as well also just the extra healing within these fights, right? Because you can keep that Yasuo alive for as long as possible. Well, we have seen the power coming through here. And these guys all around are just quite strong. And again, the big factor here to worth remember as well is that Salvi needs to fight for it all right now. I don't even know if he's able to get into the 5th position by finishing in the 1st place, but something he just has to gun for it.
All right, Salvi, show us what you've got. Again, the battle for pride will be going up against Dasik, who's doing exactly the same thing. The promise of the world's placement as the Hecarim goes up into the sky. Of course, going to be joined by the big old Dragon's Descent to knock the whole board away. Zaya gets exploded, but Grace follows much the same way. Shyvana stands amidst the wreckage, the smoking ruin. A breath courses over all, and Dasik is out of there.
Double 61, last chance to stay alive. It is down to the two of them, Double or Salvi, who will take home the last game of the Rising Legends finals.
Worth noting here, Lekoko, 27 points overall, I do believe right now with that 6th place finish. Salvi will go into 27 if he does win this, if he takes 2nd place, but he goes to 28 if he wins this. Everything here is going to matter a load here to Salvi. But you look at the boards and it's going to be quite hard. There's no more verticals for him to discover. There's just nothing there.
It's up to the Shyvanas now, the huge CC makers, the difference makers, the damage dealer for Salvi, as Double has his last chance to win on a high. Finally, Shyvana rages down from Salvi into the back line, landing on the Deja and letting loose in the middle of the board, firing away into the back. Only Deja remaining as the damage threat, but there goes the Shyvana. Saya trying to fire away against the might of Deja, but she takes it.
This is
One
so
more
close.
hit. No, Salvi reigns supreme in the final game.
It was a battle for pride, and Salvi can leave the regionals with at least that taste of success. Going down fighting, going out with a first.
Oh boy, man. What, like, so many storylines to follow, super intense, really difficult, a lot of great gameplay as well, different angles, fantastic, you know, I was talking about transition points from Salvi, and he pulled through. That, like, 100 HP win streak for so long as well, ended up being the deciding factor in this game.
Just an absolute amazing story here for Salvi. We've talked about it so many times, but initially in these officially sanctioned events, he would struggle. He would miss out on qualification, and we would see his frustration. But coming into this season, it was his time. He knew. Golden Spatula Cup #1, he said, I'm going to take this win. He took it and said, I'm not done here. I'm going to keep competing, keep pushing myself, and now he has made it all the way to the Dragonlands Championship.
Maybe, maybe not. I think we might have done a little bit of wrong math, but again, that's why we have admins. And while they do their work, we are going to take a quick break while we have an interview with Lelouch lined up.
Hello, I'm Lelouch. I'm one of the top challenger players in the US and Poland. Started playing since set 1 and like achieving more successes and like being the top of the ladder, hitting rank 1 consecutively and set 5, 6 and 7, and of course the halves of the set. Origin is pretty simple. I'm a weeb, I won't hide it. And this comes from my previous favorite anime, Code Geass, and the main character's name is Lelouch, and it's like one of my top characters, so I just thought about it first time I thought about my nick. Pretty positive. Of course, I don't like designs of some units, some traits. I think there's some fixing to be done, some reworks, as we like talked with other players. I think the most important thing is like to have urge to click play again. So I want to play more and I'm having fun even if I'm tilted or having bad impression on some traits like mages, for example. I think like of course Travis, which I mentioned before, is Bryson. We talk a lot. And like Simply Wojtek, and probably like now we play a lot with TSW also. So like those 4 players I would think of.
welcome back to our analyst desk here after the final game of our regional finals. It has happened. We know who our winner is of the EMEA finals, and it is going to be Lelouch. We're so happy, but before we get into all of those standings, let's have a look at our past game, Panda.
Yep, the key feature is going to be double trouble, Makes. And not just double trouble with Olaf, which is something we don't see very often. Olaf has been slept on, has been disregarded. Yone is the better warrior. Rengar is a better unit for double trouble, but no. Lelouch has proven that Olaf can also work. I had 3 phases in this set. First, Nidalee reroll, then Olaf, and then Xiaoyu Siphon. So I have a nice place in my heart for Olaf as well. I'm glad to see him doing well, and I'm glad to see Lelouch also showcasing how strong this comp can be.
Yeah, I was actually watching his POV in his stream, you know, and I just saw his chat going wild with saying like Polish butcher and everything, which I think is hilarious. But here are your highlights. And of course, it's not only going to be Lelouch that we talk about, but also we want to command Salvi, who has driven that last game really to a win that was beautiful.
Yeah, started off with a very, very strong win streak, went into that gear upgrade with the Twitch, then went into Zaya as well. Overall, I think played similar like we saw when he won GSC, had a very good win streak game and was able to pull off a very comfortable win until the very end. It looked like Double 61 was going to take it. Someone who got Shimmer Skill Crest as his first augment, the Silver Augment, the best Silver Augment in the game by a large margin, 3.85 average placement, which is like 0.20 better than the second best augment in the game. So it just goes to show how strong Shimmer Skill is. Double 61 was able to pilot that early game perfectly, went into the Dragon board, but in the end, it was not enough. It was Salvi who was able to win that game.
Yeah, absolutely. And we also want to talk about Noel, right? There was this battle going on in the actual game where it wasn't about who was going to win it, but between Lelouch and Noel, who was going to be first in the overall leader of that lobby. And I think if you had told anyone here that it was going to come down to Lelouch and Noel on day number 3 in that final lobby, no one would have believed you. It was just so crazy to see how tight all of those standings were.
I think Noel can be very, very proud of his performance today, yesterday, day 1 as well. This entire set, I think one of the breakout performances from him. And again, it's almost odd, the coincidence of Hungary again having a player performing so well in this set. We saw Shoddy in set 6, able to make it to LCQ and just barely missed Worlds. This time, Noel's coming in, trying to get vengeance for his Hungarian compatriot, makes it directly to Worlds, not having to play through LCQ. But a few players do have to actually go into the LCQ and try and fight for those 2 spots, Makes.
Yeah, and as you speak about it, I think our standings are also ready. So why don't we have a look? I believe there was only one tiebreaker that came into place. I know you are the brain guy on this desk, Panda. Why don't you take us through that tiebreaker at the very bottom between Brix and Zologazan?
I will not take credit. Omni, our admin, is the one crunching all the numbers every single tournament that we do here. So big shout out to him. But in the case here, 20 points for Solo, 20 points for Brix. First tiebreaker is number of wins on the day. Neither player was able to get a win, so we disregarded it. Second tiebreaker, which I think is a great tiebreaker, is number of points accumulated throughout the entire tournament, which I think honors the consistency, the performance, not just in day 3, but day 2 and day 1 as well. And Brix is the one who takes this tiebreaker. So again, shout out to Solgasang, not able to get any chance to make it to Worlds in this set, unfortunately, but still a fantastic performance and a great set from him, making it to the final day of the EMEA regional finals. But we're seeing it here now, the 5 players that will be making it to World Makes, and so much to celebrate. I think we're in very good hands for this set.
Yeah, I mean, those are going to be our EMEA representatives in the World Championship. They will fight for glory, honor, and our region. But before we go there, Salvi and Brix will battle out the LCQ to have yet another chance at a world spot. But of course, we have to name it once more. Lelouch will be our EMEA champion. That will be the title that he can brag with for at least until the next set rolls around, and I hope he's going to do us proud at the World Championship.
As someone who values ladder a lot in a competitive environment, it's great to see both Lelouch and Dasik making it into Worlds directly among those top 5 spots. They're players that have been fighting on ladder every single set. They qualified through both snapshots on ladder, both in Dragonlands and in set 7.5 as well. They had so many GSC points as well. I think it shows that consistency in this set has been rewarded. We have an incredibly stacked roster making it to Worlds with Noel, kind of a newer face in here as well to mix things up. So I'm honestly, ecstatic with the players we're sending to the world.
I think everyone is. We had such a great weekend. I think the level of play and the tech and the skill that we've seen from EMEA is unprecedented, if I may say so. And I am more than hyped to see how these players square up in the international context. Now, we are working on an interview with Mr. Lelouch himself to get you some opinions from him and see how he was feeling about that championship and how he's going to approach Worlds. Because I need to hear that he really wants that trophy.
How we're approaching Worlds is an important topic to talk about as we stall out for that interview to get ready. Last set, it didn't quite work out. I'm going to talk about the big gap we had between regional finals and Worlds. I think some players got a little bit too relaxed, didn't come into Worlds in the tip-top shape we would hope they would get there with. This time, only 2 weeks, so not enough time to get distracted, not enough time to go on a tropical vacation just yet in the middle of November. And also, we have the same patch, the same way that China played their regional finals in the same patch as the Worlds patch for them in set 6. We're doing the same thing here in EMEA, so I'm honestly... This is the time, Makes. I'm going to go ahead and say it. EMEA will once again become world champion. And we're going to get 2 wins in LCQ as well. Why not? I'm double down.
All right, doubling down like double trouble. And with that, we have him on the line. I hope Lelouch should be ready for an interview. And I'm just waiting to see if he can hear me. Lelouch, are you here? Hello, congratulations.
Hello. Thank you. I'm really pleased to finally get a trophy.
That is so cute. Yeah, I told you from the start, I believed in you. You are the breaker of the curse, the caster curse, of course. And I just want to compliment you. You've done fantastic throughout this tournament, and I am more than proud of you and your adorable pet companion.
Yeah. I think I was lacking like that big win. I think I was the favorite since like set 6. I went dead last time, and that made me really angry. Wanted revenge on those French players. And today I smashed Double and Coco. But Double gave me a win, so I love you, Double. You're the best. But finally got my revenge, and here got my win. That's unrealistic.
I think much deserved win as well, Lelouch. We saw it with Dasik dominating ladder. He won in Superbrawl. Now you the same. It goes to show that players that perform on ladder that are consistent all throughout the set have been able to, again, get great results. I wanted to ask you, going from last regional finals, 8th place, this time 1st, was there anything different in your prep? How did you manage to flip that around from last set coming into this one?
To be honest with you, I think this game is all luck, because I'm pretty sure...
Now with this top 5.
Don't say that, Lelouch!
I was prepared better last set, and I think I dominated more last set than this one. Like, imagine I went last place in Polish Ultraliga, the Polish league, against some people that play with their monitors off. So I don't know what really happened. It got me quite depressed. Am I really that tragic or what? And now I win the EMEA championship. So I really don't know how is that possible, but I guess I just got so much better this half of the set.
You're saying it's all luck, Lelouch, but you and Dasik have been leapfrogging each other, 1st and 2nd on ladder all set long. You're both going to Worlds among these top 5 spots. Double 61 and Lecoco, 2 legendary and great players from France. I think something is going against that argument of yours, because the players we're sending, I think, have all proven throughout this set and past sets as well that they're among the best players in the EMEA. Do you feel the roster is more stacked this year? Do you think finally EMEA is going to have a good showing at Worlds?
Yeah, I'm watching constantly every regionals from China, NA, and I think if Double won't switch to Valorant and Dasik will maintain his performance, I think we can smash the competition. Just looking at the NA regionals, I don't think they got any chance. Our stacked players are so much better than them, I feel. Like I feel we know, like the Chinese players, how to greed, how to go the first place, and how to maintain the economy. So I think that's the most important thing.
Yeah, okay. I have 2 more questions for you, Lelouch. First question, really quick. I know chat is probably wiggling in their seats right now. What's the name of that adorable animal?
It's Tosha, and the second one is in the cage, and she is called Dosha, but she doesn't like to be taken, and she bites me, so I guess fuck her. No.
You didn't just say that, yeah? I'm going to pretend I did not hear that. Now, one more question for you. You know how at League Worlds they get one unit that they can have their own skin on? I want to ask you, what's one unit you would choose for yourself out of set 7 that represents you?
Olaf. Olaf with Titan. I was talking about Olaf, that the best item on him is Titan, and everyone was like laughing at me. Yeah, you're a jerk. But now I proved that Titan Olaf can. I'm pretty sure I would win the lobby if I would be concentrated to the last second. So yeah, I think Olaf, Titan. Maybe some attack on Titan / Olaf skin.
That's what it is.
That would be great.
One last question, Lelouch, I want to ask you about the Polish community. You mentioned the Ultra Liga before. We saw Zbrojsen make it to Worlds last year and had a great showing in set 6. I think this was your set to actually be the one to be the leader for Poland as a country. You're representing Poland coming to Worlds. How do you feel the country has evolved in the past few sets? Do you feel you are one of the powerhouse nations alongside France and maybe Germany and Spain?
Yeah, as I mentioned before, I think Poland is like second or third strongest country in the TFT in Europe. I think we are on like pair with Germany, and of course first is France. But I think Polish players are integrating more and more, like the French people do. Like they were sitting on Discord since set 5 and discussing how to play. Now we also do something like that. Like I need to mention that my success wouldn't be possible here today without my coach Travis Cat Meow Meow. He was such a help to me, and he would like every time I had like some delusions, he would snap me out of it. Like picking Verdant Veil, I never picked it, thanks to him. Or like yeah, and the second one I would mention is Zbrojsen, because I think I learned from him how to manage economy and how to greed at tournaments to get the win, and it worked today. So I'm really thankful to any Polish member in the community who believed in me. Also who didn't believe in me, because that motivates me too. But those two were like the biggest help, I must.
Of course, at that point, we have to say Polska Górą, right? That's ought to happen. We have to do that. Blood Trail in the chat. And I just need to hear one more thing from you, Lelouch. You need to promise us that you're going to try hard to win Worlds.
Yes, of course. I don't think that 4-week patch, because let's be honest, that will be 4-week patch Worlds. I think that helps Chinese players more, because the more the patch goes, the better Chinese players gets. But I think with the roster we have, we can get the win. If not me, I will be rooting for Daisy or back-to-back double. But
Very good.
It will be the best that I would win.
All right, Lelouch, we're not keeping you any longer. Thank you so much, and congratulations once more. Enjoy your evening, celebrate with your adorable pets, and we're going to see you at Worlds.
Okay, thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Great to hear the confidence. Some cockiness at the start, but then I think also some a little bit humble, and knowing that there are other players, of course, like Travis and Zbrojsen, and I love to hear the communities kind of now finally learning from the French. In set 7, took a little while, but Spain also banding together and becoming stronger as a unit. Poland, we're seeing it as well with the Ultra Liga. Overall, though, I feel like I'm in such good hands for the World Championship for EMEA. we suffered last year, let's be honest.
We
definitely did suffer, and this is the time to turn things around, Makes.
Absolutely. I mean, we were both on that Worldscast rooting for EMEA, and frankly, it was a letdown, but not this time. This time it will be different. This time EMEA will make it and take it. And with that, we're going to send you off. Don't go anywhere. The NA Regionals last day happens tonight. If you're in Central Europe like us, it will be 9 p.m. CET, so just in a little while. Stick around, make yourself some dinner, and then come back. Of course, our next tournament is going to be the LCQ, where once again, we're going to see some of our competitors today. Brix and Salvi will return and fight for more World Championship slots. That's going to happen next Saturday at 6 p.m. CET, so mark your calendars, whip out the People Gs, and get that going. Now, Panda, you are our social media, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter king. Why don't you tell us about the socials that people should be following?
The socials are, of course, TFT Esports EMEA for all the information. Newly made account for this set, making sure that you guys that are trying to follow TFT Esports, Rising Legends, especially since set 6, I think it's been a huge movement in terms of the production quality, in terms of just the importance we're giving to competitive in this region. And the place to follow that is going to be on that Twitter. TFT Rising Legends for the hashtag to make any comments about, Lelouch is friendly animals, Dosha and Dosha, or his play, or Olaf, or really any thoughts you have in your mind. As long as they're not too explicit, you can put them on Twitter, and we'll love to hear about them as well. And then we have the caster Twitters, which you guys can read.
We're going to welcome them back to the stage. Of course, my name is Makes. His name is Impatches Panda. We have Niberia, we have Counterfeit Cast, we have Witta Cast, and with that, I feel like I should get up at this point. That was it from us. We loved having you. We hope you had fun watching us. Again, come back for the LCQ. And that is it from us. Have a good evening and see you next time.